Hasan is streaming, it's time to go. Settle down and enjoy the show. Hasan, HasanAbi. He's the guy I watch on the daily. His commentary won't ever fail me. He's genuine and smart and sweet with a smile. So get yourself comfy, won't you stay for a while? He's live 7 days a week. Political chaos is what I seek. Gotta subscribe for the memes in the chat. Say weird shit, you're gonna get clapped. Hasan, HasanAbi. He's the guy I watch on the daily. His commentary won't ever fail me. He's genuine and smart and sweet with a smile. So get yourself comfy, won't you stay for a while? Politics, gaming, and maybe a guest. He's entertaining no matter your interest. I don't know if he's a commie, a tanky, or a champagne socialist, but he fighting power with a golden fist. Hasan, HasanAbi. He's the guy I watch on the daily. His commentary won't ever fail me. He's genuine and smart and sweet with a smile. So get yourself comfy, won't you stay for a while? We about to seize the means of production. Watch the corporate destruction. Talk about the wage gap too. He'll make it easy if you ain't got a clue. Hasan, HasanAbi. He's the guy I watch on the daily. His commentary won't ever fail me. He's genuine and smart and sweet with a smile. So get yourself comfy, won't you stay for a while? Ooh, ooh, hey, ooh, ooh, hey. Hasan is streaming, it's time to go. Settle down and enjoy the show. Hasan, HasanAbi. He's the guy I watch on the daily. His commentary won't ever fail me. He's genuine and smart and sweet with a smile. So get yourself comfy, won't you stay for a while? Oh, he's a jihadi daddy with a hot fucking body. He isn't a shill for the Democratic lobby. He's informative in a world where all is at stake. But none of that matters, cause it's the top of the hour break.
Okay, dude. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from not so sunny Los Angeles, California, but instead mostly clear, 55 degrees, kind of cold Los Angeles, California. We're live and alive, and I hope the boys, girls, and ebbies are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a day full of mystery and mania and madness, as always. The new year is here. The song that I just played in the introduction was HasanAbi song by Nyla Fox. That's right. HasanAbi head Nyla Fox made this song. It is not AI, and it makes me very upset when chatters are constantly claiming that art that is created in this community is AI. It's very rude. So, please. Ladies and gentlemen, Elon Musk is confirmed not to be Adrian Dittmann. I had long, extensive conversations with Connor Eats Pants, and I told you! I told you! Still crazy, though. Anyway, we'll talk about that in a little bit. The 15% of us are vindicated? All right, yeah. Anyway, hold on. We're not done with that. We'll get to that in a second. Before we get to that, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world. You hedge your bets hard, though. You hedge your bet hard, though. I mean, I like leaning into the memes, but, you know, I think my initial assessment stands. He's replacing swearing with yelling now. It was fun though, and I still like it. I still enjoy it. I still enjoy the Adrian is Elon memes. It's like I said yesterday, it was sad regardless whichever way it went, and it's understandably sad still. It's inconsequential whether you were right or wrong on this. Let's just be real. Oh yeah, no, I know. It is, one, it's content. Two, it's hilarious. Still farming clicks on it though? Absolutely. Excuse me. Hello. What about the integrity in Elon Musk related mania? What about the journalism of Elon Musk related mania? Excuse me, sirs. Excuse me, sirs. How dare you? He also looks exactly the way you would think he'd look as an Elon Musk super fan. Regardless, ladies and gentlemen, we're alive, and this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan, HasanAbi, Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. Yesterday was banger, wall-to-wall coverage, so much fun. Adrian Dittmann. The Adrian Dittmann stuff was crazy. Obviously, Connor, fantastic interviewer. But overall, we still got so much to talk about. We got the ISIS connections and the NOLA attackers home. We got Sam Shoemate talking to the Shawn Ryan show. You called him being German? Yeah, because, dude, the only reason why I called him being German is because I am a language autist, okay? I am a language autist. And I heard him say one word, and I was like, that's German. He's German. That's not how Elon Musk says it. Okay? He said person. Like the way he said person. Careful, someone might get mad that you're saying headlines. What? All right, anyway. Is it official? Austria's next chancellor will be basically Hitler. I'm cooked. Maybe. All right. I'm in a good mood this morning, everybody, and I'll tell you why. Okay. Last night I ended the broadcast. I went and I hung out with my mom because, you know, she's still recovering. Two ladies in this house. Two ladies in my life that are constantly in a state of recovery and are making it hard for themselves because they want to go out and they want to run. Okay, this lady absolutely wants to go out and run. Don't make no mistake. Her sleeping right now does not mean that in her mind, there isn't a constant race, a constant chase. So, hopefully, I think I asked my vet if I could take her out. I think I'm going to be able to take her out tomorrow. I'm probably going to take her out tomorrow and to like have her run a little bit. But hung out with my mom, came back home, watched a little bit of Squid Games, passed out. Is your dog normal weight? Looks big. She's like she was around 100 pounds. She might have lost some weight since the surgery because I haven't been feeding her as much. She hasn't had as much appetite. And also, she hasn't been running around too much. So, did you clean her incision? I did yesterday just to make sure. There's like a little bit of scar tissue. Oh, I played some Rivals off stream. I played like one game of Rivals off stream that I got absolutely clobbered on. It wasn't very good for me. But yeah, I went to bed, woke up early, and I worked out. And I also posted a TikTok. I'm planning on posting more TikToks, as
Nobody
a matter
asked,
of
but
fact,
here-
in the new year. So that's right. That's what I'm planning on doing. I posted one here, okay, where I talked about how in pain I am, actually. I haven't been able to train for the past week because my trainers were... Oh my God, my hair is getting white. Anyway, I haven't been able to train because my trainers were taking a holiday. And in that time frame, you know, I still worked out, obviously. But I was only playing basketball. I wasn't actually training weightlifting. When you get back to the gym, it feels so freaking good. Like the pain. You just feel, you get a real workout in, you know? Now, right now my ass is on fire. I did upper body today. I did lower body yesterday. I did some deadlifts. You can see right here, got my shins bleeding all over the place. It's crazy. That's like 385, not a big, but now I can't even walk, honestly. My butt hurts. Anyway, I don't have to do more up close and personal videos like this one, even though I'm an old man with white hair now. So yeah, happy 2025. I'm sorry, Unc, but you need a Zoomer editor. How is this interesting to anyone? I don't know. I don't understand it either. But I feel like in my videos, we obviously post like updates from the stream. United Health Group CEO. We post updates from the stream. Uproar breaking inside the MAGA world over. And then sometimes I'll post like myself casually, and like when I post videos like this, they go crazy mode. Not all of the, like, look at this. This is just me talking in the car. 600,000 views. So that's the reason why I post, you know, more personal stuff like that. You don't need a Zoomer editor, man. Shit is fine as it is. I do think I need what is this? As an Indian HasanAbi head, this was hilarious from yesterday. You being a Turkish American and defending us from thousands of miles away was beautiful. What is this? Making the point you think you are? No, I am making the point I think I am. It doesn't matter what percentage of the population of India speaks English. What matters is how many English speakers exist in India. That's the point. That is the reason why it is a perfect opportunity for American corporations. If you ask me the question, like, why India, this is the answer. If you look at... This is such a Leo take, and I love it. I mean, as a content creator, I think a lot of things I do is in the realm of being a Leo that is narcissistic and wants to be the center of attention or whatever. It's just like... Sometimes you got to ask yourself the question, is the person I'm talking about a Leo, or is he just a content creator? And I think the answer usually is he's just a content creator, and I have to expand my boundaries, right? And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to do that to the best of my ability, okay? Trying to do that to the best of my ability. Oh, the vet came back. Great to hear. Kai's healing after surgery. It's important to ensure the incision site is fully healed before allowing vigorous activity. Can you describe the appearance of the scar tissue? Is there any redness, swelling, or discharge? No, just a fat scab, as you can see. Or anything. Okay. You are both. You are the most Leo of all time. Why are my mods coming after me like this? You know what? I don't appreciate this mod mutiny that I'm experiencing right now. You are both. You're the most Leo of all time. Anyway, astrology should be banned. This cringe is why 30% can't get a job according to a study. Resume get insta decline. What? Astrology should be banned? What are you talking about? I've told you this already. Let women have fun, okay? I am an advocate for women. Some beautiful fan art for this beautiful Saturday. Oh, wow. Look at this. So here's my finished piece. I really hope I did Kaya justice. Drawing animals really isn't my strong suit. As I mentioned before, I made a desktop size, so feel free to use it. Hell yeah. Thank you, chatter. I think me being a Leo benefits me being a content creator in this situation. That's what I think. Okay, so where was I? Oh yeah, I worked out. Saying astrology is a women thing is so man lamau. I mean, it's just let people enjoy things is my attitude. Astrology being one of them. Universally, I don't care. But also, I do think that like a lot of women seemingly enjoy it. You know, let people enjoy things.
A few trends that I would like to see left in 2024. First, the primary colored socks. I know, coming from the bitch that was just
whoa, that's crazy. Well, I've never been a primary color sock guy anyway. I'm always white.
Having red down your throat 6 months ago, but we did it. Bravo. Now it's time to move on. I'm so ready for like a dark purple or forest green to have its moment with socks. Next, the varsity jackets.
Wait, what is this? This is just making fun of this person? Wake up terrified, high increase? I thought we were going to actually see the trends. What is my TikTok For You page, man? What is my TikTok For You page? A voice actor is in chat. That's such a Leo take. Yes, we have a bunch of people that come in and out of this community and are in the chat at any given moment. Sometimes those people can be decorated, award-winning, Vogue cover having feature film voice actors. Okay? And then other times it's Valkyrie. Unmod me? No. Do some work, okay? How about you do some work? How about you earn your keep? Anyway, that's such a Gemini take from Valkyrie. All right. Let's move on. Where was I? All right. So, yeah, I worked out. I posted a TikTok. I'm in a good mood because you know, I had a good workout. Also, I'm in a lot of pain, but it's good pain. It's the good pain that you only experience when you take like a week off and then you get back into the groove of things like weight training, and all of a sudden you're feeling pain again, like your recovery pain again. So cutie merch is drip. How cold is LA today? Right now, Los Angeles is 55 degrees. Let's see if Hasan sticks to his 2025 goals of not focusing on bait chats and negative chatters. Oh, don't worry. I think I've been doing a pretty good job. Of not cursing, and I think I'll stick to the no bait thing as well. I hope the chat doesn't see that as like an opportunity, like as a challenge, you know? That's something that I am obviously fearful of, that when I say that I'm not going to eat the bait as hard, sometimes chatters will see that as a challenge. But yeah, I was shooting a film outside Jersey City last night in 30F brick. Yeah, it's brick. It's brick in New Jersey always. What is this?
Allowed to touch Marvel Rivals. Like, it's just, there's nobody that can do it faster. Hasan is better.
Someone said Hasan
at
better.
Aiming. I will out aim labs him for $1 million. Do you understand?
Probably. I mean, he's a speedrunner, but I suspect that he's probably still better than me. He's a real gamer. He's a capital G hard R gamer, okay? I'm not. I think everybody knows. No cursing. It's the woke mind virus. Yeah. There's one more hair in the mic pop filter. From your view, it's on the right side of the mic, about in the middle. There's more than one hair on the mic filter. There's always little pieces of hair on the mic filter. It is what it is. Are we watching the Pierre Polivier Jordan Peterson interview today? It's called in Canada today, and we need some spicy hot reacts. Maybe. Maybe. Oh my God. Look at what my roommate got me for Christmas. Oh yeah, I saw. I mean, this is goated. Yeah. It's fantastic. Cursing on Piers Morgan? No, you can. I think here's the thing. Part of the reason why I don't want to curse as much is because I feel like when I do curse, it is more impactful if I don't curse all the time. If I curse all the time, it's not as impactful. The Piers Morgan example is fantastic because when I'm on TV, I usually try not to curse as much. So when I do, it's more impactful. That's part of the reason why I want to, you know, lower the number of curses per capita. So, I digress. Let's pop off. Let's blast off and let's get into it. And then first, let's get into it. And then let's get out of it. Okay, it's going to be Saturday. We're going to talk about the conspiracy theories. We're talking about Shawn Ryan's pod leaks, CYBERTRUCK, explosive manifesto. Adrian Dittmann is not Elon. NOLA attacker radicalization journey and media coverage over it. Another Hasan W take different viewpoint stuff. Video currently unavailable. Chatter. You sent me this video, but it's currently unavailable. F's for you. Please react to this channel for fun react. All praxis, no theory. No. What is the name of the bottled coffee you sometimes drink? Valant is the coffee that I used to drink, but I don't drink it as much right now. All right, let's continue. So, Shawn Ryan's pod leaks, CYBERTRUCK explosive manifesto. Adrian Dittmann is not Elon. NOLA attacker radicalization journey, media coverage over it. Mr. Beast got money from DOD. Predictions for 2025 and more. It's Saturday. Fun reacts time. Get in now. 3 days since Rivals on stream. Gaming is dead again. 2025 is over. Yeah, it's done. Yeah, I had to take out gaming out back and put one in the back of gaming's head. It's over now. Sorry. Okay, do we have a blast off meme? Hey Hasan, I was curious, how difficult is Turkish or Kazakh speakers? Would you say 3 months of learning would be enough to be fluent in Turkish for Kazakhs? What advice do you have? Thanks. My Kazakh girlfriend wants to learn Turkish. I don't know. I assume the Kazakh language is like Turkic, but I don't know what it sounds like, and I don't know if, you know, I don't know if that would be like, I have no idea. Okay, we got it. We got it. I already used the Adrian Dittmann Disco Elysium meme chat. You got it. You got me on that one. All right, let's do it. Did you ever beat Wukong? Yes, I did. Anyway, can you play Rob's XQC? I'd enjoy watching. He said he tried to play with you the other day. I don't recall that happening. I think all right, let's blow it up. Let's blow it up. Let's blast off. Flocky, thank you for the resubscription for 58 months. That's crazy. Looking forward to any winter anime. I don't really follow the anime stuff closely, so I don't know.
2025. What you want to do? Go to gym? I don't know if I can go to the gym.
Wait, what did he say? Dude, I'm saying it right now. 2025, I'm traveling more. I will go. I will go because I know Queso doesn't fly. If we were going to do an IRL collab, I would fly out to him. Okay? I will go to Arkansas. I will go to Arkansas. And I will do a day in the life with Queso. Okay? I'll live the way he lives. I'll study the ways. Okay?
Hasan wants to collab in 2025. What you want to do? Go to gym? I don't know if I can go to the gym with Hasan, bro. He likes Mountain Dew. I don't know if I can hang out.
Oh my God. I would also, I mean, I would game with Queso is what I was saying, but I'm down to go to Arkansas too. I'll do both.
With him.
You can watch
You
a
know,
clip.
that's a big issue here. I can't believe bro likes Mountain Dew. I still can't believe it.
I think we need to do a soda tier list. I think that's another thing that we can collab on. You know what I mean? I also think I could out eat him. Like, that's not even a joke. I mean, I've been purposely trying to shrink my stomach to the best of my ability, but I think I could out eat. I don't know. Is that crazy? Dude, especially if I get some PEDs. Okay. You guys saw the way I am an eater. You saw the way I operated during the drive-through challenge. I think y'all forgot. You forgot how much I can consume. ADHD comes in clutch for overeating, man. Going to Arkansas and challenging someone to an eating contest is crazy. Go during state fair time. Okay, let's not become Delulu at the beginning of the year, please. Yo, people forget, dude, I downed, that Disney turkey leg. When we went to Disneyland and I just downed that turkey leg, that was me holding myself back too. Like, that was me holding myself back. I called the Blick Hasan way you eat. What? Bro can eat. Y'all don't watch Fear and. Yeah, the thing is, I think a lot of people forget that I am constantly trying to be at a deficit, and it's one of the saddest things of all time, because I'm a man who would love to eat. Okay, who if given the opportunity I can, and I do love it, and I will continue eating. Do the didn't I fuck with Will and Nandre? Oh yeah, that's a great one.
Believe it. Matter of fact, I can't believe anybody in here drinks Mountain Dew. You know what disgusts me? You know what disgusts me, and I just don't say it.
The fact that good sodas exist and that you choose not to drink them. This is his most like not real big boy take. I think like Mountain Dew is so peak. Like, I genuinely don't understand how. I genuinely don't understand how Queso could be a dude who looks like he would be consuming the finest of delicacies. I'm a Yard listener. Why would I listen to Fear and? Better product. It's like Queso saying, why would I drink Mountain Dew? Am I a Baja Blast man? Yes. I drink soda for the burn because I'm not 21 yet, so any soda is good for me. For the burn? Mountain Dew is nectar of the
The
gods.
fact that there's somebody, at least one person in here right now, that's drinking Mountain Dew. I hate that thought.
I just don't understand why he hates it so much. It's the best. Have you seen the Baja Blast Premier Protein combo? Are you talking about the new Taco Bell chicken nugs? Because I've heard that it's got like, it's kind of slammed with protein. It's like 300 calories or something for like 75 grams of protein. It's pretty good macros overall. I've yet to try it, but I've heard they're not that bad. They're like surprisingly not that bad. You should order it. Maybe. As a German, I'm interested in how you feel about sparkling water. I hate sparkling water. You guys want to know something crazy? Here, I'll put it out there. Some people absolutely are obsessed with sparkling water. I hate it. For me, it has to have something sweet. That's why I don't even like LaCroix. I don't even like LaCroix. I don't understand it. It's like, why would I drink bitter water that hurts my throat? That does not make any sense to me at all. I don't get it. LaCroix is like in between, you know, sparkling water and you know, like an actual delicious soda bev, right? And it's just like, I'm good. I'm good with drinking Sprite out of a condom, you know? I'm good with that. I'm good. I'm not doing that. And I'm also not just going straight. Who drinks diet or full strength soda beverages for the sparkling nature of it? Like, it doesn't make sense to me at all. And my parents love it too. Okay. My parents love seltzers. They are big time seltzer fans. I think it's because like it maybe makes their tummy feel better after like a big meal or whatever. I don't fully understand it. But someone said it's like drinking TV static. Yeah, it is. It is. It doesn't make any sense to me. Congrats, you just lost the PNW constituency. This is one of your peak L takes, in my opinion. LaCroix sucks, but give me a plain sparkling by the bottle. I just don't understand it. I don't get it. I genuinely don't get it. Look, have fun. When I go to a restaurant, especially like fancy restaurants where they go like, oh, would you want still or sparkling? Like, I treat that as a hostile moment. Like, I treat that as inherent hostility. When someone asks me if I would like sparkling water, I'm like, what do I look like to you? Okay? A fancy, highfalutin man? Do I look like a big city lawyer to you from where I'm standing? Do I look French? Is that what it is? Is there something French about the way I look? No, I don't want sparkling water. I never want sparkling water. Give me a goddamn soda. Okay? I will have a regular still water, please, and also some diet sodas on the side. And I can't even drink Coke anymore because it's on the BDS boycott list. So now I don't even drink soda that much when I'm out. And it sucks because I'd rather die than drink Diet Pepsi. Anyway, that's my take, okay? It is decadence. Yeah, I feel like it's for the Euro cucks. It's like diet. It's just drinking like mineral water or drinking Perrier. I feel like that right there is just like you have to have like some kind of socialized healthcare. You can't, like, if you're an American, drink regular soda, man. What the hell is wrong with you? What the hell is wrong with you? Who the hell do you think you are? Drinking sparkling water? Do you feel like you want to feel like you live in a country where there's at least some semblance of good governance? Is that what it is? Does it for a brief moment, you close your eyes? Does it for a brief moment feel like you're in a normal country for a second? Is that what it is? Is that why you want to drink soda? Is that why you want to drink the mineral water? It makes no sense. Anyway, what if you're diabetic? Drink diet. What do you mean? You're talking to Mr. Diet. I grew up in a diabetic household, so all I drank was diet sodas. Hasan not cussing is so odd to me. It's not that. I mean, I'm still doing it. Canada Dry is goated, is it not? Yes, Canada Dry is great. Wait, what do you mean? Isn't that ginger ale though? I love ginger ale. I'm African. We drink sparkling water as well. I don't care. I don't care where you come from. I don't care what your background is. If you like mineral water, sparkling water, I just don't understand it. Who the hell looks at water and goes, you know what this needs? A little zest, a little pop. Not sugar, not sweetener, not some delicious yellow 5 chemicals that make mice transparent. Okay? But just a little bit of throat pleasures. That's what I want. It doesn't make any sense. It just tastes like bitter water. It tastes like bitter water. I don't understand it. Why are you drinking bitter water? There is something inherently un-American about sparkling water. I will say it. I will say it. If you drink sparkling water, you think you're better than everybody else. If you drink sparkling water, you think you live in Europe. Okay. Oh, I'm going to go visit the Alps like on a holiday. No, you're not, Deborah. Okay. You're an accountant. You don't get holiday. You live in America. There is no concept of holiday. Oh, I'll have the Topo Chico, please. No, you won't. I used to think it was expired water as a kid. That's funny. Anyway, you look at sparkling water and think, a little bit of carcinogenic chemical will make this drinkable. Yes. You know why? Because I'm a real American, goddammit. What are you? Yes, exactly. I look at sparkling water and I say, I need chemicals that are going to make me have different kinds of ass cancer. That's what I say. You know why? Because I love this country. And it seems like you don't. And if you don't love it, you can leave. This is going to lose you more people than Ethan lost over Gaza. Okay. Yeah. All right. All jokes aside, what happened to let people enjoy things? I like bitter water because I'm a bitter person. That's what I'm talking about. At least that person recognizes it. Okay? You're bitter and maybe a little un-American. Okay? Maybe a little, just a little bit, but not in like a cool way, in a bad way. Okay? You have insane taste buds. I used to have an A-push teacher who had a whole mini fridge full of Topo Chico and Coke Zero. He was such a millennial. You pack water on a beer can and give it the dumbest name. Yeah, liquid death. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, it is stupid.
Here are 5 often overlooked signs of autism.
What?
Number 1 is hyperfocus. When you enjoy something, you dive into it all the way, and you don't want to do anything else. Number 2 was sensory avoidant. We can become easily overstimulated by
I've
sound.
become the queso of autism, by the way. You know how like every time there's something like fat related happening, Queso's audience will point to it. That's me with autism now. I've realized. I should have never taken that dang quiz, dude.
Sounds, smells, textures, etc. But number 3 was sensory seeking. We can feel easily bored and agitated that nothing is going on and find ourselves seeking more stimulation. Number 4 was social challenges that aren't obvious. We can have close friends and make eye contact easily, but other than our 1 or 2 friends, we're isolated from the rest of our peers and we don't feel connected to those around us like non-autistic people do. And number 5, presenting as flexible when having difficulty with change. This could be done through mirroring behavior, but we can also present as highly adaptable while internally feeling extreme distress over sudden changes.
I don't like this video. It's calling me out. Damn it. Okay, let's move on from this. Okay. Talk about making eye contact like it's a flex, Lamau. For the new fans, where can we take the fan base quiz? What is the fan base quiz? Throw a curse in there. You know you want to. I'm not. You're negatively influenced me as a non-American and I always crave soda now. Let's go. Finally, dude. American cultural export is still, our greatest cultural export is still very much alive and well. Soda, black culture and soda consumption. That's it. That's America right there. Also brain rot. There's a lot of right-wing brain rot that we also farm out as well to ruin the rest of the globe, as if it wasn't enough that we were destroying the world with American imperialism. We've decided to also destroy the minds. Anyway, burger. Speaking of burger, Matthew LifeIsBurger. That's the name of the Special Forces Tier 1 operator that was stationed in Germany, operating on drones, as a matter of fact, who took some time out, was on leave in Colorado. Matthew LifeIsBurger decided to go on the Turo application and rent a Cybertruck, which, according to some sources, in text message conversations that were revealed to his ex-girlfriend at the time, made him feel like Batman or Halo. Matthew LifeIsBurger. Matthew Live Love Burger was a man who had spent 15 years in the military. 15 years as a Special Forces Tier 1 operator, a doorbuster. The type of guy who goes on the Shawn Ryan podcast. Now, of course, he unfortunately couldn't make it to the Shawn Ryan podcast when he was alive. Matthew Live Love Burger killed himself outside of Trump Tower in Vegas, inside of a fiery inferno of gas canisters and explosive ordnance such as fireworks in his Cybertruck. A lot of people were confused this had happened just in the first day of the new year. People thought, what is going on? America is out of control. This is happening right alongside the New Orleans attack that had taken place with another American military veteran with an ISIS flag strapped to the back of his truck. So people thought, are these connected? Well, it turns out Matthew LifeIsBurger seemingly was on some different stuff. Okay. Now, we have found out more about the background and the motive of this suspect. And thankfully, we found out about it because Matthew had sent an email to this bald man, Sam Shoemate, talking about why he was about to do some crazy stuff. Okay. We have luckily, Sam Shoemate tactically ascertained this email, even though he initially had made fun of it. We watched certain parts of this broadcast that is now sitting at 2.58 million views in one day on Shawn Ryan's podcast. Shawn Ryan, for those of you who don't know, because you're probably not a Tom Clancy reading, military grunt, enjoying, former vet, who likes to drink Black Rifle coffee and has had a string of bad relationships and probably are a divorced dad. If you're not one of those things, you probably don't know who Shawn Ryan is. Shawn Ryan is the place for guys like that. Shawn Ryan is the place for Matthew LifeIsBurger and many others, right? Not former vet, sorry, veteran. So, yeah, Shawn Ryan is the place, the number one place for kinetic podcasting, okay? Tactical ascertainment and kinetic podcasting where veterans, former government stooges, and current government stooges alike end up getting the full 2-hour broadcast, starting off with the gift giving. Shawn will give you a gift of a phone that he is sponsored by, a phone company that he's sponsored by. And then, they get to it. They do some tactical boot licking. Exactly. Tactical booty licking and also tactical boot licking. So, there's a video by Ryan Macbeth about why the email manifesto about the Cybertruck terrorists is probably fake news. Almost only 5 minutes or so. Yeah, Matthew LifeIsBurger has lived a long life, but it seems in the last hour of his life, he sent this email to Sam Shoemate. We covered it yesterday. I'm going to go back into it, but I want to start off by looking at the email real quick. This is the way that Shawn Ryan talked about his podcast that came out. I urge everyone to dedicate at least 45 minutes to fully grasp the details that have unfolded over the past few days. This episode takes a deep dive into the manifesto, an email sent to Samosaur by Matt LifeIsBurger himself. Within this chilling document, LifeIsBurger boldly declares, what I'm going to send you is going to change the course of humanity. Matthew LifeIsBurger, former Green Beret, is at the center of the story. Just days before he drove a Tesla Cybertruck loaded with explosives to the Trump International Hotel in Las Vegas, this Cybertruck incident has raised serious questions about LifeIsBurger's motivations, his credibility, and the information he shared. In this episode, we unpack the manifesto's contents, which include allegations of advanced drone technology, U.S. war crimes in Afghanistan, and the use of gravity propulsion systems by China, anti-grav machines, drones in New Jersey, the Chinese weather balloon that drifted off course and made Americans panic for approximately a week. All of that and more was featured in Matthew LifeIsBurger's email that he had sent to this other guy, Mr. Shoe, Sam Shoemate. Sam Shoemate initially looked at Matthew LifeIsBurger's email, which I will read you right now, and kind of joked about it because it sounds, frankly, a little insane. But for Sam, Matthew LifeIsBurger blowing himself up outside of Trump Tower, inside of the Cybertruck, was enough to go, okay, this insane thing that this insane guy sent me, after he did the extra insane thing of blowing himself up, now I believe it. Why? Because content and clout. So let's take a look at the email really quickly, and then we'll move back to the conversation that they were having. Now, Matthew LifeIsBurger did something in this email that I called the sandwich technique, okay? The bread that you use, the burger technique, if you want to call it that, is truth, insane stuff in between, and then more truth, potentially likely truth. Okay? In case I do not make it my decision point or onto the Mexico border, I am sending this now. Please do not release this until 1st Jan and keep my identity private until then. First off, I am not under duress or hostile influence or control. My first car was a 2008 Black Mustang V6 for verification. What we have been seeing this part is like the truthful part, right? What we have been seeing with drones is the operational use of gravitic propulsion systems, powered aircraft by most recently China in the East Coast. But throughout the history, the U.S., only we and China have this capability. Our OPSEN, Operation Center, location for this activity is in the box below. China has been launching them from the Atlantic from submarines for years, but this activity recently has picked up. As of now, it is just a show of force, and they are using it similar to how they use the balloon for SIGINT and ISR, which are also part of the integrated comm system. There are dozens of these balloons in the air at any given time. The so what is because of the speed and stealth of these unmanned aircraft, they are the most dangerous threat to national security that has ever existed. They basically have an unlimited payload capacity and can park it over the White House if they wanted. It's checkmate. USG needs to give the history of this, how we are employing it, and how we are weaponizing it, how China is employing them, and what the way forward is. China is poised to attack anywhere on the East Coast. I've been followed for a week now from likely Homeland or FBI, and they are looking to move on me and are unlikely going to let me cross into Mexico. But I won't, because they know I am armed and have a massive VBIED, which is code word for vehicle-borne improvised explosive device. I have been trying to maintain tactically a very visible profile and have kept my phone, and they are definitely digitally tracking me. Okay, this is like signs of paranoid schizophrenia, in my opinion. Okay. I have knowledge of this program and also war crimes that were covered up during airstrikes in the Nimruz province in Afghanistan in 2009. So we're back to like the truth now. Okay, likely the truth. By the admin, DOD, DEA, and CIA, I conducted targeting for these strikes of over 125 buildings. 65 were struck because of civcas that killed hundreds of civilians in a single day. U.S. FORA continued strikes after spotting civilians on the initial ISR. It was supposed to take 6 minutes and scramble all aircraft and CENTCOM. The UN basically called these war crimes, but the administration made them disappear. I was part of that cover-up with U.S. FORA and agent bleep of the DEA, so I don't know if my abduction attempt is related to either. I worked on General Miller's IO staff, as well as the response to Bala Murghab. AOBS commander at the time, bleep, can validate this. You need to elevate this to the media so we avoid a world war, because it's a mutually assured destruction situation. For vetting, my LinkedIn is Matt Berg or Matthew LifeIsBurger, an active duty 18 Zulu out of 110. My profile is public. I have an active TSSCI with UAP and USAP access. Do not message me. I will send out updates via both Signal and email, but trust me, you're gonna want to be involved. 18 Zulu, signing out. So, my initial assessment on the on the guy, and also Shawn Ryan in general, is that I don't think you're going to ever find some real damning truths about whatever is happening within the American government by the likes of Shawn Ryan or on his show. Ironically enough, Shawn Ryan also has claimed that he might be under threat for revealing this information. Okay. Where was it? He tweeted out something along the lines of with the weight of the baggage America is carrying within its borders, I can't help but wonder, when the baggage becomes too full, will America be able to recover, or have we already reached that point? He basically tweeted out something like, I'm under threat. Hey man, this is an activity duty Special Forces TM Sergeant out of 10th. I want to blow the whistle on our activities in a certain place. I'm willing to sit down with you on the 31st in Flagstaff, or do it remotely via phone. Must be done before the 31st, as I'll be leaving. You know what's really funny? Okay. Shawn Ryan probably gets at least 1,000 emails like this a day, which is precisely the reason why when he saw this email, he did not respond to it. I'm rather shocked at the lack of loyalty and military conditioning of American service men and women. Where is their sense of loyalty and discipline? Yes, the U.S. has a mental health pandemic. The U.S. military seems to have very serious loyalty and discipline problem. Too many of them have gone rogue. What are you talking about? What? It didn't go to Shawn Ryan, did it? It went to his guest? No, he of course sent one to Shawn Ryan directly as well, for the record. Of course, what's funny to me, at least, is that you have one former government guy, former Navy SEAL CIA contractor, getting upset at another current government guy, Jack Posobiec, also former Navy intelligence. Okay? Jack Posobiec immediately runs into the story headfirst and says, spoke with an Army friend who served with Matthew Livelsberger in Afghanistan. Says the email story about the war crimes in 2019 is totally made up, that they didn't even have strike authority like he's talking about. Now, it's interesting because I think that this is like varying degrees of PSYOP, where you have Jack and wokeness Posobiec, who is a Navy intelligence guy, participating in, the more basic types of PSYOP divide and conquer initiatives. And then you have the Shawn Ryan guy who has to maintain his veneer as an anti-government guy, but then sometimes, almost always, ends up landing on the side of whatever initiatives the government wants you to pay attention to. The PSYOPs aren't in communication. Anyway. So, Flagstaff guy is not legit. He didn't give, make, model his Ford truck like the Tesla guy. What? I'm a psychiatrist, and this is very clearly schizophrenia or psychosis more broadly. Unfortunately, many such cases after the kind of trauma you experience in the Army. Yeah, that's what I think as well. I see nothing wrong with the dude's email. Unlimited payload and anti-grav technology. You see nothing wrong with a guy. Look, submarines do have the capability of launching drones. That is 100% correct. Okay? Just so you understand. Unlimited payload capabilities are, as far as I understand, impossible. Okay? The fact that he also paired up the Chinese weather balloon as a massive point of Chinese military might that they're flexing over the American, the oblivious American population, I think shows how maybe there's a limit to the veracity of the statements. Okay? There is no such thing as unlimited payloads. What are you talking about? Unlimited payload capabilities, if existed, would dramatically change international commerce. You understand that, right? Like, it would change the world. Unlimited payload capability means that you can, first of all, it's theoretically impossible, okay? But also would imply that there is no, like, you can put 700 tons payload, okay, on a drone maybe the size of a minivan. Like, it doesn't, that's not a thing. Don't get excited, but we know very little about our existence or the world around us. Oh my God, it's always alien guys in the chat that go, yeah, it's alien technology. Yeah. Yeah. Anti-grav technology and unlimited payload would be life-altering information, okay? Life-altering technological developments that undermine things that you know about gravity, okay? Things that we understand. It would literally change the world. Anyway, it would change everything we understand about the world and just like scientific discovery in general. I mean, anyway, let's just keep going. Look, maybe he was exaggerating on the unlimited payload. I still think it's, I still don't agree that it's like likely Chinese drones off the East Coast. One of the statements I made about this last night was, while I love entertaining conspiracy theories like this, I said, call me crazy, but I don't think the Chinese government has unlimited payload capability anti-grav tech drones that launch from subs near New Jersey to monitor Wawas. And maybe the real psyop is making you think that this could possibly be why the Green Beret killed himself in the Cybertruck. But having said that, let's get back to connecting the dots as I tactically ascertain the veracity of the information that's being delivered to us.
Downstairs, you know, I jokingly said this to my wife the day that I got that email, because I read the email to her. You all have heard the email.
Why doesn't blowing himself up increase the legitimacy of anything he said before? He said something crazy and then did something crazy, so he's probably just crazy. That's what I think as well. However, for the gumshoes over here at the Shawn Ryan podcast, the fact that another, you know, active duty service member, most likely exhibiting a mental health crisis, killing themselves in this spectacular fashion, all of a sudden lends more credence to the arguments that he was, lends more credence to the information he was delivering.
Now you realize, without context of who this person is, how just crazy it sounds. And I told her, I said, well, I mean, I guess if the dude ends up getting rolled up by the feds or he gets killed, we got a story, huh? Man, famous last words, right?
Yeah.
That's so I looked at, and I want to give context on one of the things. I saw this going around on social media. People were saying that his Signal chat, his safety number changed. I don't know if you saw this on X, but it was all over X. Apparently his safety number on Signal changed. He messaged me on Signal. So I went on there to look myself to see if it changed, and sure enough, it had. On January 1st, after the bombing, after he was dead, his safety number.
Red flag. Red flag. Calls it X. Red flag. My 2025 red flags are, and this is this is like a holdover or carryover from 2014 as well, which is when someone calls Twitter X, when someone is really invested in AI art and routinely uses AI art. Those are like two, for me, those are, did I say 2014? Why do I keep doing that? That's like the third time I've done that. I don't know. 2024.
That's all he sent me. He said initial contact, and I gave a thumbs up, and his safety number changed at the bottom.
Look at that.
That's after he's dead.
Oh, Bitcoin too. Yeah, cryptocurrency. Being really into cryptocurrency.
I don't know enough
flag.
about Signal to know why that would happen. Somebody has to have manipulated that, though, and messed with it. Somebody had to have been in his account after the fact and done something for that to have changed.
What did the FBI say when you contacted him?
Not a lot. I gave him the story on what went down. Was very over the top, telling them, hey, I am being transparent in every way. Feel free to contact me at any time. This is my address, my name. This is why he contacted me. This is my social media page. This is any reason why this could have happened, why this got dumped on me. This is the information. They took it. They were gracious. They were nice to talk to. Mind you, I had to explain what a VBID was, which was disheartening because you're the FBI, but that's another issue altogether. But nothing beyond that. They said, thank you, and we'll be in touch if we have any further questions.
Well, they definitely got in touch with CID.
Yeah, they did.
Because that went all the way to the top of the Army. And, I'm going to dig in a little bit more on this report from 2019. However, according to international humanitarian law, including international customary law, facilities that control...
Why would he tell the FBI that? Because these guys think that they're still operators working within the FBI or working within the intelligence community or are still capable of being contracted help. They operate like they are being contracted help. I want to call each of these conspiracy theorists dodo. No, I mean, like, they're LARPing. They're LARPing. That's what it is.
Contribute economically or financially to the war effort or of a party to a conflict are considered civilian objectives. The report jointly produced by UNAMA and the UN Human Rights Office concludes that the drug facilities associated with workers may not be lawfully made the target of attack and should be protected. The United Nations maintains that considering these objectives and individuals legitimate targets dangerously erode the fundamental principle of distinction, placing the broader civilian population.
I went back and reread it. When he's talking about basically unlimited payload, he's not talking about weight or any one drone. He's talking about payload as an ordinance and unlimited by the cumulative effect of all the drones working together. First of all, payload doesn't simply just mean ordnance. Payload means payload. Okay? Payload means it can be surveillance technology. It's whatever the drone is carrying. Okay? And it doesn't matter. Ordnance or not, it's impossible for it to be unlimited unless there is some kind of alien-style space technology out there, anti-gravity technology. To be fair, if you wanted to discredit something, this is exactly how you do it, by leaking it through these bozos. I mean, that's one aspect of it. I think another aspect of it is that Shawn Ryan is a comfortable territory to deliver whatever kind of information you want to deliver. If you want people to be like really worried, you know, if you want people to hyper focus on a certain story and get really invested in a certain story. I'm a 09 Modern Warfare 2 vet. I think you're wrong. I've done so many tours in Modern Warfare 2 lobbies, sir.
And infrastructure at risk. The report sets out a number of recommendations, including that the appropriate and legal response to illicit drug activity.
Everyone doubted me yet again. I remain the #1 Elon hater. Sorry, Megaphonics Music. Expect a full retraction from Hasan. Wait, I agreed with you, Evan. I kept using you as the #1 Elon chronicler to further further solidify my argument. We're gonna get to Adrian Dittmann in a second. I even did it yesterday. Yeah, Adrian Dittmann is not Elon. Why do you think he's talking about you? Oh, because because he probably misunderstood when I was using. All right, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. Just let's do it.
Is through law enforcement, not military operations that endanger civilians.
Well, and here's the thing. We want to know why the DOD is scrambling on this, why the FBI pushed this to them so quickly, to CID all the way up to the very top. These are very, very serious allegations.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like UN level opening an investigation type stuff into alleged war crimes. This is no joke.
It did happen.
Yeah, the Ripple.
Okay, I disagree with that vehemently. The United Nations opening up an investigation to American war crimes is basically a joke. Hello? Have you not been around for the last year where it's not even the United Nations that is already constantly humiliated by America in general and the Security Council that the American government basically weaponizes its influence over to ensure that nothing happens to our extension in the Middle East, Israel. The American government has also openly talked about like invading the Netherlands, invading The Hague. So no, I don't think that the UN, calling into question war crimes committed by the United States of America is that serious. It's just not. It just straight up is not. It is crazy.
Effect is going to be massive on this.
It did happen. I think we should take a quick break. I want to scrape our email to see if this Green Beret, what's his name again?
Matt Livelsberger.
Matt Livelsberger. Let's see.
Burger. Okay.
Let's see if Matthew Livelsberger sent us an email through our website email desk. We'll be right back.
Vigilance Elite Productions.
I know everybody out there has to be just as frustrated as I am when it comes to the BS and the rhetoric that the mainstream media continuously tries to force feed us.
Yeah.
And I also know how frustrating it can be to try to find some type.
That's right. That's why I love getting my non-mainstream media narratives from former CIA contractor, Navy SEAL Shawn Ryan, who famously will go on the Joe Rogan Experience to say things like, you know, the Taliban is just printing out passports to come into the United States of America through the southern border of Mexico. And any moment now, there's going to be multiple 9/11s. It's far too late. Now, that's the type of cutting edge anti-government rhetoric, anti-mainstream media rhetoric you can get from Shawn Ryan, which seemingly always is aligned with the American State Department. I don't know how, I don't know where, I don't know why. It just always seems to lean in that direction. The exposés of the war crimes or the crazy stuff that's happening behind the scenes in the American government is virtually never actually subversive. It's never really antagonistic. It just always happens to be like, oh, there were some war crimes. That's really serious stuff. You know, America takes its war crimes seriously. It's probably might be a whistleblower type situation. I'm going to call Ryan right now, little bro. This is slander. Look, all I'm saying is I've had more real whistleblowers and more real enemies of the American state on this Twitch stream than he has on his podcast. Okay? His interviewees are the likes of Pete Hegseth, who is about to be the Department of Defense Secretary, okay? He's about to be the Secretary of Defense. It doesn't get more not against the mainstream than that.
Type of a reliable news source. It's getting really hard to find the truth and what's going on in the country and in the world. And so one thing we've done here at Shawn Ryan Show is we are developing our newsletter. And the first contributor to the newsletter that we have is a woman, former CIA targeter. Some of you may know her as Sarah Adams, call sign Superbad. She's made 2 different appearances here on the Shawn Ryan Show. And some of the stuff that she has uncovered and broke on this show is just absolute.
WikiLeaks did this years ago. Still nothing. What is he on about? No, that's what I'm saying. It's like the real disruptors, okay? The real disruptors, the real like whistleblowers, okay? They don't get to go on the Shawn Ryan podcast. They don't get to have a Shawn Ryan podcast. They're in exile or killed or suffer severe penalties like Chelsea Manning did. Okay? That's it. They go to prison. Like they either go to prison for a very long time or they get killed. Or they are in a non-extradition embassy, like a non-extradition country's embassy, locked away as the American government, including the likes of Hillary Clinton, like openly talk about assassinating these people like Julian Assange, and only are allowed to leave once they've been thoroughly punished. Once they've learned their lesson, you know?
Absolutely mind-blowing. And so I've asked her if she would contribute to the newsletter and give us a weekly intelligence brief. This is going to
Okay, yeah. This is to freak out your grandpa, okay? That's what this is. This is to freak out your grandparents or your dad to be like, yeah, there's a real threat anywhere. This is why we must defend the DOD. We must give more money to the American military, sir. I'm also subversive. I'm anti-government. Okay, I'm an anti-government kind of guy. But also, we have to keep giving the military more money.
Is raw and uncut. This is as close to the set as you can possibly get. You can expect anything from the
What is happening?
Is what we got. He actually did email us. This came in on December 29th, 2024 at 10:17 p.m. Emailed through the support desk on Shawn Ryan Show.
This is for people who think Tom Clancy novels are real life. This is the podcast version of a Tom Clancy novel. If you don't want to read, and if you don't want to buy an audiobook, you watch the Shawn Ryan podcast and you fantasize about it being real. Okay, and it bricks your brain further.
.com. And by the way, all these emails will be posted on my ex account, Shawn Ryan 762, and your ex account,
Same as her.
I gotta
all right,
pee.
here's the message traffic. Hey man, this is an active duty SFTM sergeant out of 10th. I want to blow the whistle on our activities in a certain place. I'm willing to sit down with you on the 31st in Flagstaff, or do it remotely via phone. Must be done before the 31st, as I'll be leaving. So we'll be sending this to the FBI as well. Love your contact. I'm also gonna hit some people I know over there, but I just, these people don't always talk. So I think it'd be good to keep some continuity here. But so we did receive an email. What was this guy's? You deleted the message.
The burner account on there, I did. He told me to delete it, and I did. It's a common practice. People get spooked, and they want to delete it, so I do it more.
Yeah, I was going to throw that up there, but there's tens of thousands of messages in there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very obvious why he did this, I think. He wanted to bring attention to the incident in 2019 that got covered up. Do you have any insight, any theories on this?
So we had a running theory downstairs. I've seen all of the conspiracies. I've seen all the questions about, all right, this guy is 20-year Special Forces. He just got done with Team Sergeant time. He's a very qualified and very capable Green Beret. Everybody I've spoken to who knew the guy prior, yesterday I spoke to several people, to include his old team leader, who's now Lieutenant Colonel. Said he was fine, nothing out of place. His mental state was not something that anybody was concerned about. His ex-girlfriend posted photos of him bragging about how he got a Tesla and all this other stuff. So stick with me here. Very capable guy, but he loads the Tesla up. A Tesla, which Elon Musk brags about being bulletproof, right? So this is one of his selling points. It's bulletproof. We even saw Joe Rogan shoot an arrow at it and wasn't able to puncture this thing. So he loads up a Tesla knowing that it's going to, not explode like he wants it to with fireworks and a bunch of other junk, when he can make a car bomb that's going to level this place. Here's what I think. So the PAO, the Army PAO, is saying that the body inside the cab did not match the DNA of his child. All right. We also know that there was they said he was shot by a Desert Eagle.
Yeah, dude, it's not this tier 1 operator losing his mind and snapping and doing something that many veterans unfortunately also do is the not likely scenario here. What the likely scenario here is that he has uncovered the truth about a drone program that the United States of America has, that the Chinese government also has, that is going to shock the world. Echelon, I believe, is the worst surveillance system to ever exist. Like, we don't need that system for surveillance, right, Hasan? I thought it violates the amendments of the rights of privacy, right, Hasan? What? HasanAbi, you're wrong. You're wrong. You don't know tactics, brother. That's true. You cry yourself to sleep knowing you are part of a gender propaganda machine. Free Israel. What? A gender propaganda machine? What does that even mean? An agender propaganda.
We know that there was no signature when it rolled up. So nobody shot themselves when it rolled up to it. You would have seen a large signature. Mr. Guns and Gear, he's on X.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, free Israel from the Israeli government. You're right. You're not wrong. Free Israel from its genocidal tendencies. I agree. Yeah, I'm on board with that. free Israel from the constructs of heteronormative gender roles.
He goes into this a lot in depth. He's a firearms expert, and he talks about this, and there's no signature. So this is what happens. You get a Tesla because you know it can drive itself up to the hotel, the Trump Tower. You put a body in it, roll it up. It's already burned up, or it's already shot, excuse me. You don't want to kill anybody because that's not the message you're trying to send. You're not trying to...
Wait, what? I mean, there's so many moments of surveillance in places like Las Vegas where it looks like the guy is definitely driving the car. I don't know if these people need a welfare check. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know what the full extent of self-driving is at this point. Like, I mean, Waymo is obviously pretty successful at full-blown self-driving capabilities. I just don't know if FSD is as good. It seems like it's not as good. But even then, there's a difference between fully self-driving and someone controlling the Cybertruck, which I think is the argument he's trying to make. The argument he's trying to make is that someone killed him, put him in the Cybertruck, in the driver's seat of the Cybertruck, and then blew up the Cybertruck, drove the Cybertruck through remote control, and then blew it up, basically. But what also doesn't make sense in this regard, what doesn't really make sense in that story... No, he's saying LifeIsBurger. Oh, he's saying Burger is still alive. He faked his own death. Yeah, that's insanely unlikely. That is the most unlikely scenario. You would have to tattoo all of your... You would have to straight up tattoo the body of the person that you killed, and then self-drove, and then got to self-drive the car to the Trump Tower. And I believe they also match your dental records. I'm sure that they matched his dental records as well.
Level the tower or kill a bunch of people. So you load it up with fireworks and a bunch of junk to send a message. And we know that his signal number or his signal safety number changed. That can't be done unless you're inside that signal account. And a lot of people conjecture, was the FBI inside his signal account, whatever else. But what if he accidentally changed his safety number, goofed up there? He rolled a body up in a Tesla, specifically because a Tesla can drive itself up to the tower, and did what he did to send a message to expose his stuff. And he's still alive out there somewhere.
Well, the other
answers
thing
a lot
is,
of questions.
The other thing is maybe the FBI wasn't in his phone. Maybe, I mean, this guy's obviously very...
Yeah, to my knowledge, shreds and tatters of his tattoo remains plus teeth, not fakeable in my not fakeable amount. I am more inclined to believe that the government killed him, or more inclined to believe that it was he had no suicidal ideation whatsoever, and it was actually him trying to have a fun weekend in Vegas with his friends or whatever, and then there was a Cybertruck electrical malfunction that caused all of the explosive ordnance in the background that he was gonna like blow up and stuff in the desert to, you know, to blow up the car. I'm more inclined to believe those two other options before I believe that this guy, Matthew LifeIsBurger, the tactical genius, went, killed like a homeless man, tattooed his entire body, swapped out enough of his teeth with his own personal teeth, and then fully self-drove the Cybertruck in a way that like somehow evades Tesla's own internal information, because that will be given to the federal government, and blew up the truck remotely. I'm kind of becoming a fan of this unrestricted delusions focused podcast. Like, can we just make anything up into a podcast? What do you think 90% of podcasts are? 90% of podcasts are this. Guy with like a government background, guy with like some semblance of authority and legitimacy, talking about things that are completely outside of their realm of comprehension and just making up the most insane conspiracy theories. It's like half of the podcasts are like that. You'll have a guy. That's what the Jordan Peterson method was. A guy with like some level of institutional credibility talking about a number of different things that he does not understand at all with unimaginable confidence. Also, the Fear M Pod. I mean, the Fear M Pod is like obviously a entertainment, comedy, culture focused podcast. We don't, you know, we don't have any sort of authority over any of the things that we talk about. What are you talking about? As a matter of fact, most of the podcast is about how little we know about things.
Very competent. I mean, he's got a TSSCI clearance for the polygraph. He's been associated with USASOC. Obviously, he was on this operation in 2019. By the way, the general in charge of that was General Miller. You'll see that in the email that we post on X later after this interview comes out. You know, maybe he changed his number on purpose and switched phones because he obviously was tipped off or conducted his own counter surveillance and caught Homeland or FBI tracking him. And so I think there's a very good possibility that that Matthew Livelsberger might be still alive.
It checks, as far as I can tell, it checks all the blocks.
The Desert Eagle, you know, the Desert Eagle, I mean, yeah, a little over the top firearm. But if you think about it, if he was going to kill himself or whoever was in that car was going to kill himself, look, if I was going to commit suicide with a firearm, I would go with the biggest possible caliber of bullet that I could to make sure that it actually worked, because I wouldn't want to be sitting there choking all over myself with a fucking 9mm or something.
True.
So that is, as far as I know, a 50 caliber Desert Eagle is the biggest handgun caliber that you can get. And so that could play into this as well. But
there's a lot going on.
Was there something in that email again that said that this would prevent World War III with the UAP?
Well, it didn't say it would prevent World War III, but he was asking that. He said you need to elevate this to the media.
It's weird how these people love America and agree with a lot of the government, but will also think that they will kill people for no any reason. Yeah, bad guys.
So we avoid a world war because this is a mutually assured.
Conspiring about why or how a veteran killed himself as if this isn't a dog bites man scenario. Yeah, that's the crazy part about this, is that like they're pointing to a very common, like, this is unfortunate, it's tragic, but it's so common that there's a number for it, right? The initial number was 22 veterans a day. And now I think the number is lowered down to like 14 or something. But it is so commonplace that there are organizations and initiatives launched directly talking about how many veterans commit suicide a day. And they're like, they're covering it as though this is, like a very unique phenomenon. Now, obviously the way it happened is definitely more spectacular than the average way it normally happens. He wasn't mentally disturbed. He was Oracle Patriot fighting the deep state. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
Destruction situation.
I wonder what he's trying to do with these, what he's trying to tell us with these drones.
I hesitate to even get into this realm because I have no expertise in drones or just call it alien technology, UFO technology, whatever's going on here. But here's
how can you have expertise in alien technology, dude? Oh man, let's get into it. But I'm sorry, Shawn. I don't want to disrespect the credibility of your podcast, but I have no experience in alien technology. This is outside of my forte. Oh man, drone tech and alien tech is totally outside of my purview.
Here's one thing that I talked about with the guys downstairs earlier. Several weeks ago, I don't know if you saw that video. It was a New Jersey sheriff or chief of police. I can't remember which, but he flew their own drone up, their own department.
Yeah. New Jersey sheriffs. Those are the guys who have a lot of experience with alien technology.
drone up to try to figure out what was going on. So we had all these drone issues that were being sighted off of New Jersey and everything. And what he commented on video was how fast these things were. He said, we have a pretty robust drone, and they flew it up there to try to catch these drones that were there, and they just, bam, they were gone. He said there was no catching them, never seen anything like it. They don't even know, they have no idea what that could have been. And so you have this capability that is, I guess, in line with what we hear about anti-gravity being. And I don't know, it makes you wonder.
Well, you have the stuff with Ryan Graves and is it Dave Favor?
Commander David Favor.
The Commander David Favor, who, was it the Nimitz?
He was in the Nimitz strike group in 2004.
Yeah, the Nimitz strike group in 2004 that reported those UAPs coming out of the water that had no propulsion system.
I remember that.
But, and it's interesting that nobody seems to know what the drones are, and it just, kind of disappeared out of the media. And, and the other thing is we do have the capability to take these drones out. Well, everybody was trying to figure out what the drone's on. I brought on a very prominent businessman, Joe Lonsdale, who is the co-founder of a company called Berets. Berets is they manufacture these directed EMP weapons that can take out 100 drones at a time with a basically sends out a simultaneous different directed EMP weapons. Brought him on. He's also founder of Palantir, big AI platform that the military's been using.
Sure.
That kind of revolution.
Isn't that odd that these supposedly subversive anti-government podcasts that go against the grain of mainstream media consistently have government contractors on to talk about the dangerous fears that you must hire those individual guys to combat against? That's interesting. How subversive. How disruptive. How scary. How scary. What's scary is the existence of Palantir. Okay? What's scary is the reality that there are multi-billionaires out there who are completely broken in the brain that serve the federal government with insane surveillance technology. And you're not afraid of that. You're afraid of alien drone technology. And the only way to defend yourself against that alien drone technology is with Palantir or with, these EMP weapons providers that are going to become government contractors. Like, think. This is what I will never understand about all of these cynics, all of these skeptics, all of these conspiracy theorist people. They're not afraid of Peter Thiel. They're not afraid of Elon Musk. They're afraid of Bill Gates, which you should be. He's also a billionaire, okay? But they're afraid of Bill Gates for what they suspect Bill Gates is doing when Elon Musk is doing it openly. They'll be like, Bill Gates is trying to give microchips to do mind control to me, okay, by way of the vaccine. That's why I hate that guy, but I love Elon. He's one of the good ones. Meanwhile, he's got a company called Neuralink that is literally trying to do that. And you like the guy that's trying to do that. You think the guy that's trying to do that is a hero, saving America. But then you suspect Bill Gates of doing that to you. And you hate him for it. It doesn't make sense. It does not make sense to me at all. Yo, did skincare last night like a clay mask and everything. My face is smooth like the brain of a lead-poisoned boomer. Anti-gravity tech is real. Only explanation for the flight paths of all those documented UAPs. Hasan isn't familiar with Bob Lazar? I guess not. Oh my God. Anti-grav tech is real. Yeah, it is. You're right. It is real. Aliens have actually made contact. The American government has figured it out. They actually have anti-grav technology. They're just not revealing it to us yet.
Warfare.
Big fan.
So we could have taken those drones out in any moment in time. In fact, I know those are deployed. So that could be. So he had two objectives. One, He definitely wanted to bring light to 2019. That obviously affected his code of morals, and the drones.
Yeah.
And he's obviously very worried about World War III, which I think everybody right now. But why Trump Hotel? Why Las Vegas?
Yeah. I conjecture and speculation at this point. I couldn't.
Someone used a drone blocker on the New Year's Eve show near where I live. All the drones filmed in the sky once. No, of course there are anti-drone technology. That is not the far-fetched idea. No. And there is also mass surveillance capabilities that Palantir has. And they're contracted by the federal government to do such things, to find new ways of doing mass surveillance. The reason why I brought those two things up is because Shawn Ryan is having those guys on. Those guys are government contractors. You can't be a subversive anti-government guy and then simultaneously offer non-hostile, positive interviews to the people that are doing the actual evil. If your position as an anti-government guy, a conspiracy guy, is that like the government is doing a whole bunch of stuff that I consider to be evil, and then you have the mass surveillance guy on and you bring it up as though it's like a good thing, but then you're not an anti-government guy. You know what I mean? What do you mean? What are you talking about?
I couldn't even tell you. You know, I've heard both sides. I've seen them finding posts from his wife, who's very allegedly. I'm not saying this. I'm just saying what has been put out on social media is very anti-Trump. She has had a number of anti-Trump posts, and then him, who his family say is a stalwart patriot, Trump supporter, all these other things. Which I guess if I had to guess,
wait, there's no indication that this guy was anti-Trump at all. What are you talking about?
Just in the realm of conjecture again, I would say Trump Tower. It draws more media, more fanfare. Was this an assassination attempt? That kind of stuff. So you get more press, more media pulling into it because it is such a significant namesake, if you will. But at the same time, it was a fireworks display and very little more. And if I'm running with the theory that I proposed a little while ago, he didn't want to hurt anybody. He wanted to send a message.
No, I mean, it's very obvious. Look, the guy's got great tradecraft. You know, I mean, he changed his signal number, if that was him, or his whatever the contact number on Signal. 20 plus year in special operations at the highest level. Picked a car that's bulletproof to do this. I think, yeah, there definitely wasn't mass casualties. He wasn't trying to hit mass casualties, because otherwise he would have done it at another location.
Dude. That is... I love the idea where you have to maintain the position that like our beautiful special operations veterans are all Jason Bourne. And therefore, if they really wanted to blow something up, I tell you what, they would do a much better job than the ISIS veteran guy. I promise you, okay? They would. Yeah, I think he just wanted to kill himself, okay? I think he was... Look, if there's a conspiracy there, and there could be one, okay? I'm not saying that there isn't. If there's a conspiracy there, I doubt that it is in line with whatever these guys are firmly committed to, okay? If there's a conspiracy there, it is more likely that the conspiracy revolves around, I don't know, whatever he did in as a part of his like special forces operations, and then he, you know, went a little too far and got burned. The most likely scenario here, I think, is that, you know, he's a vet who was it? We were talking about this the other day. Like, a lot of the special forces guys refuse to get mental health evaluations or refuse to get therapy because they have career ambitions, and getting any sort of mental health evaluation beyond whatever the military is giving you and getting therapy for that kind of thing actually limits your upwards mobility. So most likely, you know, he left a lot of things untreated, and you know, probably bricked his brain a little bit. And then did something that unfortunately a lot of veterans do, right? I think that's like the more likely scenario. And it seems like he believed a whole bunch of crazy stuff that was also happening, that the government was like tracing him and tracking him and stuff like that. I believe your medical expenses, whatever they are, exceed the average person's needs, you have less motion. That, or vets are sick of being bounced around from therapist to therapist and having to relive the same trauma over and over again with no progress. I think you're talking about veterans rather than like active duty service members who are still seeking out like a higher status within the military. This guy was still in the military. He was still working. As an Air Force vet, can confirm the perception that getting help will ruin your career opportunities. Yeah, if you're still in service, and you have a lot of baggage, I guess you have a lot of mental health complications that stunts your growth within the ranks. Is this conspiracy only a thing because of how obsessed with how awesome and amazing the operators are, or whatever? That's what it seems like to me. A little bit, yeah.
As well, or the bomb would have been bigger to take the entire building.
I agree.
Out. And so this definitely wasn't, in my opinion, this definitely wasn't incompetence.
Another thing to support this. So you got the email. He desperately wanted to talk to you before December 31st. He knew beyond a shadow of a doubt January 1st was go day. Nobody was pressuring him. At the beginning of this email, we see, first of all, I'm not under duress or hostile influence or control. Okay. So he says that he reached out to you. He was very emphatic that it had to be before December 31st because he was doing this thing on January 1st. For some reason, that was a landmark day to him. Maybe it was just because big day for everybody, January 1st. But he was very emphatic that was the time. And then the thing he was trying to do was, overall, more than anything, was get a message across on the biggest platforms possible. He was trying to talk to Pete Hegseth. Why would you want to talk to the Secretary of Defense? He's trying to blow the whistle on these war crimes. He's trying to say this thing happened, man. Like, I can't live with this anymore. He desperately needed to talk to you, the biggest platform out there. He needed to talk to Fox News. I need to get this message out. That was his overall goal. In everything else, everything I've seen, I have not seen the intended goal was to kill himself or to create a mass casualty event. It is to get this message out. And how can I do that? What is the biggest bang for my buck?
It's an honor being on the FBI watch list with you all. Dog, they literally mentioned that they talked to the FBI directly multiple times throughout the interview. You're not on an FBI watch list. You're on the call list. Okay? You are the FBI. You are the feds. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, you're on a list of the FBI. It's just a list of known collaborators that we can call up anytime we want some information.
How can I get that done? That's what I'm seeing here.
Yeah. It's a damn good point. Wow. Do you think there was any correlation between him and the New Orleans attack?
No.
I don't either.
I looked at all of that. I looked at the posts. I looked at the, people are scrambling for news. Everybody wants to post something. They want to be the guy on social media that posts the groundbreaking thing. And I saw these connections to Fort Bragg, and they deployed together at this time. And great. So did 500,000 of the rest of us. I was at Fort Bragg. Oh man, tie me to Delta Force. I must.
Uh-oh. I was there. Who amongst us hasn't been to Fort Bragg? I mean, he's not wrong. But also at the same time, you're not exactly a clear picture of mental sanity either. So who amongst us
must have been part of Delta Force and some side. No, I had nothing to do with them. It's this nonsense. It's a big organization. The Army is very large. You're picking things out and you're trying to make this a thing. That New Orleans guy was a staff sergeant who got out of the active duty Army in 2015, and he was in the reserves until 2020. People are saying in the last year he was radicalized. I talked to multiple of his peers, to include, I'm going to be very, very careful with this, former leadership, I'm not going to give what echelon they were at, former leadership of his, there was no indication at all back then that he was radicalized. He didn't say radical. I've seen the posts. I saw several people who were saying, well, we have confirmed posts that he was saying radical Islamic things. I don't believe it because nobody he worked with confirmed that. They said, no, we had no indication that he was like this. And if you talk to people now, they said in the last year, he was radicalized. He started taking on these more radical teachings of Islam and everything else. And he had this, he fell into financial hardship and all these other things. So you're telling me this guy who was a former 42 Alpha S1 guy, human resources, pushes your paper, and then an IT guy, 25 Bravo, is somehow connected to a Green Beret team sergeant?
Dude, I love the tactical speak in here though. Hey, 25 Bravo. He's a 42 Alpha, then a 25 Bravo. Oh, it's so sick. Oh, Jesus. This guy's an 18 Zulu. He has no connection. He's special forces. He's spec ops.
Sergeant out of 10th? No.
Well, also they found an ISIS flag in New Orleans,
Which
they didn't find any of that here.
I think that might have been just some silliness on his part, trying to take on some kind of Islamic banner of jihad.
Low key, this part is not that off base, I think. Look, the way I see like there's a term for it, okay? They say ISIS affiliated versus like directly ISIS inspired, I think. Well, I don't know what the exact terminology is, but like the thing that the media is reporting now from what the FBI has said thus far is that he might have been ISIS inspired rather than ISIS affiliated. And what ISIS inspired means is that he didn't actually have a direct contact with ISIS or any connection with ISIS and just kind of decided to take on the moniker. And that could have happened. That has happened in the past. There are people who either get radicalized online in the same vein as a lot of mass shooters are radicalized online through like Telegram channels like Terrorgram, like the girl that did the mass shooting a couple weeks ago. Like that would be a direct connection versus someone who has no immediate affiliation or any connection whatsoever and just decides to adopt the moniker. And that is like that would be someone just saying like I'm doing something crazy and I'm doing it for ISIS, even if it's not there is no direct point of radicalization. So basically Temu ISIS versus Pinterest ISIS. I mean, kind of. Someone gets ISIS radicalized online. How the F does the FBI, CIA now have eyes on them in your surveillance state? I mean, I guess like it's very hard to actively track and monitor every single person, but that's probably the most likely thing that happened. I doubt he had any contacts with ISIS recruiting cell or something. ISIS being the most notable group, he could have said any Islamic fundamentalist group. ISIS is just most well known to average Americans. Yeah, but we don't know. I still don't know. Maybe there's more information that's come out that I haven't seen yet, but I don't know if there was like a direct point of contact. But it does happen. So I see it in the exact same vein as the way these white nationalist groups operate as well. If you're like a young, usually a young man, a young boy, and you are radicalized online, you go to these like Discord groups or Telegram groups, or any number of different groups like that, where they try to urge you to carry out an atrocity, a mass shooting or whatever. And it happens. It happens with regular frequency, as a matter of fact. And I think that the ISIS affiliation is very similar. And in both circumstances, whether it's a white nationalist operation or an ISIS operation, there's also a lot of federal agent involvement as well. So, it's the which way Western man equation.
Yeah, I would conjecture all conjecture say that is likely he has no
A
affiliation.
young 42-year-old boy? No, I was talking about a young man, like a mass shooter. Oftentimes, I'm looking at like the profile of like a white supremacist, white nationalist mass shooter. They are usually young men, young white men in general, but sometimes they're like also Hispanic too. If you're like the overarching profile of white nationalist, white supremacist terrorists that do like mass shootings or try to do an act of terror to create a race war or whatever, that's usually like a young man that got radicalized directly through a white nationalist far right Telegram channel or some kind of correspondence. And then there are instances where yes, if you're older, also have issues in your life, and you find yourself in the throes of radicalization, you can be like you can find yourself communicating with like I guess an ISIS affiliate or something that will try to get you to carry out an attack in a similar fashion.
He says, but
I wonder. I don't really believe in coincidences, and both of these explosions happened in the same day, or both of these attacks, whatever you want to call them, happened on the same day. The attack and the explosion, which obviously wasn't meant to be an attack.
That's fair, and I don't believe in coincidences either normally. But I look at a landmark day like January 1st, and I think, what better day? Any day, I'm going to do a thing January 1st.
Yeah.
And I think.
Chat, stop viewing Luigi's a hero. I'm reading some comments. Just read some Lenin, my guys. Oh my God, Mr. I read Lenin, and I actually think adventurism will not cause the revolution. Yeah, everybody understands that. Okay. Like, yeah.
Possibly, old boy.
I mean, he's not wrong. You should read Lenin, but
in New Orleans had help. I don't think that he could have done all the spotting and surveying and assessing himself. He would have likely had to at least have a spotter to say, yeah, you're good to go. Maybe, but I think that's plausible. But other than that, I have a hard time making that connection.
This email, I wonder who else he reached out to. This came in from Dabber GMIB or MLB at protonmail.com.
Wait,
So
why
he's
are they
even
going
using
back
an
to the
encrypted
same email?
service, but which I think everybody in intelligence and special operations knows what Proton Mail is.
Yeah. I would imagine if Joe Rogan, Fox News, name some other big names out there, scrub their emails right now, they could probably find a message from this guy.
Yeah.
He came to me because I'm like D-list media. I'm the guy who has kind of a platform on social media, but I'm not big time, but I can kind of get things to the big time every once in a while if it's a big enough story. And that's what he was hoping for. He was just throwing mud at the wall, trying to get somebody to get his message out.
Well, it's going to be big time now.
Yeah.
But is there anything else we need to cover that you can think of? Jeremy?
Did you want to go into the other item we talked about in the ride over here this morning?
Oh, can I say it?
Yes.
Yeah, the man pads. Well,
I'm unfamiliar.
All right. So I'm saying this with, you can decide to use this or cut it out. This is hard to work with because keep in mind, let me give some background on this. I'm an intelligence analyst and I've spent many years validating sources, taking information in, putting it back out, telling my humenters, hey, this source, this is valid. Let's, give him a rating of this, do this, recommendations. So we can identify good sources in the field that give us information, and we can say, yes, this is an A source versus an F6. This is just garbage. Somebody got paid for something. I still work in intelligence. I'm an intelligence officer. I work for a nonprofit. We Remnant Ministries out of Texas. In fact, the website is in my bio on X. I work for Dr. Pete Chambers, Green Beret, and we're involved in counter human trafficking, along with just providing ministry to all kinds of stuff, border operations. Most recently, we've been involved in West North Carolina a great deal, and we had
I have to pee.
some confirmed
so
reporting
right,
through
I'll be
two
back.
solid sources. And this is where I have to be very iffy. And I told him the car, and he can tell you offline, I cannot say this on the air, but we had 2 solid sources, one south of the border and then one from an element within our own government that confirmed independently of each other that some Iranian-made man-pads, so surface-to-air missiles, had come across the border. We had the location and everything else. Well, Doc, that's what he goes by, Doc Chambers, he put this out on a podcast, and I was very emphatic, like, this is not stuff that I like to put on social media. I'm an intel guy by trade. This stuff is not for social media consumption. We got this to Secret Service. We did the whole gamut and got everything pushed to them, and that's why Trump was pushing a lot of this stuff out when he was, because we had told the Secret Service and they had the reporting and everything else. But we have not, to my knowledge, have not recovered those man pads. Now, I'm not privy to that, but what I do know we have done is we have apprehended the couriers on a second run of theirs, and we have local law enforcement got together with federal law enforcement and rolled up the safe house in, I will not say that on this show, but they rolled up the safe house where it was, and we have since identified what that issue was on the border.
Now, let me just, where did they come through?
They came through an actual point of entry, in a legal point of entry along the border. I'd have to pull up the original reporting, but we had.
Yes, dude. This is my and Shawn Ryan, of course, kept this in. This is it. This is my favorite type. It's when you're like, yeah, the current incompetent American government under the Brandon leadership is allowing ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Taliban, Russian, or, well, I mean, it depends. Some of these guys are not anti-Russian, but like Chinese operatives to come through the southern border, which is why we need to have a more muscular military. And also, we need to have a more muscular border control process. Iranians are coming in. Iranians are coming in from the southern border to do Iranian-style terrorism.
The actual.
So we now have Iranian missiles. Who knows how many inside the United States?
That is not something you're going to see in a lot of places. Like I said, I didn't even want to talk about it. It was one of those things where I was just amplifying what he was putting out already, because I was like, man, I don't know about putting this out. But it was something we found was pertinent, because at the time, Trump was still campaigning. He was flying around, and there was the reports were their intent was to take down Trump's airplane. So at the time, Secret Service switched things up a bit, and allegedly, from what I've told, they started flying him around on charters for a while until they could identify and kind of mitigate that threat. But that was the reporting stream that was coming out at the time. Feds handled it, off my plate.
You know, I mean, I'm with you on the not releasing certain things on social media. I understand that, but on the other hand, it seems to be the only way to demand any type of accountability or get this and force FBI, Homeland, whoever else is involved to dive into this shit and actually take part. And that's what we've been doing here on the show with Scott Mann, retired Lieutenant Colonel Green Beret, Sarah Adams, former agency targeter. We brought on Legend, who's an Army intelligence guy who goes by Legend because he doesn't want to reveal his name because he still is very involved. And we even went all the way to Vienna to interview Commander Massoud, the leader of the National Resistance Front in Afghanistan. And, you know, we've been talking about this stuff for a year. We got it to Congress. Congressman out of Knoxville, Tennessee, Tim Burchett, sent the bill up. It's literally about we need to stop funding the Taliban, $40 to $87 million a week. The Taliban has set up multiple NGOs within Afghanistan, and basically what we're doing is sending loads of cash to NGOs that the Taliban had set up. We're funding our own demise, and nobody's fucking paying attention.
That's right. The Taliban are coming into the United States of America to destroy America. That's why we need to re-invade Afghanistan, actually. Yeah. We're funding the Taliban. We're funding our own demise. Also, when we did quite literally fund our own demise in the form of funding the Taliban, okay, that was good. That was really good when we did that. That was really good when we did that. Why? Because Cold War. Because USSR. These were brave anti-Soviet warriors paving the path to peace. Okay?
Nobody's paying attention. We tried to get it in the media. We got a little bit of hits. Most of them were from outside the U.S. We had a reporter out of India kind of cover it, but we've been warning about what's happening for damn near a year now. Sarah first came on.
Any sane society would see these guys as more of a threat than the Taliban.
October of 2023 was our first interview, and nobody took it seriously. Now we have the New Orleans attack. We have Iranian missiles. We have these invisible bombs. Do you know about the invisible bombs? So now these terrorist organizations have developed invisible bombs that will get through metal detectors, any kind of screening device that's out there, and they brag about this. And now we just did a Twitter Spaces with Sarah Adams, and they are now bragging that what we know about the invisible bomb, it's now even more advanced than it was before. So that means they can get this into stadiums, they can get this into airports, they can get this pretty much anywhere they want, because you cannot detect it.
That's scary.
Yeah.
Great.
So
that's crazy because they have all of this, but they can't use it on Israel. like they have all this. Israel's within striking distance, but they simply can't use it on Israel. But they're going to use it on America, which is so far away. Anyway,
for the people out there, look, there's no stopping.
Same for ISIS. Okay, come on, chatter. ISIS doesn't attack Israel. Come on. Come on. Oh, come on. Why would it would be like striking your own chest with your right hand, okay? That would be weird.
And what's here? You cannot stop this.
Nope, you can't roll it back.
Not
with
what we have already in here. We have sleeper cells. Yep. We're already getting reports that I just lost my train of thought. Oh, we're already getting some reports that there may be a bit more involved in the Louisiana, New Orleans attack that they're not releasing. We also, I'll tell you this, there's a group of people flying around and basically briefing up different departments, governors about what's coming, how to deal with it in their communities. There are deputies in New Orleans who put in requests for training on how to take care of a threat like this, and those fucking requests were denied. They were denied. And so what I basically want to say is it's going to be a bloody 2025. I think that's very obvious. And so for those of you that are looking for something to do and if finally come to the realization that our government is failing us, here's what you need to do. You need to get with your local communities. You need to, especially schools. Schools are very vulnerable, no matter how many active shooters we have in the schools. The infrastructure that's been put in, which is minimal to none.
Isn't it crazy that almost all of the solutions to the problems that this man is talking about is directly in line with what the Republicans are advocating for? Just something interesting that I've seen from the supposed so-called independent media, the anti-mainstream narrative guys. Yeah, that's right. We got to make our schools hard targets, not soft targets. All right. It's like, okay, then I guess you're not anti-mainstream media, nor are you anti-Republican, anti-government at all.
And a lot of schools still have none. You better start holding your schools accountable, and you better start raising hell and having them upgrade security no matter what the cost, because no matter what the cost is, it's not going to amount to the loss of life that we will potentially see throughout the United States. And start calling your congressmen, get these guys to do something. Yeah. Start calling your senators, get these guys to do something. They have been warned for over a year that this is coming, and nobody wants to take it seriously. Nobody wants to take it seriously.
Yeah.
Contact
our underfunded schooling system is in dire need of funding not for books or smaller classrooms or more teachers, but instead for hardening its security, hardening the school infrastructure to make sure that we can take care of the threats from within. God forbid you ban guns, though. Do not even suggest some pussy shit like that, okay?
To the House Foreign Affairs Committee, they did like a Zoom call. A Zoom call.
Yeah, that's
just for a little media hit. Our government is failing us. And so it's in our hands now. It's your kids. It's your wife. It's your husband. It's your parents that are going to pay the price for what we have installed in this country. And it's now up to us because they aren't going to do anything. So on that note, like I said,
I'm Shawn Ryan. This is the Shawn Ryan Show, #1 podcast. All right. So before we get back to the NOLA guy, there is a couple things that I want to talk about here. Specifically about the background of the Las Vegas Cybertruck guy. The Las Vegas Cybertruck blast suspect Matthew LifeIsBurger took part in a military TV reality competition on the History Channel alongside Tim Kennedy.
Reality show that pits teams of elite soldiers from around the world against each other.
Matt and Tim from the U.S. Army Special Forces, better known as the Green Berets.
Matthew Livelsberger and his partner Tim Kelly, both Green Berets.
We have to watch this episode. Can we find this episode? Can we please find this episode?
Appeared on the Ultimate Soldier Challenge 12 years ago on the History Channel. They not only won, it wasn't even close.
You know, for television, they always try to make it a little bit more competitive, but we swept the whole entire show.
When he appeared on the show.
That's right. That's a real burger man right there. That's a real burger man right there, brother. He shortened his name to Berg. I found a playlist with the full episodes of the TV show The Bomber was on. Seems to have a couple episodes missing and 3 are copy strike, but most are there. Yeah, I want to... It's the Green Berets versus Norwegians, I guess, right? Is that the one? The problem is it's got like Russian subtitles or something. Or no, is this Hebrew? Hebrew subtitles. I would rather... If there is one that we can watch that is like a little bit higher quality... Is this Russian subtitles or is this Hebrew? I can't tell. No. This is Hebrew, I think, but then this looks like... Oh, it's Russian. Russian subtitles. That's weird. This isn't Russian. This is Hebrew, right? This is Hebrew. This is Russian. Or not even Russian. It might not even be Cyrillic alphabet, but I don't know if it's Russian. Why is everybody so ready to jump down my throat? Like, I can make a mistake, but I in this circumstance, I didn't even make one.
בערוץ ההיסטוריה.
This is a great show. Contestants are elite soldiers. Do not attempt this at home. Wait a minute. I was going to attempt to blow up Tenorite at home. That's crazy. Oh, you found it. Hold on. Navy SEALs, Green Berets. Okay, this is a... Oh, it says 404 file not found. Let's see. Maybe another website. Media unavailable at the moment. Changing the server. No service for this movie episode. Yeah, none of those additional links work on that web page for that episode. That you... Wait, oh, wait. Maybe we found one. Hold up. This was shot in 2013, by the way. I think the YouTube... No, this is the same one, I think. Isn't it? Oh, no. This isn't the same one.
בערוץ ההיסטוריה.
Oh, yeah, this is a little bit... They are complaining. That's so funny. And they should. That's normal. Secondly, they don't have the same restrictions that you guys did for television, like not killing civilians and then declaring them enemy combatants afterwards. Cybertruck durability test 2 just dropped. Wait, is that a joke about what Matthew Berger did? Yeah, he did. He dropped it. He dropped it for all to see. You know. Little did Matt know he would he would have some problems with heat exhaustion later down the line. Now, let me explain something to you guys. Okay. We could do a Where Are They Now? But I have no idea where the Spetsnaz guy is. I have my suspicions. But I would place the likelihood of him surviving the latest actions. I mean, first of all, he'd be too old, I think, to even continue operating. But if he was, there's only 2 places where he would be. Africa or Ukraine. Dead in either situation, most likely. Operators never retire. Brother, he was already old. Africa in question marks is so funny. Yes, dude. I'm saying he's Wagner. He's a ex-Spetsnaz mercenary. Anyway. So, like I was saying, we watched this because this is the guy. Matt Berg is the guy who Matt Berg is the guy who blew himself up. Africa is a massive continent. In what country in Africa? I don't know where all the contracted Wagner forces are. Wait, you found his LinkedIn? No way. Hold on, I need to see this. I don't have LinkedIn. I can't see the account.
Our Cybertrucks.
Whistling Diesel did a Cybertruck durability test too. Okay, too soon, brother. Too soon. Anyway, Matt Berg isn't the only one who we were going to talk about today. There is some more. I wanted to also cover Mike Prisner's take. Friend of the show, Mike had an opinion on veterans, active duty, and active duty military members, and also veterans. And how the likelihood of them becoming radicalized and doing something very violent is fairly high. Let's take a look at what he had to say.
Service is now the #1 predictor of becoming what is called a mass casualty offender, surpassing even mental health issues as a profiler. You know, there are many different consequences of having a massive military empire, the biggest humanity has ever seen, both in its sheer size, its expanse around the world, one that is constantly engaged in endless and morally indefensible wars around the world. And one of those consequences is the violence abroad coming back against people at home. Livelsberger, of course, his career was one of killing. And then, you know, the New Orleans attacker says he was inspired by ISIS. The mass killing ideology of ISIS. ISIS would not exist were it not for the US military's complete destruction of Iraq and mass killing of innocent people. You know, America in general, of course, has a mass violence problem. Mass shootings happen quite regularly, more than once a day on average. And that the reasons for that are linked to US militarism, both in the kind of cultural domination of a country that glorifies violence and exports violence, but more so a government that is presiding over a country with deep and extreme social problems, which it refuses to address while having a blank and endless check for militarism abroad and an ever-increasing budget for the military-industrial complex. And so this gives rise to an extreme amount of social problems in our society that are rooted in things like alienation and inequality and desperation and despair and hopelessness. And then so the US military comes in and for the purposes of recruitment must target people who are most impacted by those social problems. They bring them into an institution where they train them to kill. They train them that killing is actually quite honorable and quite cool. It sends many of those people to kill abroad. You know, it has a very notorious for ruining people's mental health and a mental health system that makes people's mental health problems even worse, and then spits them back out into a society where people find their lives harder than when they join. That's kind of why I think that has become a #1 predictor of becoming a mass casualty offender, is all of those consequences. And military
found the Russian guy. He actually is a cop with Veterans Affairs and lives in Miami. Leo Pavlushkin. That's amazing. We imported the hog. We imported the hog and made it our own. I love that. Yes, Mike is the vet from the famous Obama presidency anti-war protests. Or was it Bush? I mean, he has also protested against Bush. He recently yelled at Bush a couple of years ago, where he called him a war criminal. But yeah, this was incredible. I wanted to show you what Mike had to say, friend of the show. But also, I have some more interesting takes. We will be getting to the real Adrian Dittmann in a little bit. But now that we covered the Shawn Ryan stuff, I wanted to go back and talk about the FBI finding bomb-making supplies at the New Orleans truck attacker's home.
The FBI has uncovered more chilling evidence surrounding the New Orleans New Year's Day terror attacker. Investigators say they found bomb-making materials inside his Houston home and at an apartment in New Orleans. The ISIS-inspired U.S. Army veteran killed 14 people and injured more than 30 others. In the French Quarter yesterday, it was an emotional scene for loved ones. Police escorted the family of 21-year-old Yubi Go.
Hussein hates capitalism, yet has a $2 million mansion and a Porsche. Explain, don't you see? You are a cancer to the commentary community. Why do you not take criticism? Watch the Tom Dark video. Either show he is wrong or expose yourself for the liar and narcissist you are. Brother, you just said the commentary community. I don't even know who you're pointing to here. But if you're defending the commentary community and it's like sanctity, I don't know what to tell you. I hope 2025 is better for you, though. It's like, my friend, the YouTube commentary community is filled to the brim with just like the lowest effort Reddit thread comments compiled into a YouTube video, masquerading as like serious commentary. The notion that I would be in any way, shape, or form associated with that community is silly. I'm a political commentator.
To a growing memorial on Bourbon Street. They walk hand in hand to stand at the spot where Gautreaux died. Omar Villafranca is in New Orleans. Omar, good morning.
Good morning. Memorials like this one behind me on Canal Street are lined with crosses and flowers to honor the victims. And the healing process is starting, but the investigation is well underway.
CBS News has confirmed that on Friday, investigators searched the Houston home of Samshuddin Jabbar and the New Orleans Airbnb he was renting before the deadly New Year's terror attack. Sources say bomb-making materials were found at both locations. The U.S. Army veteran sped down Bourbon Street, ramming his truck into a crowd, killing at least 14 revelers, an attack authorities believe was inspired by ISIS. Those stunned by the horror include Jabbar's half-brother, who did not want to show his face.
Maybe he was going through something, you know, that he just didn't tell anyone about.
Federal agencies have now put out a bulletin warning of possible copycat or retaliatory attacks. Now, New Orleans officials launched an investigation on what went wrong with security. A central focus now are on those bollards on Bourbon Street, designed specifically to thwart a vehicle from plowing through. On the morning of the attack, the bollards were down for repairs. New Orleans Police Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick.
A terrorist is hell-bent on destruction. And if it hadn't been on Bourbon, he was going to go...
This lady is so crazy. One of my favorite new characters that we have found out about. A lady who herself personally committed a similar act to what the New Orleans terrorists did. Only a couple months prior, been passed around from agency to agency, police department to police department, due to her obvious incompetence, gets paid $340,000 a year by the state. She's been fired a bunch of times. It's amazing. It is amazing. Bro just means she has experience? Yes, she ran people over. 2 people. One had to be hospitalized. In the month of August in 2024, she ran 2 people over. One of them had to be hospitalized, chatter. Fantastic. Subject matter expert.
somewhere else.
But Bourbon Street is the heart of the French Quarter, and New Orleans did have a backup plan. These archer barriers, also meant to stop a speeding vehicle from driving on the sidewalk. Kirkpatrick was asked why those barriers weren't put in place until after the attack.
I didn't know about them, but we have them, and so we have been able now to put them out.
The first funeral was on Friday for 18-year-old Kareem Badawi, who was a freshman at the University of Alabama. On the corner of Canal and Bourbon Street, there are 14 crosses and images honoring those who died. The growing tribute includes a wall where one mourner wrote, "We will never forget, terror didn't win." The resilience also extends to the dozens who were injured, including Jeremy Sensky. The 51-year-old Pennsylvania resident was in his wheelchair celebrating when the attack.
You're burying the lead. The superintendent was sober when she ran them over. Oh, yeah. She wasn't even drunk.
Attack happened.
He kept yelling for help, but he wasn't the worst injured. He was 5 feet from the truck. He was watching the shootout from the ground. We're just so grateful he's alive.
To be fair, she was fired for being a whistleblower in Oakland. You always get fired for being a cop whistleblower. No, she was fired because she said that the Oakland Police Department actually collaborated with federal law enforcement agencies in a sanctuary city in a sanctuary state. That's the reason why she got fired, because she was a hog and wanted to promote the bona fides of the Oakland Police Department at a time when obviously the Democratic leadership would have considered that to be completely unacceptable and in direct violation of certain sanctuary city restrictions given. Also, she didn't really get fired anyway. She just got relocated. And also, then the city had to pay her $1.5 million because that's how strong police unions and their legal teams are. That is really funny, though, when they're like, yeah, she presented herself as a whistleblower. You don't know what you're talking about, bro? Wait, what? Everything. Am I reading bait? That's got to be bait, right? What? There's a lot of slop, but you lying and spreading misinformation isn't great either. But they have sent people just to attack you when Trump won. I heard people came to your stream and laughed and trolled. There's no benefit that no one learns anything from that. Okay, maybe you can be salvageable chatter who is talking about the drama commentary community. I do not care about the commentary community. I'm not a part of the commentary community. And I think most of the commentary community is filled to the brim with drama and slop. Most likely, what you consider to be lying and spreading misinformation is a part of that slop. You have probably been duped into believing that I am a serial misinformation specialist. Okay? And that's it. If you think that I am routinely spreading misinformation and routinely lying, you have most likely been misinformed, ironically enough, by the very same community that you also personally consider is filled to the brim with just slop. No, some stuff you say is true, but other stuff is wrong. Okay, point to what I'm saying is wrong then, and then we can have a normal conversation. But if you're going to turn around and say that like you're pro-Russia, well, you're wrong. There is extensive commentary that I have engaged in that is not, that is not pro-Russia at all. I am not pro-Russia. If you were to say the Al Ahli hospital, well, Israel's blown up every single hospital, so you can just kind of look around to see who was most likely the responsible party. These are some of the slop farmers that consistently point to a 15-second clip over the course of like an 8-hour broadcast. But if I'm so commonly wrong and so commonly spreading misinformation, I'm sure you can point to something. The video he wanted you to address has more of the anti-Semitism, terrorism supporter. Oh, okay. Yeah, if you think that if you think that I'm anti-Semitic, then you're not just wrong. You're completely out of your mind. But maybe you aren't that way, but you probably have been duped into believing that. You were saying a bomb struck a hospital, saying that it was definitely an Israel bomb while having no real information. That's really interesting. Because what those drama farmers conveniently ignore, aside from the fact that Israel has blown up every single hospital since then, including Kamal Adwan, which was the last remaining hospital that they actually sieged as recently as 2 weeks ago, is the fact that I didn't make that up. I was actually reporting on what the BBC was reporting on at the time, which was an understandable piece of reporting that an understandable conclusion that they arrived at, considering that Israel had bombed that specific hospital 2 days prior. I don't know if you knew that or not. Probably the commentary drama slap channels do not factor that information. And to this day, Israel has only delivered immediately falsified information to suggest that it wasn't actually them that blew up the hospital courtyard. And it was actually, as a matter of fact, a Hamas rocket, which was immediately proven to be not true. Then they said it was a Palestinian Islamic Jihad rocket, which also was immediately proven to be not true. They suggested that they intercepted Palestinian Islamic Jihad operatives talking to one another on the phone, which was also immediately proven to not be true at all. Israel has also routinely lied leading up to the Al Ahly bombing and also since the Al Ahly bombing over and over again. Israel lied about the World Central Kitchen aid worker executions. So, if you are still holding on, I'm willing to say that I'm wrong on that one. No, it's okay that you're wrong on that one. What you need to understand is how you arrived at that conclusion. This is an educational moment for every single person that watches Drama Slop Farmers. Okay? The people that you're getting information from can make a convincing argument. This does not mean that they are correct or even remotely knowledgeable on the subject matter. That is the problem. If you watch a video, right? If you watch a video and you assume that the person that is feeding you this false narrative, this biased video, is knowledgeable on the subject matter, even though they have said nothing remotely close to American foreign policy, even if they don't have an overarching opinion on American foreign policy, Israel, Palestine, completely not knowledgeable at all, but instead frame the conversation from the perspective of drama and Hasan bad, you probably are not talking to someone or probably not getting information from someone who is even remotely aware of the situation at all, who is just trying to get others like you to click on basically what is clickbait. They do not care about Israel nor Palestine. They just care about the drama aspect of it. And this is how you will find yourself, ironically, thinking that I'm misinforming you, when in fact you have been misinformed by the video claiming that I am misinforming people. To make matters worse, it's also it is also silly to look to a person who sees ongoing genocide and says, "How will I make clickbaity drama out of this?" But in Canada, a lot of pro-Palestine people are burning Canadian flags saying death to Canada. How can you say you're still pro-Palestine in Brampton? A man was pulled out of his truck and beat up because he had a MAGA flag. What does that have to do with genocide? I'm confused. Israel's actions are genocidal. There's genocidal intent. And that is wrong. What you fantasize is happening in Canada has nothing to do with that. I don't know what you want me to say. Why is a Canadian man wearing a MAGA hat in Brampton? Okay, then hate Israel. Okay. Why are there MAGA supporters in Canada? Canadian chatter here. That man is getting his news from Rebel News, Lamau. At least he's still open-minded. Anyway. Now, let's get back to
the new FBI.
Let's get back to the New Orleans terror attack.
FBI warning this morning following the deadly rampage in New Orleans early New Year's Day. ABC's Christian Cordero joins us now from New Orleans with the latest. Good morning, Christian.
Gio, good morning. The reopening of Bourbon Street and the Sugar Bowl are both examples that this community is trying to get back to normal. But there is still a tension in the air and a lot of unanswered questions.
This morning, investigators are combing through the physical and digital footprints of Shamsuddin Jabbar, the man suspected of killing 14 people in New Orleans' French Quarter on New Year's Day. His half-brother Abdur tells ABC News Jabbar traveled to Egypt for about a month in 2023.
When are you going to take the anti-Canadian sentiment in your chat more seriously? Yeah, I think we should become more serious about having a anti-Canadian stance, considering that there are a tremendous number of America First MAGA supporting Canadians out there. We should take the anti-Canadian stance to the next level, it seems.
Telling his family he was going because it was cheap and beautiful. These are some of the items his brother says he brought back: jewelry, tea, and other gifts. Sources tell ABC News investigators are looking into whether the trip has anything to do.
It seems like he just went on a trip. are there even like dormant ISIS cells in like Egypt? What?
With his radicalization.
What I can tell you right now is that he was 100% inspired by ISIS.
On Friday in New Orleans, the ATF returned to the house that Jabbar rented ahead of the attack, concluding he tried to set a small fire in the hallway in his effort to destroy it and other.
Your culture infects our nation law. There have been people in Canadian courts trying to use the First Amendment argument as if that's a thing here. That is so funny. Oh my God. That is like, what you're describing is like being a sovereign citizen in America, but instead you're an American libertarian in Canada. Because Canada has more advanced laws, okay, the Canadian sovereign citizens are not even doing the Admiralty Maritime Court take. They're simply stating they're LARPing as American libertarians, which is amazing. Pulling up the First Amendment from the American Constitution when defending yourself in Canada is so funny. That's a whole ass different country. That is amazing. There is, yeah, more so in the Sinai. Oh, you're talking about, now you're talking about ISIS. God damn, we are such a scourge on this planet. Our right-wingers have rotted the brains, rotted the moral fabric of other American-aligned, Western-aligned nations, dude. That is, how can people not see that as a dire threat? It seems we have rotted Canada to its core.
Evidence of his crime, but officials said evidence has been recovered, including bomb-making material. Investigators say that the unexploded IEDs recovered from 2 coolers in the French Quarter were made with a very rare explosive compound that also contained a remote detonation capability. The FBI now warning every law enforcement agency in the country of potential copycat attacks. As the FBI sifts through the evidence and interviews witnesses, we're learning more about the survivors. 22-year-old Brandon Whitsitt was out celebrating New Year's Eve with friends when he saw the white truck swerving towards him.
I ain't know doing it on purpose.
His family hasn't left his side.
We didn't know what the status was. We didn't know how far everything was.
The former football player tells us he hasn't tried walking yet, but vows to get back on his feet step by step.
I know it's going to take a minute to get back to where I was.
As the French Quarter inches back to normalcy, flowers, candles, and crosses line the entrance to Bourbon Street, where people pause to reflect on the victims, including 21-year-old Hubert Guthreau. His family visiting this memorial, telling ABC News he was someone who loved deeply, gave generously, and brought joy to everyone who knew him.
The convoy occupation of Ottawa was heavily funded by Americans too. Yeah, that's true. Also, wait till Elon Musk gets involved. You know what I mean? Elon Musk is currently trying to involve himself in the affairs of Germany by way of the AFD and also England by way of Nigel Farage's Reform Party. It's really devastating.
Biden says he has spoken with the families of the victims. He and the First Lady are scheduled to visit New Orleans on Monday. Guys?
So much heartache, Christian. Thank you so much. And Whit, I know that you spent the past week basically there in New Orleans. You spoke with these survivors, these relatives of the victims as well. I mean, what were they telling you? How are they moving on?
Yeah, Gio. Please don't speak that into existence. No, I'm not speaking that into existence. I'm covering it after the fact. It's already happening.
I got to say, this is the first mass casualty event I've ever covered where the crime scene was cleaned up and reopened within 36 hours.
Wow.
I find this really weird. The way that we're covering this, there's so much weirdness with the way that we're covering it. It's like, yeah, we immediately cleaned it up and we could just use, like, Bourbon Street was back on its feet immediately. And it's like, I get what they're trying to say. They're trying to say that, like, New Orleans is not going to be intimidated by terrorists. And I understand that aspect of it. But also, it kind of shows how desensitized we are to ultra violence You know what I mean? Like where we're just immediately back. Like a mass casualty terror attack occurs in America on New Year's. And instantly we're back to business. And we're also talking about how quickly we went back to business. To me, it feels like we have become increasingly more desensitized. And it's become so normal that this kind of violence will happen. And I don't know, as a person from and lives in NOLA, majority of the community is upset that they reopened bourbon. We think it's disgusting. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they're taking the spice must flow attitude, you know? Commerce must continue. It immediately reminded me of the post 9/11 George W. Bush statement of the most patriotic thing that an American can do in this moment is to go back to work and go watch movies and go purchase commodities. That was the take. George W. Bush presented shopping as patriotism in the aftermath of 9/11. I think partially, though, the reason why people immediately went back to normalcy, some semblance of normalcy, is part to reassert the patriotic sentiments of, this can't break us, to like show the world like we can overcome this. But I think the other part, and perhaps the scarier part of this, the scariest aspect of this, at least from my analysis, is that we just don't care anymore. We don't care when 10 people are slaughtered, when 14 people are slaughtered. We just genuinely are like, yep, that's another day. Like the worth of an individual life, unless they're a CEO, make no mistake. If they're a CEO and there was a deliberate targeted attack against the CEO, then we got to shut down the city. Okay? We got to shut the city down. We got to shut the bridges down. All hands on deck. If it's like 14 individual lives, common folk, regular folk, then business as usual, baby. Let's go. Yeah, here's Bush.
As we work with Congress in the coming year to chart a new course in Iraq and strengthen our military to meet the challenges of the 21st century, we must also work together to achieve important goals for the American people here at home. This work begins with keeping our economy growing. And I encourage you all to go shopping more.
I feel like the state of normalcy is critical to ensuring that masses are sedated to the fact that we are always at war now. Yeah, go shopping. I'm George W. Bush. I'm George W.B. Go shopping more. I get what you mean, but one case had an active manhunt where the suspect was killed on scene, right? Sure. I guess that's also true. It's not like commerce kept flowing after Brian Thompson's assassination as well. I was thinking more so the broad media reception, where on the one hand, people didn't really care about, like the average citizens did not care about Brian Thompson's assassination and kept living their daily lives and maybe even celebrated it. Whereas on the other hand, it seems like the media was so critical of that. Whereas in this circumstance, they're presenting it as a positive that look how fantastic it is that business as usual is back after this horrific crime. Like there was CNN coverage specifically dedicated to how Americans were just living their lives daily as a CEO. An innocent CEO was assassinated in broad daylight. Remember Merconish? Michael Merconish on CNN? He did not one, but two individual pieces on that. Upset that there wasn't even a vigil presented for Brian Thompson.
And people in New Orleans, the families, the people I spoke with, this is part of the toughness and resilience of that city there. We heard jazz music playing on Bourbon Street a day later. They are mourning the lives lost, but they are also celebrating the lives that they lived. Yeah. And this is a big part of the spirit and the culture of New Orleans. So I think for an outsider, I was taken aback a little bit at first at how quickly the atmosphere changed. Yeah. But for the people who live there, it was very important that they don't let terror prevent them from living.
Okay, all right. So there's more to the story that I want to engage with. Number one, NBC News reporting that the federal investigators are examining the New Orleans attack say that Jabbar used a very rare explosive compound in 2 devices. Authorities are investigating how Jabbar acquired the knowledge to create this homemade explosive. The explosive has never been used in a U.S. terror attack or incident, nor in any European terror attack. A key question for investigators is how Jabbar learned about the compound and how he managed to produce it. So that's also unique. The explosive has never been used in a U.S. terrorist attack incident, nor a European one. Neither of the homemade devices exploded, and it remains unclear whether the failure was due to malfunction, lack of activation, or another issue. Jabbar planned to use a transmitter to detonate the 2 bombs, which were placed in coolers, the authorities said. The FBI and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives said in a joint statement Friday that the 2 explosive devices were placed on Bourbon Street, which Jabbar later returned into a scene of devastation. The transmitter and the 2 guns were recovered from Jabbar's truck, the statement said, and are being transported to an FBI laboratory for testing. Jabbar had also set fire to a short-term rental house on Mandeville Street in New Orleans where bomb-making materials were found, Friday's joint statement added, in his effort to destroy it and other evidence of his crime. I think a lot of people are hyper-focusing on the other vet, Matthew Livelsberger, as like a unique and fascinating incident because he was a special forces guy. But I think this one is significantly more interesting from the point of like potential conspiracies. How does a guy who is otherwise normal, also an American military veteran, who did HR work and IT work for the American military, who was also a real estate guy, how does a guy like that turn around and get radicalized, say he's ISIS, and even go so far as to create a chemical concoction that has yet to be used on U.S. or European soil as a improvised explosive device? The point A to point B story that you can tell about Matthew Livelsberger is a fairly common experience shared by a lot of American veterans. Okay? Guy who loses his mind after divorces and also, you know, has a hard time dealing with PTSD, things of that nature, and then ends up going out in a spectacular fashion, but ends up killing himself is a very common story. For Jabbar, there's a lot of parts of the story that are there's a lot of different components of the story that are just like, they just don't make a whole lot of sense. This does not seem like a conspiratorial thing at all. I mean, financial problems and also having issues with like family issues and feeling isolated create a unique opportunity for the likes of someone like Jabbar to be targeted if that makes sense. Targeted by ISIS, but ISIS isn't exactly doing this sort of stuff, with the exception of, please stop veering right. There's no conspiracy. It's mental health and spousal issues. I don't think saying that the American government, specifically the FBI, sometimes will target mentally ill people to apprehend them before they're done with their crimes in an effort to throw numbers on the board. That's not, especially in cases where Islamic style terrorism is involved. This is something that the FBI has done quite a bit. They've done similar things with white nationalist groups as well, but this is the FBI MO. This is not about veering right at all. You're losing chat with the conspiracy theories law. But it doesn't make sense that it's ISIS is what I'm saying. Because, like, I said this yesterday, and I said this before as well. If this was a quote-unquote psyop or something, it would make infinitely more sense for whichever government agency to claim that this was actually someone who was activated by Hezbollah or activated by Iran or activated by Hamas. While there's no actual pattern of this sort of Western attack committed at the behest of either of those groups, it's still, you know, if you want to make a statement, and if you want to I don't know, ignite public fervor against any number of different foreign adversaries, you wouldn't use ISIS, which, especially at a time when they're basically like they're gone, right? So I still land on the side of, like, most likely a guy with family issues, financial problems, who just snapped and then somewhere along the lines went with ISIS because that's what he knew, you know, and was like, oh yeah, I'm ISIS. Actually, I've decided, instead of killing my family, according to him and according to FBI reports, was he landed on ISIS instead of killing his family. That's what they're saying. That's not what I'm saying. That's simply what the reporting is. What? Well, they've been banned already. So I'm looking at, like, every possible avenue. To try to figure out what could be the reason. Yeah. Also, the same chat saying Luigi Mangioni's a patsy is saying this is a bridge too far is pretty funny. I know. What's your central claim against the claim that the FBI is making? Well, I'm not making a claim against what the claim FBI is making. The FBI hasn't really made, like, a coherent claim thus far. They haven't really, like, put together a thorough analysis on this issue. They just say he was ISIS. He wasn't ISIS affiliated, but most likely ISIS inspired. So there isn't really a fully flushed out claim either. Now, that hasn't stopped opportunists like this lady from the New York Post from taking advantage of this, just like the Fox News coverage that we watched, where they immediately turned around and were like, you know, what Jabbar did is exactly the same as what, queer English majors did in Columbia campus when they said Israel is an apartheid state, which is objectively true. So they immediately... There were, of course, opportunists in the media that turned around and were like, you know, Jabbar is just like Columbia campus protesters. They did do that because they're opportunists and charlatans. Here is what the New York Post lady did, apparently getting access into the crime scene.
We are here inside the New Orleans terrorist home. You can see that it's been clearly destroyed. The door.
Wasn't there an ISIS attack on Russia last year? It could have been the same situation where ISIS just approached an individual. My friend, that was an incredibly sophisticated military operation against an American foreign adversary. Targets that ISIS routinely targets, as a matter of fact. Okay? Very different circumstances. You think that ISIS just simply activated a bunch of sleeper cells in Russia? No, that was like a massive military operation. So that's number one. Or the one in Iran. Or any number of different areas of operation, with the exception of Israel. Okay? Yeah, just like the attack that took place on the drone factory in Turkey. Let's continue.
Released from the FBI raid yesterday, but if we walk through the home, we see some signs of what he was up to. He had this work area here, lots of different chemicals splayed around, and different.
Like this is a really weird piece of news coverage, I'll say. It's very odd that she's just like allowed to walk in and film the explosive materials that are just like laying in wait.
Electronics. This is again a work setup. Left receipts. Just very unkempt in here. If we go over here, actually, you can see the Department of Justice documents here, the search warrant, and the property that they recorded here, which seems to be a lot of chemicals. Again, just left in disarray. There's a bedroom back here, and what appears to be his collection of religious materials, his Qurans, an open Quran with a passage there, as well as even the Bible here, but mostly books on Islam, and his prayer rug just to the left of me here. And if we go back, there's another bedroom here. You can see he left all these belongings, contact lenses, personal belongings.
Yeah, I didn't want to say anything, but I wonder what the passage is. He had a Quran permanently open to a passage about martyrdom, and a journalist is allowed to tour and film what you would assume is an investigative crime scene. Oh, and you're showing off the ingredients for bomb making. Sure, cool. This is all very normal. It's not. It's not. It's giving Hasbara. Okay? Sorry. This is the most IDF coded thing I've ever seen. This is exactly how the IDF operates. Not saying that she's the IDF. Simply stating that usually we know what this kind of coverage looks like. Okay? It usually comes in the aftermath of some kind of like attack that Israel engaged in an effort to defend said attacks. Like, oh, we killed like a bunch of babies, and here's why we had to do that.
This bathroom. This seems to be some sort of workspace, again, with other chemicals here. The light's still on. Some kind of station set up here. We're not really sure what that was for. In, what we can assume was also a bedroom. You can see clothes left here. And just...
Even right-wingers don't buy it. 2 U.S. military veterans rented cars from the same company on the same day to commit ISIS-style terrorist attacks 2,000 miles apart, and I'm supposed to be upset with Iran. What is happening? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if this guy's a right winger or not, but like, I don't think that there is a significant connection between the two veterans. Look at the last frame you just paused on. Hold on. Oh, well, there it is.
A sign that.
Wait, hold on.
I'm not really sure what that was for. In what we can assume was also a bedroom. You can see clothes left here, and just a sign that someone was here up until those last few moments when neighbors said he left just before the New Year's holiday, saying he was done with his lease, it was up, and he was on his way to New Orleans where he would live there. Didn't take any furniture because he said his new home would be furnished.
That was that is a kafia, which they seemingly spent some time on. The
was
camera
also a
did.
bedroom. You can see clothes left here, and just a sign that someone was here up until those last few moments when neighbors said he left just before the New Year's holiday, saying he was done with his lease. It was
No, I don't think it's a Palestinian kafia, but it's kafia enough. Okay, it's enough. It's in the region. Now, somebody, People's City Council actually looked at the beat of this reporter, Jenny Taher, on Israel's wall under siege, the terror threat at the U.S. border, and the collapse of sanctuary cities. 3 Palestinian terror suspects caught after crossing border illegally as overwhelmed agents warn, I probably let terrorists in. Illegal migrant from Lebanon caught at border admitted he's a Hezbollah terrorist hoping to make a bomb and was headed for New York, all by Jenny Taher. Jenny Taher, we're prepared. Americans serving in the Israeli military readying for the possibility of a Gaza ground invasion, for the Daily Caller. Worked at Prager Force from 2017 to 2018. Production intern for the Laura Ingraham Show. Look at that. Oh, she worked for Camera. Okay, well, that's okay. That's it. For those of you who don't know, Camera is, I believe they also get grants from the Knesset, if I'm not mistaken, but it's Committee for Accuracy in the Middle East Reporting in America. It's another one of these media fairness organizations that specifically works on, I mean, she wrote it in her LinkedIn, promoted Israel at University of Arizona through social media and campus events. Why would the Committee for Accuracy in Middle East Reporting promote Israel? What? According to her own admission, on her own LinkedIn, on her own CV. Apparently, this guy's door was left open for days and people were inside the home taking pictures and freely roaming around. He was with 2 other people, and then he wasn't. Where did the ISIS flag come from? Not even conspiratorial, but cops lie all the time, and the media happily publishes those lies without any initial fact-checking. It's all very weird. Multiple sources of the NOPD viewed footage of multiple suspects loading explosives. Loading explosives into the vehicle. Altea Duncan, New Orleans FBI field office, said that Jabbar did not act alone. Hours later, Christopher Raya from the FBI's counterterrorism division said the opposite. What's insane is that they seem to have determined with insane speed and certainty that no one was in the vicinity to help him do anything and that there is no additional threat to the public. Deputies closed down the street in North Harris County where Shamsuddin Jabbar was living. A source tells me the HCSO bomb squad was on the way to collect evidence. This comes days later when the door was left open and people were inside the home taking pictures and freely roaming around. Sources also say precursor chemicals were found inside the home when they first raided it, which are typically used for making homemade explosives. The question now becomes, why come back and collect evidence and not do this days ago? Is there other times when the FBI radicalized normal Americans? Not normal Americans. But yes, of course, the FBI has absolutely worked to entrap and honeypot oftentimes mentally disabled Americans, like Muslim teenagers and stuff like that, but also even white supremacist militias too. Adults as well. But like I said, regardless of the weird nature of some of the information that's come out of this and some of the backtracking that's also come subsequently after the initial coverage, this part is just like so clearly cut for propaganda. One must ask the question why this person has this level of access as they've like staged all this stuff. And she's like, look at the bomb making material and look at the Quran.
Stuff, and he was on his way to New Orleans where he would live there. Didn't take any furniture because he said his new home would be furnished. That's all we know so far.
Would you even consider yourself an American with the views you have about our country? Treasonous bastard. Yes, I know it's treason that I think we should spend more time housing the homeless here instead of wasting all of our resources on blowing up other countries. You know, that's my treason. Yeah. In Russia, you are known as an abomination. Yeah, someone called me a gay banderite. There's also, wait, what is this one? There's more I wanted to talk about here as well, but yeah, I wanna have free healthcare for you, my friend. So, yeah, I don't know. I just think that, like, is there a likelihood that this dude was radicalized and went crazy after the after his financial woes? Sure, there is a likelihood. There is a likelihood for sure. Like a decently high chance. But is that stopping people from, you know, using this as an opportunity to basically do as much propaganda as possible for their own key issues? I think that's already happening. That's what I showed you an example of. So, you know, lots to discuss here. But before I do that, I want to talk about Patrick Bet David, my king, my goat. White nationalists do not want people like me in America. Go back to Iran is the typical line. Patrick Bet David is yet another one of the Patrick Bet David is yet another one of the victims of the MAGA civil war, the racism MAGA civil war. This is Mr. Valuetainment you're talking about. I will defend him. Okay, do you understand me? I will forever defend this man for all the value that he has attained. For me, a Valuetainment fan, I have been tainted with value. The very fact that the MAGA civil war has now moved his crosshairs upon this goat is unacceptable.
One of the tweets, I said, our founding fathers, a guy responds back and says, those are not your founding fathers.
Mm-hmm.
Guy posts a picture of the Shah of Iran, says, that's your founding father.
Oh, it's so funny.
But that tells you what, you know.
No way. What? Patrick, are you telling me that the fandom that you have crafted for yourself are now calling you not American? What? Are you telling me that this eclectic group of right-wing reactionaries are held together by simply racism? This is shocking. A shocking revelation. A shocking revelation from the man, the myth, the legend.
You know, a part of this, there's nationalists and there's white nationalists. White nationalists, Vinny, don't want.
Wait, what? Nationalists and white nationalists? I don't know if there's a lot of difference, my friend. Let me tell you.
People like us here.
I know.
They just don't. White nationalists are a very different model. You view me as go back to Iran. Deport Elon back to, what do you call it? South Africa. Deport Vivek back to India,
His
right?
parents.
And
He was born
you
here.
make those types of comments. All right, I don't think that's majority of America. I think that's less than 5%
No, that is the far
of
right.
America. Yeah, that's the far right.
Ultra-nationalists.
And that's the far right. And the far left wants open borders and let everybody come in here. Let's illegal.
Dude, this is so funny. He's still like, no. I hate the far left. I hate the far left. Please stop saying I'm a Iranian Shah supporter and the Shah is actually my real founding father. Please stop saying this. See, I hate the far left just like you do.
Legalize everyone. The far right wants, if you're not a white nationalist, get the hell out of here.
There's a huge difference. White nationalists will kick out their allies as they're not WASPs. Brother. Most white nationalists say that they're simply nationalists to dupe people like this. Okay? A lot of the resentment comes from, like, there's a difference only between people who are ideologically committed to some kind of, like, Nazi agenda versus people who are just regular old racists. Okay? People who are regular old racists still think Patrick Bet-David is at most one of the good ones. People who are ideologically committed to neo-Nazi ideology are thinking even if Patrick Bet-David presents himself as one of the good ones, he still must be deported. Okay?
The problem here is you as a consumer not knowing the position of the individual before they say it, and you think everyone is in that position. They're not. Not everyone's in that position.
Yeah. Are these guys really this stupid? Not saying that to be obtuse or whatever. You court these types, tiptoe around them for years, and then when they set their sights on you for not being white, you act confused. They're Nazis, lol. Don't get this whole, wow, seriously, guys, stuff. It's true. Where is this, like, I can't believe these guys are so racist attitude coming from? Like, where? What do you mean? Ann Coulter told directly to Vivek Ramaswamy's face that she would never vote for him because he's Indian. Why are people saying Lacey stream? Lacey is beyond cooked? Wait, why? What happened? Don't pull up on stream. Wait, why? What happened? Okay, now I want to know. He got hacked? What is going on? Oh no. Oh no. That is not good. That's crazy that there were mods. Ban the people that said Lacey stream. They were just trying to get me banned. That's crazy. And people still do stuff like that. It's just porn. They're just showing like a penis in a butthole. Aiden loyals from the grave taking their ops down. I don't understand. Why would Lacey be an op to Aiden? I thought they were. I thought that they had no. I thought they didn't hate each other at all. Lacey is FaZe Lacey. former Fortnite pro. Not even porn, just a penis and a butthole. Yeah. Not even boobies. Lame. Yeah. All right. There's some more Justin Baldoni revelations. Justin Baldoni is on the attack. And after that, we're going to get to the ADRIAN Dittmann saga as well. Fear not. Okay? Don't worry. We're going to do that as well. But let's do Justin Baldoni, Blake Lively drama for a second while I go pee really quickly.
The legal battle involving the co-stars of It Ends With Us now in full swing, with 2 explosive lawsuits filed on New Year's Eve.
I beg her to leave him.
Justin Baldoni suing the New York Times for an article reporting Blake Lively's claims that he directed a smear campaign against her during the press campaign. Baldoni's lawsuit calling the article rife with inaccuracies, misrepresentations, and omissions, relying on Lively's, quote, self-serving narrative, and showing examples of text messages that the lawsuit says were misleadingly edited by Lively and knowingly published by the Times, such as removing an emoji that would indicate a comment was sarcastic, which the lawsuit calls a calculated distortion.
They allege that the Times cherry-picked and decided to take snippets of negative things, negative text messages out of context and put them in their article, which ended up making Baldoni and others look bad.
The New York Times says it plans to vigorously defend against the lawsuit. Meanwhile, Blake Lively filing her lawsuit against Baldoni and his production company, as well as the PR team they hired in a New York federal court. The suit, echoing claims laid out in Lively's earlier bombshell complaint, alleges Baldoni and the film's lead producer engaged in sexually inappropriate behavior on set.
It's gonna be perfect.
Okay. And then the lawsuit says Baldoni and his production company, Wayfair, and Mr. Baldoni directed their PR team to actively engage in their retaliatory social manipulation campaign. An attorney for Baldoni and other defendants has called Lively's allegations categorically false. Baldoni's talent agency, WME, told NBC News they dropped him as a client in the wake of Lively's complaint, and his podcast co-host announced her departure from the show. The legal drama surrounding It Ends With Us only just beginning.
All right, Chloe, so how is Lively now responding to this new lawsuit from Baldoni?
So her team says that nothing in her original civil rights complaint and now her federal suit changes in the wake of Baldoni suing the New York Times. But it is interesting, as you heard Danny Savalos say in the piece, he is suing the Times. He's not suing Lively. Now, he still could potentially do that. And will this ever see the light of day in a courtroom? Potentially, but it's a long road to get there. And as you know, it's a very uphill battle. We were talking about that earlier this morning to go up against the New York Times. So you could imagine they said that they're going to vigorously fight these claims.
Yeah, it's going to get nasty, it looks like, right? All right, Chloe, thank you.
Hey, thanks for watching. Don't miss the Today Show every weekday at 11 a.m. Eastern.
There's a lot to get to in this half an hour, and we're going to start with the legal battle we've been paying a close eye on. This is between former co-stars Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni.
Yeah, their film, It Ends With Us, made more than $350 million worldwide. But the actors say behind the scenes, there was anything but movie magic. And now Baldoni's attorney speaking out about his client's allegations.
He sat down exclusively with NBC's Liz Kreutz, who joins us now. Liz, what's he saying?
Hey, guys, good morning. Well, Justin Baldoni's attorney, Brian Friedman, tells me they're not done taking legal action following their lawsuit against the New York Times, adding that he plans to release even more text messages between the co-stars. Friedman insists the truth is in those documents and that Blake Lively is the one who used her power and influence to take control of the film. Lively's team, though, they're saying they're going to defend her accusations in court.
For the first time, the lawyer for Justin Baldoni is speaking out, saying the actor's libel suit against the New York Times will not be the last lawsuit in his client's legal battle with co-star Blake Lively.
Do you plan to sue Blake Lively?
Absolutely.
You will?
Yes.
And what will you allege in that suit?
Well, we're working on it now.
Brian Friedman firing back at Lively's bombshell lawsuit, alleging she was subjected to sexually inappropriate behavior on the set of the film It Ends With Us, which Baldoni also directed.
Promise me.
In the more than 90-page federal complaint against Baldoni, his production company, and the PR team they hired, Lively says she was the target of a social media smear campaign, retaliation for speaking out about what she calls a hostile environment on set. Baldoni's
Yeah, I don't understand how you could sue the New York Times for simply posting text messages that were revealed in court proceedings to claim that this is a smear. I don't think that that's how that works. You can't. First of all, news publications get sued for defamation all the time. Okay? Just so you understand. This is a very common thing that happens. What I think is like what I think is weird about that is that they edited them. They claiming they altered the text messages on purpose to make it look bad. They did slightly edit the text. They removed an emoji that would otherwise make the comments seem sarcastic, not defending. Okay. I mean, sure, maybe. Oh, he knows it won't go through. He wants the media to back on his side because they're not going to go through and compare each filing. They took one emoji out I think that's crazy. Like that's a crazy line for defamation. But we'll see. What is the emoji that they took out in the original one? It's incumbent on the New York Times to fact check what they published though, right? Yes, of course it is. And I'm certain that they did. The comments he made with or without the emoji was highly distressing anyways. Yeah, where is what emoji was it and what? Hasan, you have no idea what you're talking about. They removed all text that gave context to the conversation in the original complaint. The complaint ruined about 9 people's careers. The emoji is a single example, bro. They took way more out of context. It was an upside down smile emoji. I feel like the Justin Baldoni side here is grasping at straws.
his lawyer denying those allegations.
Was there a coordinated smear campaign to bring down Blake Lively?
100% no. You know, Justin Baldoni from the get-go said, I don't want to do anything negative toward her. I don't want to hurt her.
The New York Times was the first to report on a separate civil rights complaint Lively filed, which included text messages and emails between PR experts that allegedly suggest she was the target of a smear campaign. In response, Baldoni and 9 other plaintiffs are suing the paper for $250 million, alleging the article relied on Lively's self-serving narrative, contending a number of those messages were taken out of context or excluded. Among the claims being disputed, Lively's allegation that Baldoni would enter her trailer uninvited while she was undressed, including when she was breastfeeding. A text exchange in Baldoni's lawsuit appears to show Lively inviting Baldoni to go over lines in her trailer while pumping.
Justin Baldoni has built his brand and is known for supporting women, believing women. So why in this case should people not believe Blake Lively?
I'm not asking anyone to not believe anyone. I am more than willing to take every single text message that exists out there, lay them out, put them on a website for the world to see. Have them see the truth and determine the truth for themselves.
In a statement, the Times says they stand by their reporting and plan to vigorously defend against the lawsuit, while a lawyer for the actress said nothing in this lawsuit changes anything about the claims in Lively's complaints.
Yeah, that's the main part here, which is that, like, Blake Lively made some pretty solid complaints against Justin Baldoni. Okay? In the process, there was a lot of resurfacing of old materials where Blake Lively's vibes were bad. This is why I stress the importance that it doesn't matter if Blake Lively's vibes are bad. It doesn't matter if Blake Lively did a tone-deaf marketing campaign for the movie. Ultimately, what matters is the veracity of her complaints. Okay? Because these two things are not on the same playing field. Now, of course, as RadFems came down my throat and said I was a supercharged misogynistic asshole, I kept reiterating the point that Blake Lively does not need to be a perfect victim when she has been... Wait, why? They came from my throat. Sorry. Oh. Almost every instance in her complaint was disputed and proved wrong in his lawsuit. It's not looking good for her once they go after her. I'll say it again. It was more than a single emoji. The emoji is just funny. Almost every instance of her complaint was disputed and proved wrong in the lawsuit. Okay. I need to explain something. Lawyers are... This is something that I talk about all the time. Lawyers are debate perverts. Okay? If you look to just the accusations being made that is written out by lawyers, the complaints being made, written out by lawyers, without other circumstances that lend credibility to the accusations, you will just end up picking whichever side you had already agreed with. Okay? My assessment of Blake Lively's initial complaints do not simply stem from Blake Lively's initial complaints. It's also packaged around the fact that she was backed by SAG-AFTRA and virtually every single other person that was on the set. Okay? That lends credence to Blake Lively's accusations as opposed to whatever the counterclaims are from the legal team of Justin Baldoni. It's not simply just Blake Lively's accusations being presented in in civil litigation. There has to be additional points of evidence, or at least like some kind of complementary information. Evidence makes no difference. This is really just debate pervertry and nothing more. Yeah, I mean, for lawyers, yeah, it is just for lawyers, it is just debate pervertry. That's just how it works. I mean, I'm just joking when I say it's debate pervertry. Hasan, this is not the right take, lol. You are looking at one side of this and missing a bigger picture outlook here. Justin's lawsuit has a lot more text than the one we're discussing. I'm not looking at just the text messages. There were text messages from Baldoni's team, even confirmed complaints that Lively made. That's the other part of this as well. The main part of Blake's legal complaint is that she took these concerns to the studio at the time they were happening, and the studio and Baldoni agreed to updated conditions around filming, and then they agreed to not retaliate, which they clearly did. So Baldoni had already conceded to the points in her original complaint in private. Let's continue.
You're denying a smear campaign, but are you acknowledging that there may have been some behavior on set that could have made some of the cast, including Blake Lively, uncomfortable?
I think there's some behavior always that can make people uncomfortable, and I don't think anybody has the intention to do that. The question really in this case is, does it rise to the level of sexual harassment?
Lively did not respond to our request for comment, but as previously said, I hope that my legal action helps pull back the curtain on these sinister retaliatory tactics to harm people who speak up about misconduct.
So, Liz, Baldoni's lawsuit also mentions this interaction he says that he had with Lively's husband, Ryan Reynolds, of course. What did he say in that?
Yeah, Laura, so in that lawsuit against the New York Times, Baldoni says Lively's husband, Ryan Reynolds, aggressively berated him during a meeting at their New York apartment, accusing him of fat-shaming his wife. That's a claim Baldoni denies. Reynolds and Lively have not responded to that allegation about that meeting. Meantime, Lively is seeking compensation for what she says have been lost wages and mental pain. She says she suffered throughout all of this. Guys, Laura.
All right, Liz Kreutz.
Yeah, I think the least... The accusation that holds the least amount of weight, in my assessment, from the Blake Lively side is the claim that her hair care products suffered as a consequence of these smears. That's the only thing that I did not give credence to from her side, which I'm sure is, you know, still probably the absolute worst thing I could have done against feminism. Okay. Also, don't joke about Spill Sesh. Spill Sesh is a beacon of journalistic integrity. Okay. We watched her last video on the Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni coverage, and I was shocked at the accuracy in her reporting. Okay.
Guys, today we are going to be breaking down the Justin Baldoni suit against the New York Times. It is an 87-page complaint with a lot of text messages. This is not making Blake Lively look very good, as a lot of people are criticizing her and her team, accusing them of editing these text messages that were in her complaint. This situation just honestly keeps on getting messier every single day. I swear there's something new in relation to the situation, and we're going to break down the complaint, like I said, because it is a lot. And honestly, it is changing a lot of people's minds about this whole thing. Justin Baldoni is currently suing the New York Times. His lawyer has hinted that there may be more coming, and maybe by the time I post this, there's already another one. But right now, we are strictly talking about the 87-page complaint filed against the New York Times. Now, Justin is not the only one that is suing the New York Times. His lawyer, on behalf of Justin and 9 others, are suing for libel, false light invasion of privacy, promissory fraud, and breach of implied and fact contract. And they are demanding jury trial. And what they are saying in this complaint is that Blake never wanted to sue Justin or anyone involved in the situation.
You should say the name of this beacon of good journalism again so I can note it. It's called Spill Sesh.
Accusing her of only trying to repair her public image and avoid going any further into the legal process. They wrote, Lively chose not to file a lawsuit against Baldoni, Wayfarer, or any of the plaintiffs.
Here's one of my issues. When Ryan Reynolds came after Justin during a meeting, he yelled at him for calling her fat, but not about him sexually harassing her. Where's the logic? I mean, I think that might have been the straw that broke the camel's back. Also, that was a complaint throughout the entire process. So I don't think that explains anything. I don't think that proves anything, really.
Choice that spared her.
Other than the fact that you're just simply stating that she didn't feel uncomfortable at all on set, and she's lying about feeling uncomfortable.
From the scrutiny of the discovery process, including answering questions under oath and producing her communications. This decision was no accident. First, her administrative complaint is rife with blatant falsehoods and egregious misrepresentations that would have subjected her to dismissal if not sanctions. Second, pursuing formal legal action would have derailed her true objective, an orchestrated campaign to rehabilitate her public image. Instead, Lively filed a request for a right to sue letter with the California Civil Rights Department, CRD. A procedural formality that does not require pleadings, remains confidential unless leaked, as it was here, and crucially, does not subject the complaint to discovery. While such a letter can precede a lawsuit, it is clear that litigation was never her ultimate goal. Her real intention was to weaponize the appearance of legitimacy conferred by a numbered legal document to launch salacious, headline-grabbing allegations and reshape her public persona at the expense of the plaintiffs. Lively found willing allies at the New York Times.
Dude, this is so funny. Okay. Jack Schlossberg faces backlash after trolling the media by claiming he's Justin Baldoni's new lawyer. Like, why do you feel comfortable making that joke? Dude, okay, listen. Guys, I'm noticing something here. Okay? I'm noticing a thing here. But it feels to me, don't kill me for this, but it feels to me like celebrity-related incidents make people a little crazy with the way that they operate. Like, Jack Schlossberg is a crazy guy. I mean, this is typical of him. He does this shit for everything. But I have noticed that whenever news coverage and also like social justice related content intersects with the field of celebrity gossip and tea, it is an explosive combination where people don't have the capacity to be normal, it seems like. I don't know. They take it a little too far. Okay? That's all I'm saying. Is this satire a terrible take? If you can't tell this is satire, you need to go offline. Thank you. Schlossberg gloating on Instagram at how many outlets he deceived with this stupid bit. I feel that if any other political correspondent without his background falsely injected themselves in the story and bragged about it, they'd be reprimanded and probably fired. They should fire, not fire. Firing is not enough. They should throw him into a fire. They should. Yeah. It's Girly Pop Nation. What else did you expect? This pop culture. I just once again am urging Girly Pop Nation to have this kind of smoke for Israel. Please, please. If you had this kind of smoke for Israel, I feel like the apartheid would end tomorrow. I don't know why. If we could get white women and the RadFems, like maybe we just gotta like, you know, put together some celebrity compilations about like the bad ones that are misogynistic being pro-Israel or something. We need them on board. I swear to God. This is not being canceled. This is fucking around and finding out. I mean, he's not being canceled. There's no real. Wait, I never said he's being canceled. I don't think that that's a real concept to begin with. If that was a real concept, that would have been killed already 1,000,000 times over. I'm just saying that I think the reaction to it is a little severe, and it's not even a person that I like personally. I'm not a fan of Jack Schlossberg. I think he's like a kooky guy. Jack Schlossberg's tweet, it just kind of proved that a lot of men have a threshold of sexual violence they're okay with. Like, why do you feel comfortable making that joke? Let's unpack that. The way someone here had Jack Schlossberg being canceled in their 2025 prediction list, and it happened like the first day of the year. Okay, I'm just saying, just in 2025, let's tweak the dials a little bit, okay? Let's tweak the dial a little bit away from this kind of stuff. Or you can have this level of passion. You can have this level of passion for all of the naysayers, okay? All of the people who are not taking this story seriously with the seriousness that it deserves. Okay. And just maybe have a little bit of that smoke for like actual systemic violence, you know, like a lot worse stuff happening in general. This isn't to say you can't be upset about Justin Baldoni. Okay. You have every right to do so. Okay. I'm just simply noticing. I'm just simply noticing that there's just something that I've seen. I don't know. That's all I've seen.
Times, which uncritically embraced her CRD complaint as fact and disregarded the plaintiff's emphatic objections. Without even waiting for the response deadline of noon Eastern Standard Time on December 21st, 2024, the Times rushed to publish its inflammatory article.
You're saying people shouldn't have moral outrage for celeb drama exclusively, which doesn't take much thought or effort? I mean, it's also, they're going to pull up your bald takes. They're going to find that you're a baldist. I think it's more emblematic of a larger issue. No one actually cares about the specifics here. Yeah, no, that is the point that I'm making. The point that I'm making is that we exist under a patriarchal society, and women experience a tremendous amount of violence and retaliation for speaking out against that violence under patriarchal constructs. Having said that, however, most of the people recognize that they can't do anything about systemic change. They can't do anything about the systems that reinforce this violence, so they hyper-focus on the celebrity aspect of it all, and also sometimes in the process develop unhealthy parasocial relationships with said celebrities, because celebrities have the capability, being incredibly powerful and incredibly wealthy, and utilizing PR to present themselves a certain way, okay? So because of this, most people look, and I've noticed this as someone who is also, I've noticed as someone who's, you know, a Z-list celebrity, right? Like literally the bottom of the barrel, scum, right? A lot of people look to someone like Jason Momoa or someone like Ryan Reynolds and go, well, those guys are always perfect in public, and that's real, and that's truthful, and that's honest. What they are giving me is actually not this like, not this carefully manicured representation of what they truly are, but instead who they actually are. So why aren't other celebrities like that? Celebrities that I tune into and watch on a daily basis, such as Hasan Piker, who is a Z-lister and is live for 8 to 10 hours a day, oftentimes in direct contest. And people just set the standard at that, okay? People set the standard at like what Omega celebrities present themselves as, okay? And then get upset at random people who don't have this carefully crafted, carefully manicured, PR-backed way of representing themselves and get really, really mad and really invested in tackling those people. Okay? We should stick to criticizing the power structure of patriarchy instead of expecting women to be perfect advocates for everything. No one has perfect politics. Wait, what? I'm not expecting anyone to be perfect. I'm not expecting Blake Lively to be perfect either. But my point is, I think, I don't know. Maybe it's just me, and I don't, at the end of the day, I just can't get myself to care too much about stuff like this. Even though there is systemic analysis to be brought forth from this conversation, I feel like when I see people like getting mad at like fucking what's the random Kennedy guy who like very clearly is TikToking himself, going through it on a daily fucking basis, and treating him as like a enemy that needs to be taken out. I feel like you're not being super serious and you're just kind of behaving like Stan Twitter. How come you can talk about famous female streamers being sexually harassed but not Hollywood celebrities? That's really funny to say, especially considering that I'm quite literally doing that. You're actually representing the argument that I made. Like, something that breaks people's brains is this is what I'm talking about. I have talked about it, and I will continue covering stuff like that. And I think that there is a lot of systemic critique that you can engage with in the process. And I do it all the time. But the very fact that you took what I was saying into took what I was saying and turned it into, you just don't want female celebrities to be covered when they get sexually harassed, is what I mean. There's something that happens with celebrities. There's something that happens with celebrities where people just like kind of shut things off and just refuse to comprehend the words that are coming out. Them saying you don't have the same smoke for Manosphere podcasters. Yeah, exactly.
We can bury anyone.
It's weird. That's like a weird bad faith interpretation of what I'm, not even something that I've said.
At a Hollywood smear machine at 10:11 a.m., nearly 2 hours early. This brazen disregard for journalistic integrity and fairness resulted in an article rife with inaccuracies, misrepresentations, and omissions. I will add, though, that Blake has now sued Justin Baldoni for emotional distress and mental anguish, and in his complaint, they were saying that legal action was not her goal, and well, she is taking it there now. But we are talking about his complaint today, and the complaint is calling out the New York Times, saying that they relied on cherry-picked and altered communications stripped of necessary context and deliberately spliced to mislead. Meaning those texts in Blake's complaint, well, Justin's team is claiming they were altered and used incorrectly, and the Times reporting on them was wrong. And we're going to get into some examples of this because it comes up later in the complaint, but in the complaint we are also seeing that Justin and his team are trying to say that they had no intention.
I've seen self-proclaimed RadFems separatists seethe over your coverage over this. Yeah, that's partially what I'm talking about. I sometimes wonder these days if people are arguing in bad faith or really just that fucking stupid. I think there's a bit of both. I think there are people who just like it's comical, and most normal people are not like this, but it doesn't matter. There's plenty of abnormal people that pop off online. But I saw that one TikTok that went viral talking about how I'm like a ultra misogynist or something like that. And the very same TikTok, the immediate TikTok afterwards was that person saying they're not a leftist at all. They're just simply anti-man. And I normally would never cover something like this, and I'm not, and I never did on stream, and I won't cover it because it's better to ignore. It's like a person going through a mental health episode. You know what I mean? What am I supposed to do? It's like, it's ridiculous. I mean, it's understandable why someone would develop an anti-man approach, okay? I'm not even discounting that. I'm just saying that, like, me covering that and laughing about it would then draw so much more ire from other people and would say, like, oh, Hasan is undermining someone who's trying to do 4B movement style politics here in the United States of America. It's like, good luck to you guys. You know, if it works, it works. All right. But if that's the rudder, that's the moral rudder that's like guiding you, then you're probably not going to get a lot across. Like, and it's not even, I'm not even saying that as like a harmed man. Oh, I'm a meninist. I'm so sad. Misandrists are so scary. Nothing like that. I get it. I get why you would fucking hate men. Okay? I understand it. And you can hate me too. But it's like weird when you make that your only political output. That's all I'm saying. And you do it by way of focusing on celebrity tea and the political commentary coverage on celebrity tea without even mentioning my actual systemic critique in the process and undermining my coverage. Let's continue.
Of destroying or burying Blake's reputation, showing messages from their group chat, one where Justin says, "How can we say somehow that we are not doing any of this? It looks like we are trying to take her down." His PR crisis manager texts back and says they are doing all this themselves and it's really obvious. Justin in another text is seen saying, "Things I'm more worried about is that we are planting these stories, which is not true, obviously." There is also a message sent in his crisis management group chat where they send a link where Sony was seen praising Blake and Jamie Heath responded and said, "So glad Blake was praised. Let her get a win. It would be nice to have a Sony executive praise Justin." Then we get full screenshots of the message that was discussed in Blake's complaint that the New York Times reported on. In the New York Times article, they wrote, on August 16th, Miss Nathan shared the Daily Mail article headlined, "Is Blake Lively set to be canceled?" with reference to hard to watch videos and a tone-deaf promotional Q&A. "Wow, you really outdid yourself with this piece," Miss Abel responded. "That's why you hired me, right?" Miss Nathan replied, "I'm the best." In Blake's complaint, we see this text exchange where the Daily Mail article is sent, and then Jennifer Abel texts Melissa Nathan saying, "Wow," and then Jennifer Abel says, "You really outdid yourself with this piece." In the complaint from Justin's lawyer, they say, "The article is predicated on Lively's CRD complaint, which references text exchanges between Nathan and Abel as reported evidence that Nathan planted a negative story in the Daily Mail titled, 'Is Blake Lively set to be canceled?' Lively's portrayal is categorically false, misleading, and devoid of factual basis, yet knowingly endorsed by the Times, which claim to have reviewed thousands of pages of text messages and emails. The smear campaign hinges on an August 16th text exchange in which Nathan allegedly shared a link to this article with Abel. The text exchange shows Abel responding, 'Wow,' followed by 'You really outdid yourself with this one,' to which Nathan allegedly replied, 'That's why you hired me, right? I'm the best.' These messages constitute the entirety of the purported evidence underlying the allegation of a smear campaign orchestrated on behalf of Baldoni." And the text is shown in full, allegedly, where they sent this article and then Jen says, "Wow, you really outdid yourself with this piece," and sends this upside down emoji. And the complaint claims the emoji.
Wait, there is no way this is like the pivotal. There's no way that this is like the pivotal damning smoking gun evidence in the Justin Baldoni countersuit. God damn. Tampering with evidence? No, dude. I don't think that's tampering with evidence. That's crazy.
Emoji was important missing context, saying further evidence of the Times' complicity arises from its apparent endorsement of the criminal altercation of these text messages by Lively. After Nathan forwarded a screenshot of the article link, Abel responded with, "You really outdid yourself with this piece." Upside down.
This is not doctoring, chat. There's a million different reasons for why the emoji itself did not make its way to the New York Times coverage. One could be aesthetic choices, because the emoji itself doesn't actually convey anything other than that. But secondly, it could have literally not been, because it's an emoji, it could have been a formatting issue in terms of like the text messages that they did end up getting. Like, it could have been a formatting issue where it didn't show up.
Emoji, adding an upside down smile emoji to indicate the sarcastic nature of her message. The upside down smile emoji is commonly used to convey irony, sarcasm, joking, or a sense of goofiness or silliness. They further try to prove how they did not play a part in a takedown for Blake Lively and showed them talking about how she took down her own reputation with more screenshots from the crisis management group chat, where someone said, "We didn't tell Jed to go after the idea that her promo was inappropriate. That happened organically. This is a movie about DV that they wore florals to. This is a crazy way to market this movie." Another text says, like, "Come on, we had nothing to do with that." There was also text of Justin wanting to know if this...
I feel a little vindicated here on that front. I didn't defend her on that, and I thought that was kind of silly. And everybody again jumped on my throat. And I know that's something that people get really touchy about and say Blake Lively had no power to make editorial decisions in this process. Is the studio that, and like she's a little baby? She's not. Okay. But it still doesn't matter, because what she said in the complaint is completely irrelevant to the way that she marketed the movie.
Blake takedown was them or not, as he texted Melissa and Nathan asking if this Perez Hilton video had anything to do with them. He said, "This is not us, correct? Assuming this guy we brought in would never do this." And Melissa and Nathan said, "None of us would ever do this." Goes on to say that nobody is paying attention to Perez Hilton these days, and says that it's organic. She's blown herself up by her own actions. Though I will say they aren't entirely squeaky clean here, as Jennifer Abel, Justin's publicist, in an alleged statement addressing Blake's complaint, seemed to admit that they did have plans in place to protect Justin against Blake Lively in the event that her HR complaints became a bigger story, but that they didn't have to use those efforts.
That's so funny. That's it. That's the whole point for me, is the fact that they knew that there were HR complaints being made, which they also personally recognized, and they literally were gearing up to do a coordinated, full-throated smear initiative against Blake Lively. And now they're just saying, "Oh no, this all came through organically." Now in the court filings, it'll show up if it's organic or not. Like that one Norwegian actress. Is she an independent actor who just seems to see blood in the water and like deploys tactical videos to be like, look how weird and bad this person is? Or are they directly working in concert with other Daily Mail and New York Post style outlets like dish rags like that? Because the interesting aspect of this that I lasered in on was the Reddit and Twitter manipulation in concert with a couple key legacy publishers. Okay. And they didn't even have to be like NBC or anything, especially because NBC and the like are going to have better journalists overall that aren't interested in immediately going on smear mode. And they're going to exercise a little bit more critical thinking, for example. So, but you can get a lot done with like a couple media articles placed in a sea of social media onslaught, because social media has no boundaries whatsoever. There's no checks and balances. Whereas legacy publishers still have like some semblance of editorial interest and control.
As she wrote, no negative press was ever facilitated, no social combat plan, although we were prepared for it, as it's our job to be ready for.
Dreamer says all the time that one of America's main experts is pop culture. We're covering a story that boils down to workplace sexual harassment. If this is what a powerful woman with expansive resources and a wide support network is facing, reflect on what it means for those who don't. No, that's actually precisely what my point was as well initially when I covered it, which is that even powerful celebrities, and Blake Lively certainly is a powerful celebrity, okay, married to one of the most powerful celebrities in Hollywood. Even the fact that powerful celebrities with money and PR and the capacity to hire the best legal teams can be hit with the misogyny faucet as a factor that immediately brings about the interest of what I call misogyny tourists to make motion in the direction of whatever man that has been wronged in this process in their minds. Well, then, it says a lot about how much play misogyny gets in general.
For any scenario, but we didn't have to implement anything because the internet was doing the work for us. Sure, we talked about it, contemplated if we needed certain things, flagged accounts that we needed to monitor, worked with a social team to help us stay on top of the narrative so we could act quickly if needed. And yes, we rejoiced and joked in the fact that fans were recognizing our client's heart and work without us having to do anything but keep our heads down and focus on positive interviews for our client. As the text show, we sophomorically reveled and again joked privately to each other about the internet's feedback to the woman whose team was making our lives incredibly difficult over the course of the campaign. The complaint also shows group chat messages of Justin's crisis management team talking about Blake's publicist and her thinking that they were ruining her.
Blake Lively fearing for her career amid it ends with us backlash. God, I'm so over this. I'm sure Leslie thinks we placed this one as well. Yep, insane.
As someone texted a link to an article titled Blake Lively fearing for her career amid it ends with us backlash, and someone from Justin's PR management team said, God, I'm so over this. Am sure Leslie thinks we placed this one as well. And Melissa says, yep, and same. More texts later show his PR management team discussing that they have nothing to do with all of Blake's hate, saying this is crazy, she doesn't have a good reputation, all of this is organic stuff from real people making TikToks, not bots. The complaint also brings up Leslie, who is Blake Lively's publicist, once again, as they allege that she was seeding negative stories about Justin in the press about him being a predator. The complaints.
I think what's crazy about this is that they were like actively monitoring all of the negative press that she was receiving, and they most likely, again, pushed the scales, tilted the scales even slightly, okay? And very clearly had a campaign ready to go if things turned sour, knowing full well what the complaint had, knowing full well what the complaint was. No one is addressing the initial complaints. This countersuit is not even addressing the veracity of the initial complaints, and instead basically just sidesteps the initial complaints and goes after New York Times and Blake Lively for even making these complaints. Now, I need to remind you, okay? Dude, okay. I need to remind you, anyone can start a lawsuit over anything. That doesn't mean that like all of the contents of said lawsuit are 100% correct, okay? Or that is always going to be a winning lawsuit.
Says the article also deliberately ignores that Lively's publicist, Leslie Sloan, of Vision PR, once backed by Harvey Weinstein, seeded stories critical of Baldoni, including that Baldoni was a predator, ahead of the film's release. Sloan did so even while Nathan attempted to cooperate in good faith. We also see messages between Justin's team and a reporter where they were inquiring on the HR complaints, and Justin's PR
Reporter, a source close to set says they don't know of an investigation, but there was an intervention. We heard there were multiple HR complaints from crew and cast, starting with the first day of production. Wayfair is the studio. It's unclear if Wayfair Studios performed an investigation into the claims against themselves. Separately, we are aware there was an intervention with Justin Baldoni midway through production based on a pattern of inappropriate behavior by him towards cast and crew. Tag team says off the record, the only complaint, which is not confirmed if it was an official HR complaint, was a guy up for a gig on the crew complained the younger guy who did so because of ageism. There was an investigation and found no wrongdoing. There was What? There are no other complaints, especially no other documented HR complaints. There was not an intervention on set or with members of the crew. This would be false to allude to. Blake and Ryan had Justin and his team over for a meeting where Blake expressed all the things she was upset about. This was not, wait. This was his team versus Blake and Ryan, more of a contentious meeting. The way it reads now reads as if it was a proper intervention with cast and crew, not true. Okay, so that she did make complaints. Like, directly to, thank you, I just sent him, I'll keep you posted. What's the email for Wayfair? I need legal to reach
Our management
out.
team basically said there were no HR complaints in regards to Justin and Blake. There was a guy working on the crew who complained about a younger guy getting a job and there being ageism. That was the only thing that was investigated, but there were no wrongdoings found. And they said there was not an intervention on set or with members of the crew. This would be false to allude to. Blake and Ryan had Justin and his team over for a meeting where Blake expressed all the things she was upset about. This was not Justin versus the team behind the film. It was his team versus Blake and Ryan, more of a contentious meeting. The way it reads now reads as if it was proper intervention with cast and crew. Not true. We also hear the other side of the claims that Blake was shown certain inappropriate videos while on the set. In response to these allegations, the complaint calls out the New York Times for the way that they reported on this, saying the Times compounded its journalistic failures by uncritically advancing Lively's unsustained claims of harassment against Heath and Baldoni. For example, the article based on Lively's CRD complaint sensationally alleges that Mr. Heath had shown Lively a video of his naked wife, with Lively's CRD complaint even labeling the footage as, "This claim is patently absurd. The video in question was a recording of Heath's wife and baby during a home birth, a deeply personal one with no overtone. To distort this benign event into an act of misconduct."
Yo, that's still crazy. You just, what? Lively CRD complaint labeled the footage as pornography. I don't think they labeled it as pornography. They said it was graphic in nature, right? Justin Baldoni was like, no. The video in question was a recording of Heath's wife and baby during a home birth. That's weird as hell, dude. Oh, that's not better. What the hell? That's not. Not gonna lie, I don't follow celebs enough, and this video seems too in the weeds. Why are people mad at you when you seem pro Blake Lively? Why do you think? Because I am I'm the misogynist. I am literally the Osama bin misogynist, okay? I am responsible for misogyny 9/11. That's why. Did you hear Ryan wrote the nice pool character in Deadpool and Wolverine after Baldoni? People said the demeanor and the commentary about Lady Deadpool looking good after having a wife and kid was a tip-off, especially the violent death. They said Blake thought it was porn when he first started showing her it, but it was a vid of his wife giving birth. According to Heath's wife and a baby home birth, deeply personal one with no pornographic overtone to distort this benign event. It's not a benign event, I don't think. Misconduct is outrageous and emblematic of the lengths to which Lively and her collaborators are willing to defame plaintiffs.
Is outrageous and emblematic of the lengths to which Lively and her collaborators are willing to go to defame plaintiffs. And they wrote that they also showed her this ahead of filming the birth scene in the movie, and to insinuate it any other way is just wrong. The claims of Justin...
You're weird for thinking about birthing videos disturbing. They showed it for context because they're filming a birthing scene with Blake. What?
And Jamie also walking into her dressing room unannounced while she was changing or breastfeeding was also combated with a text where Blake told Justin to come run lines with her while she was pumping. She texted saying, "I'm just pumping in my trailer if you want to work out our lines." The complaint also touches on the allegation that
Okay, but that doesn't mean it's like you can just walk in whenever she's breastfeeding. Like that seems a little bit tricky, contextually speaking. Like that doesn't... it does feel like they're using that as like, well, we got consent, maybe not in the other circumstances, but we got consent one time. You know what I mean? It's not like, that's not how that works. You know, I don't know. I don't know the exact details, but like pumping your breast under your clothes so you can pump out breast milk for your newborn is also different than, like, you know, having the puppies out with a natural breastfeeding circumstance where maybe you don't have any sort of coverage. You know what I'm saying? Like, those are two different circumstances. And even if it's the same exact circumstance, even if it's still pumping, fully clothed, you might be uncomfortable at a different point when Justin might have come in to the room.
Justin was using the word sexy on set, the complaint said. Likewise, the allegation that Baldoni inappropriately described Lively's character's attire as sexy is exaggerated and misleading. The text exchange between Baldoni and Lively show that Lively had insisted that her character's clothing be much sexier. When Baldoni later used the word sexy, he was just responding to her creative input, not objective.
We'll show you both ways, but being Stop grabbing the mic. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Sorry. Everybody needs to calm down. Everybody needs to calm down. Okay? Yes, the microphone busted for a second. It's okay. I don't know why you guys make it seem as though this is like the end of the world anytime any sort of audio issues happen. Okay? Everybody take a deep breath. We're gonna be okay. We're gonna get through this. I promise you. Okay? I'm still here.
Objectifying her personally, Lively set the tone that Baldoni heeded during the creative process. The next thing tackled.
Oh, wait. She didn't go into the messages, so I was going to keep reading it. So she talks about like the sexy outfit. Good morning. If you don't have time to listen with morning craziness, here's text. Just want to make sure okay with throwing the jacket on from yesterday morning or putting this on. I want to line up a shot and see if you can use a piece of the shoulder for the establishing shot for the old cafe we didn't get yesterday. Might not need it, but just want to cover. See you soon. It's just her shoulder, no problem. It's her body and head that it should be me. Was wondering about not having that shot, but kept it to myself. Wait, what? This isn't even like the direct back and forth.
Process. The next thing tackled in the complaint is the intimacy coordinator and the claim that Justin improvised unwanted kissing and discussed his personal intimate life on set. The complaint accuses Blake of not wanting to meet with the intimacy coordinator to plan out scenes, and that Justin met with the coordinator alone and had to relay the messages to Blake, and claim that there was no harassment, and that in talking about his personal experiences, it was only to personalize and develop their characters, and it wasn't this inappropriate thing we see.
I think it is pretty funny, though. This is a good point. A man showing a woman who has given birth multiple times a video of a birth like she hasn't lived it is peak mansplaining. I mean, it's kind of funny. Yeah.
An alleged text from Justin where he says to Blake, just hired intimacy coordinator who I love, will set you up to meet / FaceTime with her next week for intro. Blake says, I feel good. I can meet her when we start. Thank you, though. Justin then texts a female producer saying, FYI, just want to tell you about this. She seems she doesn't want to meet intimacy coordinator until we start, which may mess up the workflow, but I can still meet with her, of course. The female producer he's texting said that's fine. If she doesn't want to meet her now, you'll just have to walk her through.
Just want to tell you about this. Seems she doesn't want to meet the intimacy coordinator until we start, which may mess up the workflow, but I can still meet with her, of course. That's fine. If she doesn't want to meet her now, you just have to work with her through what you and the intimacy coordinator are
thinking. The complaint goes on to talk about the contradictions in Blake Lively's CRD complaint. They wrote, despite its efforts to craft a distorted narrative, the Times fails to address a glaring contradiction in Lively's CRD complaint. After the execution of the Protections for Return to Production agreement in November 2023, Lively herself acknowledges that the film was completed, marked, and released safely and successfully. While Wayfarer, Baldoni, and Heath disagreed with Lively's rationale for requesting the document, many of its provisions were already standard practice. They chose to comply for the sake of the film and to ensure Lively's comfort. Crucially, Lively concedes that neither Baldoni nor Heath engaged in any harassing behavior following the agreement in November 2023. Furthermore, she admits that her stated concerns were sufficiently addressed at the time. This admission directly undermines her allegations of retaliation and...
Wait, I don't get it. This implies that there were valid criticisms that she had originally made, criticisms that Justin Baldoni were aware of. Even Justin Baldoni's PR team were aware of said claims being made. This doesn't even actually turn around. This doesn't even actually turn around and refuse the claims whatsoever. Offers no real counter to them, and simply just says, "Oh no, it's fine." Like she just said, "Okay." Like it didn't happen afterwards.
Strips her claims of credibility. Without the fabricated smear campaign narrative propping up her CRD complaint, Lively's retaliation claim collapses under its own contradictions, exposing it as yet another ploy to salvage her public image rather than pursuing any legitimate grievances. The next thing tackled in the complaint is the intimacy coordinator in the claim that Justin improvised unwanted kissing and discussed his personal intimate life on set. The complaint accuses Blake of not wanting to meet with the intimacy coordinator to plan out scenes, and that Justin met with the coordinator alone and had to relay messages to Blake, and claims that there was no harassment, and that in talking about his personal experiences, it was only to personalize and develop their characters and wasn't inappropriate. We see an alleged text from Justin where he says to Blake, "Just hired intimacy coordinator who I love. We'll set you up to meet/FaceTime with her next week for intro." Blake says, "I feel good. I can meet her when we start. Thank you though." He then texts a female producer where he says, "Just FYI," sends the screenshot of his text with Blake and says, "Just wanted to tell you about this. Seems she doesn't want to meet intimacy coordinator until we start, which may mess up the workflow, but I can still meet with her, of course. That's fine if she doesn't want to meet her now. You'll just have to walk her through turning Sony into giving her ultimate authority." We see text messages between Justin and his editors where he's talking about the fact that Blake is making her own cut of the film. He texts, "Just curious if you guys have peeked at her cut and if anything has changed." Editor number 2 says, "I have just been told that we are not permitted to look." He said, "Haha, wow, when did that happen?" As per Sony, this evening through "Wow, okay then, the editors and director isn't allowed to look at an actress's cut. Got it. Well, here we go. We will keep taking the high road." The complaint then calls out the New York Times, saying that they did not paint the real picture of what was going on with Justin and Blake at the time, saying that the real source of conflict between them was the fact that she was trying to take over the film. And in another text message, we see Justin say, "She kicked me out officially from the film now. She's finishing it all. I can't be involved. Music, sound, video effects, everything. I'll make it through somehow. Just need to feel it all." The complaint writes, "Notably absent from the Times narrative is Lively's insistence on obtaining editing privileges and demanding her own version of the film, a departure from industry standards. Even more rigorously, Lively leveraged her promotional commitments to pressure for the release of her cut. Evidence of Baldoni's efforts to accommodate Lively's demands, including a series of text exchanges with editors who were later replaced by Lively in favor of her husband's editor, underscores the extreme lengths Baldoni went to in order to preserve the film's integrity. The Times' willful omission of these critical details not only distorts the truth, but also perpetuates a false narrative that conveniently absolves Lively of her own culpability in the unraveling of professional relationships and the upheaval surrounding the film. More text messages between Justin and his editing team reveal growing frustrations and tension surrounding Blake Lively's significant control over the movie and the editing process. One editor said, "I just hope you love, or at least stomach, the cut that is going out into the world." And he said, "Haven't seen it, can't yet." The film's marketing is then discussed, and the blame is put on Blake for how the film was promoted. We see the underlined text where an editor said, "If Blake is so determined to handle the marketing on the movie, then just let her." More screenshots reveal Justin expressing frustration over being sidelined from the marketing strategy he initially envisioned, which was focused on DV and its survivors. And they're claiming that Blake allegedly redirected the campaign away from this focus and exerted dominance over key decisions like she did in the editing process. But I will say that in Blake's complaint, she says that Sony wanted them to promote the movie in this way and provided a document that showed the talking points for the movie that they were supposed to follow, which said to kind of stray away from the DV aspect of the movie. So there's just a lot being said. They also seem to try and show that Justin wasn't promoting the movie the way that he was to be performed.
Avoid talking about the film that makes it feel sad or heavy as a story of hope. Avoid talking about the film being representative of every woman's story. There are many stories. It's just one perspective that inspired Colleen Hoover's own experiences growing up.
Being said, they also seem to try and show that Justin wasn't promoting the movie the way that he was to be performative, as they include a text where he had sent his editors the amount of women
who feel seen that is reaching people all over the world, that men are remembering their own traumas and having conversations with their partners. That's why we did this, and it worked. Still the dream team. If you think about it, we didn't even finish our director's cut because she intervened. So ideally, at some point, we could take a week and all just do it ourselves for ourselves, but that opens up a can of worms. So we will need to let this play out for a while before we pull that card, and your door will be knocked on.
Women who feel seen, that it's reaching people all over the world, that men are remembering their own traumas and having conversations with their partners. That's why we did this, and it worked. Still the dream team. We even see later in the timeline of events that Justin even wanted a % of the film to go to DV survivors. As the complaint says, Wayfarer partnered with Sony to co-finance and distribute the film. That agreement included at Wayfarer's and Baldoni's assistance a requirement that 1% of the film's proceeds be donated to the survivors of DV. That 1% was ultimately earmarked for the organization No More, with which Baldoni had wanted to partner as early as September 2022. When it comes to the premiere of the film, apparently Justin was asked not to come. He texted his editing team saying, "Long story, but we won't be in the same room. I was asked not to even come to premiere. I can figure it out." They later
Dude, what the fuck? Dude, I feel like that's crazy. I'm not gonna lie. Like I feel like that kind of makes him look worse overall. Unless you personally think that like the narrative that they're setting on the Justin Baldoni side is that Blake Lively is a control freak who wanted to take over the IP. Basically, she had her own version. She had her own version of like what she thought was the best cut. And are we watching the same video? Show proof or you're lying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that Justin Baldoni's side of the story frames this as not one where there's like valid claims of workplace harassment that were made to him, but instead innocent mistakes that took place on set that were addressed, and that Blake Lively did a fingers crossed, I promise I won't actually make a bigger problem of the initial uncomfortable moments that I felt, as long as we do this release. And in that process, she took over more and more aspects. Like she took over control over more and more aspects of the process, and basically weaponized these, I guess what Justin Baldoni would consider fake claims to basically do reputation laundering after the fact in an effort to take over the IP. That's what the argument is that they're making. Right? She's planning an extended universe? I don't know. I don't know if there's like supposed to be a second movie or something, but this is also part of the reason why I like, not saying that Justin Baldoni's claims have any fucking credence as far as like Blake Lively wanting to take over control and weaponizing sexual harassment claims or anything. I'm not saying that at all. But having said that, this is the reason why I also despise covering Hollywood drama usually, because both parties oftentimes are like weird and powerful and have a litany of other issues, which then make this process, especially from the outside, a lot harder to understand, because you can point to the inadequacies of either party. So that's why I try to stick to whatever is like verifiable or whatever is like backed up by that's why I try to stick to whatever is backed up by like the actions taken in the aftermath or during the process by cast and crew. Okay? Because usually it's just like fairly easy to understand. You have a person that is devoid of any sort of power whatsoever, being bullied and humiliated or sexually harassed in the workplace, and then you have a boss that does everything they can to cover it up. But in this circumstance, while the wronged party is still wronged, Blake Lively, they also have a tremendous amount of influence and also maybe even additional interests as well, which doesn't change the dynamic at all in terms of feeling, in terms of feeling uncomfortable on set, in terms of workplace harassment, things of that nature, and there is still obviously a very clear, like party that was offended versus the offender. His defense is relying on a lot of misogynistic stereotypes and the fact that Blake Lively is not well liked by the general public. Yeah. Because individuals are not political entities, their celebrities makes 10x more squishy and annoying.
We're going to want to talk about how Blake took over the movie exactly, starting with her taking over wardrobe. In the complaint they wrote, on or about December 31st, 2022, Lively agreed to take on the lead role of Lily Bloom. As part of the subsequent negotiations, Lively was granted an executive producer credit, a title often associated with talent of her stature. Wayfarer did not request that Lively contribute to the film in any capacity beyond her performance and this credit. Then we get into Lively taking over wardrobe. On or about May 15, 2023, principal photography of the film commenced in New Jersey. During pre-production, Lively began to assert control over aspects of the film beyond her role as an actor.
Like, I feel like this is also reasserting the same exact thing that had already taken place. It's basically alluding to a bunch of stuff that is irrelevant to the main claims being made by Blake Lively, and then focusing on her fucked vibes overall, or her interest in controlling the production, or controlling certain aspects of production, and undermining Justin Baldoni's creative control over the process, which is not the main point here. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, okay, Blake Lively's fucking annoying. I know. And also maybe somewhat of a control freak. I know. So what? Am I wrong? Maybe I'm missing something, but it just feels like it's like a smoke bomb. You know what I mean? You're just like throwing it out there to be like, look at how fucking annoying she is. Am I right? Come on. She's a control freak. She did this all because she wanted to retain all rights to the process, to the creative process. It's saying that if anyone was guilty of misconduct, is Blake Lively. Okay. Yeah.
And outside the scope of her contractual entitlements. While lead actors are sometimes granted a
You're invalidating misconduct with control freak? That's the point of the lawsuit against New York Times, that Lively's evidence was doctored and edited. I feel like I'm going crazy. Y'all are so off with this. Is saying that if anyone was guilty of misconduct, is Blake Lively. You're invalidating misconduct with control freak? Dude, misconduct in terms of making the principal talent feel uncomfortable in a sexual fucking in a scene that doesn't require nudity, adding nudity to it, and like misconduct of the sexual nature is very different than one of the principal talents who has executive producer credits making creative decisions on the wardrobe that the character is going to wear. You understand that, right? There's a world of difference there. One is very commonplace in Hollywood. The other is you know, also commonplace, but shouldn't be allowed. And Hollywood tries to at least work against it. She was hired to be an actor and then refused intimacy coach, refused her wardrobe. Her husband rewrote the script during the strike without anyone's knowledge. And then she took over editing. It's possible that the part of the reason she was trying to wrestle control from him was because he was a disingenuous creep. Yeah, there's like levels of control that that talent gets. Then she lied about the text messages in the New York Times. There's no lying about the text messages in the New York Times. The New York Times went and got the investigation. The New York Times conducted their own separate investigation into the additional lawsuit that took place between Justin Baldoni's current PR and former PR company. Y'all are biased that Blake Lively's attractiveness caused Baldoni to be a creep? What? Bro, what the fuck are you saying? What the fuck? What do you mean? Blake Lively's attractiveness caused Baldoni to be a creep? So even when Justin Baldoni was being a fucking creep, it's still Blake Lively's fault because she's hot? Are you okay? Is your brain all right? What the fuck are you saying? You believe harassment took place off what evidence? Literally. The only reason why it took, well, two reasons. One, it's not just that I believe it. Justin Baldoni's own PR team believes it as well. Justin Baldoni himself also knows that there were claims that were being made against him. Okay? And not only that, but also the fact that the entirety of the fucking cast and crew have basically sided with Blake Lively. I've said that already. There's no way to know there's no way to accurately identify these claims until it is taken to court, and then there are additional witnesses that are called up to validate said claims. The only thing you can do is look at not just the legal writing, because all lawyers, as I said, including Blake Lively's legal team and Justin Baldoni's legal team, are always going to write the worst possible way about their about their opponents and write in the best possible terms about their clients. I like that I gave you the reasons why I believe Blake Lively's claims, including but not limited to the fact that Justin Baldoni also personally admitted to having a conversation about some of the claims that Blake Lively had made, and also the very fact that cast and crew had chosen to side with Blake Lively over Justin Baldoni. And your fucking counter is Blake Lively's opinion. Blake Lively's vibes are off. And also, simultaneously, you said Blake Lively's hotness made Justin Baldoni into a fucking creep. That is crazy, chatter. You're being a little weird, okay? Cass sided with her because of money. Yeah, this sexy bitch, this sexy whore with her temptress ways. We should sink Blake Lively. We should fucking see if she floats. We should fucking strap a goddamn heavy rock around her waist and see if she sinks. If she dies, then, you know, oops, our bad. If she floats, she's a witch. The fuck? I'm saying you believe he could be a creep because Lively's attractive. I don't even find Blake Lively attractive. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't give a fuck about Blake Lively. And also, I'm the one who said she's fucking annoying. Not a menace on set, but that she's fucking annoying. And also on top of that, literally marketed the domestic violence movie in the worst way possible. Okay? And that's the reason why RadFems said I was a fucking misogynistic atom bomb. I was Hiroshima and MANIFESTO. Okay? You, on the other hand, seemingly are that, which is crazy.
approval over the general look of their on-screen character, this authority typically does not include full control over wardrobe decisions without input from the director and producers. Nevertheless, Lively overstepped these boundaries, sidelining the production's costume designer, a seasoned professional with a long-standing working relationship with Lively. Ignoring the director's vision for her character and disregarding the weeks spent by the entire team shopping and thoughtfully crafting her wardrobe in preparation for filming, Lively would send hundreds of images to the film's costume designer during all hours of the evening, pointing them in the direction of the appearance she wanted for her character. The costume designer then had to reshop her wardrobe, far exceeding the allocated budget and diverting time and resources. At one point, Lively insisted that
Wow, I can't believe she did that. It's really messed up.
her character had money and could afford $5,000 shoes, which had Baldoni rethinking the entire script that had been worked on for well over a year and had been approved by both studios. Lively also several times refused to participate in wardrobe fittings at the production office, a mere 15 minutes away from Lively's Tribeca residence. Instead, she insisted the costume department pack up the wardrobe department and deliver all her wardrobe items to her, loading the wardrobe department on trucks and delivering them to Lively's residence for fittings. Added both times.
Okay, now this is the grasping at straw stuff. Like, yes, to the outside world, when people look at this, they go, wow, what a diva. But if you are even remotely aware of how production works at this magnitude, at this, yeah, she is a diva. But like, you know, this is fairly normal in general. But again, it's just slamming on additional irrelevant stuff to portray, Blake Lively as just like a bad person, a diva, annoying. None of it is relevant to the initial claims being made. They're baiting you, Hasan, shifting your focus away from the issue to make it seem like you're bashing Blake more than you're defending her. Oh, yeah, I don't really care. I mean, dude. If you want to do that, I give plenty of examples for you to do that. Okay, go off. You can gear up the most mentally ill Twitter accounts and TikTok accounts and get them to be upset about anything with the highest degree, with the highest severity, okay, with the highest intensity.
To the production schedule and expense to the film. Two things productions work hard to avoid with careful planning. These demands were never mentioned at the contract negotiation phase and therefore were not included in the budget. Lively herself, having a further obligation to the studios as an executive producer, paid no mind to the budget and the months of planning that had already occurred. Even if Lively had the contractual authority to approve her character's wardrobe, which she did not, a grant of such authority would not and could not imply the right to blow up the film's budget with additional unanticipated.
Son, why you call yourself pro-Palestine when you drink, you eat, and not fast in Ramadan, and you use charity funds to buy yourself a house? What? I mean, I do drink and I eat and not fast in Ramadan, but this last one is the most insane thing. It's illegal. Like, I would be in jail. What you're describing is fraud. I would never do such a thing, but also simultaneously, this is straight up illegal. Where are you even getting this? Okay, I'm done. I'm done with this. I'm done with this bait. Let's keep going.
Costs. In an effort to maintain harmony at the start of their working relationship and to avoid further delays caused by wardrobe conflicts, Baldoni and the studio reluctantly allowed Lively full control over her wardrobe. This concession quickly proved regrettable. On the first day of principal photography, paparazzi captured and published photos of Lively in character wearing her self-selected wardrobe. These images were described as unflattering and sparked a backlash from the film's distributor, Sony. Baldoni received direct criticism from Sony, who voiced concerns about the impact of the photos on the film's public perception. Because if you guys remember, when these first photos came out of them filming this movie, everyone thought that her outfits were not it at all. It is also alleged in the complaint that despite—
Yeah, the wardrobe is ass. Arrest me, officer. That looks ass. This is clearly relevant for context to speak to the control and strings she had within production, which means a lot in these settings. Okay, first of all, like, it's the wardrobe that she's wearing. When you are, it is technically not, under normal circumstances, if you're not Blake Lively and you're like a random actor who's just getting their start, you're not going to be able to have these kinds of creative decisions. Okay? No way, no how. But if you think that like virtually every single large celebrity at Blake Lively's level, even lower than Blake Lively's level, and certainly higher than Blake Lively's level, make these kinds of decisions, sometimes they directly put it in the contract, other times they don't. You're crazy. The degree to which she controlled the wardrobe is not normal overall. But oftentimes people will make minor edits. Wasn't she also a producer? She was also an executive producer, which Justin Baldoni claims is the studio just kind of gave it to her because she was complaining a lot or something. I don't know.
Thought that her outfits were not it at all. It is also alleged in the complaint that despite Blake being uncomfortable with Justin, she spent long hours with him and confined in collaborative space of the editing bay before eventually they say that she took over the film and fired the editors and replaced them with her own. Sony later informed Wayfair that Blake was not going to promote the film unless her demands were met, and there was also a screen testing to see which movie would perform better for audiences, and they claimed that Justin's movie performed way better than Blake's, but they went with Blake's, even though she said that if his performed better, then she would drop this whole thing, but that didn't happen. But they seem to insinuate throughout this entire complaint that if she did not get her way, then she wasn't going to either finish the movie.
The wardrobe was ass, so sexual harassment is legal. Society hates women. Are you effing kidding me? I never said that. I don't know if you're saying that. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying the opposite of that. I'm saying that it's like kind of a silly way to address the initial claims that were being made. She was not sexually harassed. That's what I'm saying. Okay, but the problem is, okay, he sexually harassed her while wearing that ass wardrobe. Look how sexy. Bro, come on. You're being ridiculous. You're being ridiculous. Please understand that you're being ridiculous, chatter. Okay? If that's the case, Justin Baldoni is not making a convincing counter argument, is what I'm saying. Especially when he also recognized that, like, they did talk about that stuff. Implying that. I'm saying it's not believable she was harassed. She was a menace on set. Were you on set? What is happening? Are you the crafts guy on set? This is the only way I will allow you to continue. What you're doing, the reverse. What is she wearing right now? Okay. I'm actually Justin. Are you? Toe to left to the left. What is going on? Because if you are actually Justin, then you're lending credence to the allegations that Justin is like this rapacious misogynist. The way you are defending him, you might as well be, but goddamn.
Or she wasn't going to promote the movie. There was always some sort of threat, allegedly. And there was also some drama later because Blake went on to seek out a prestigious
I'm actually Mike from PA Sister. Real talk. Wait, really?
Guild of America mark on her producer credit for the movie, a mark reserved for those who perform the majority of producing responsibilities on a film. Despite objections from Justin and the Wayfarer team, who believed Blake had not fulfilled the necessary criteria, she insisted on receiving letters of recommendation from Justin, Heath, and other department heads to support her application. And it seems like everyone ended up giving letters of recommendation because they felt really pressured to. Except Justin and Wayfarer were pretty honest about their feelings towards Blake when they were writing their letter, explaining that they kind of felt like they were doing it because they were forced to. And in the complaint, they're insinuating that in retaliation, Blake allegedly began systematic.
I can't believe the movie also was such a success. 351 million worldwide against a 25 million budget. Yeah, clearly Blake Lively destroyed the film. It's just like I just, this movie had, in my mind, no motion whatsoever outside of the fact that I think they just, is it Book Talk? Is that what it is? Because it was such a big book on Book Talk or something. Because I have yet to hear a single person that watched the movie, loved it, and defended the movie on its own, rather than people who have only talked about this drama. And even then, the drama around it and the allegations now surrounding it are not about the movie at all. They are so far removed from the movie. Only just on only surrounding the workplace conditions. It was mostly women watching. Women exist. That's what it is. I don't know any women. I'm a misogynist, guys. Come on, you know this. So that's why I don't. Hasan, I mean, my mom dragged me to it because she loves this book series. I'm a book guy and watched it on release. It wasn't bad. Name 3 women. I can't. Hillary Clinton, Chelsea Clinton.
Excluding Justin from marketing decisions like removing his "a film by" credit and stripping him from promotional materials. He was not invited to any cast promotional events, cast screenings, premieres, photo shoots, or any other cast campaigns. At the premiere, Justin and the Wayfarer team were separated from the main cast. They were assigned to a different theater and instructed to leave immediately after Blake Lively arrived. He was also excluded from the official after party, forcing him to organize and fund a separate after party for him and his team, even though Wayfarer, which is his production company, was paying for both the parties. And then we get into this whole Ryan Reynolds situation, because apparently after Blake felt that she was fat shamed by Justin Baldoni, there was a situation where Ryan Reynolds confronted him. And this was at a meeting that was at Blake and Ryan's house, where at this time she was also presenting them with a list of demands that she had that could no longer happen on set if she were to continue filming. The complaint said Lively's husband, Ryan Reynolds, had aggressively berated Baldoni during a meeting at their penthouse in New York, accusing him of fat shaming Lively. Baldoni, in an effort to avoid further confrontation with Lively and Reynolds and rebuild rapport with his co-star, continued to bend to her will. Reynolds and Lively's inappropriate and humiliating berating of Baldoni, delivered perhaps intentionally as other celebrity friends were coming in and out of their penthouse, was promptly by Baldoni's reasonable inquiry into crucial information needed to ensure safety and avoid injury in a scene. Baldoni, while training for a physical, demanding scene in which his character, Ryle, would lift Lily, asked his trainer, who was introduced to him by Lively and oversaw his training for the film, how much Lively weighed. Baldoni, who suffered from back issues and has multiple bulging discs.
That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. Don't put that in there, dude. That's not. I feel like that's a, you know.
Made the inquiry to ensure he could safely perform the lift without injury. Unfortunately, the trainer relayed this information to Lively, who then informed Reynolds. The confrontation that followed was so aggressive that Baldoni felt compelled to offer repeated apologies, despite his question being entirely reasonable and made in good faith. Following this incident, Lively refused to perform the lift scene, even though it had already been rehearsed with a stunt double. In fact, Lively threatened to quit the production altogether despite her contractual obligation. Lively gave Baldoni an ultimatum to either cast someone else or work with her in the way she works. It was her way or the highway. Now, when previously reported, they said that the scene did not exist, but in this complaint, it is saying that it did exist, they just cut it. We then hear more about Blake's requests following the strike that we heard about in her complaint that ranged from Justin not being able to talk about her dead father to not coming in her dressing room without permission, improvising intimacy and things.
I think a lot of this also comes from like this is like close to her giving birth, right? Like that kind of like in real life, not in the movie. So considering that this is like so close to her giving birth, having a newborn, no, it's not hormones, dude. I'm not saying that. That's so funny. Yeah, no, it's just yeah. You know how broads are with their freaking emotions and hormones. No, I was gonna say it's understandable why she would be extra attentive to the way she looked and her appearance and comments about her appearance and also her wardrobe, especially considering that, you know, giving birth is a pretty traumatic experience overall. You do have hormones running through your body. It's not that she's like, I'm not saying that, oh, she's emotional and stupid. I'm saying that it's understandable why she would be extra attentive to certain things. You know, you want to make and understandably, especially then partnered with the fact that she's, you know, not the nicest and a Hollywood celebrity of a certain level. It's just like, I get why she would want to exercise this level of control over a lot of these things, especially if she also felt uncomfortable around Justin Baldoni. You know what I mean? And knowing you're going to push a watermelon out your vag is fucking stressful. Jesus Christ. One gains weight during pregnancy is normal and is her fourth child. Come on. I mean, yeah, but I think it's, you know, 4 times or not, it's still traumatic, you know? What is the argument here? That she loves giving birth. She's done it 3 times prior and chose to do it a 4th time. So she shouldn't feel a certain type of way. She shouldn't feel insecure about her body or anything. Oh, okay. You're agreeing with me. Not gonna lie, the 4th time really breaks your argument. Yeah. People are having fun abortions and fun pregnancies now. Don't yell at me. Do you have back issues? No, you have no idea how every little bit of weight can fuck your back up even further. First of all, I do have back issues. If she was feeling so uncomfortable, why did she submit a complaint to SAG-AFTRA after many actors have said that's the normal process nowadays and they would have stopped the production for her safety? You're right. Why don't people in Hollywood immediately make formal complaints? Let's think. Why won't people make formal complaints in the workplace when they have issues? I wonder why. And like Blake Lively isn't a powerless victim here either. She does have power, but she's still a victim. Can both POV be true? Her being a diva and extra and him being a creep, but I didn't know that she just had given birth. That's crazy. Yeah, I wonder why famously in Hollywood women don't immediately go to the institutional authorities to complain about workplace harassment or any kind of sexual harassment. It does seem like she did go directly to Justin Baldoni, though, and even brought in her high power husband into the equation. So it seems like she tried to deal with it directly. A thing that even Justin Baldoni is not saying is wrong, by the way.
Things like that. In this complaint, we hear it from the other side as it states, over the months leading up to the film's release, Lively and her collaborators consistently scrutinized interactions with Baldoni and employed tactics that fall squarely with the definition of gaslighting. This behavior pressured Sony, Baldoni, and Wayfarer into
Justin Baldoni's a rando and Blake is an iconic diva. Case closed. She's innocent. Okay, first of all, I don't care about Blake Lively at all. I'm choosing to defend her on the things that I have seen so far as her complaints and as far as the information that has been presented to me, not because I know anything about Blake Lively or give a single fuck about Blake Lively. I demonstrably don't care. I don't think I watched a single fucking thing that she's been in, okay? Calm down.
ceding control to Lively at every turn, resulting in her domination of nearly every aspect of the film's production. Lively sets the stage for coercion by drafting a protection letter that intentionally misrepresents the nature of the conversations had between Baldoni and/or Heath and Lively, demands Wayfarer parties sign for Lively to return to work after the industry strikes.
So you're saying she shouldn't be allowed to dress up like Kirsten Cinema and break that man's back? No. Oh no. She did choose Kirsten Cinema ass clothing, dude. Stop. It's fucked up.
Principal photography began May 15th, 2024. From mid-June to early November 2023, production was suspended due to the industry guild strikes. When the strikes ended on November 9, 2023, production was eager to resume filming and make up for lost time. That same day, however, Wayfarer received an unsettling and unexpected email from Lively through her counsel containing a 17-point list of non-negotiable conditions that must be met before Lively would return to work. Though Wayfarer disagreed as to the basis for requesting these conditions, which insinuated those demands were the result of inappropriate behavior by Baldoni and Heath, the terms were agreeable and some were already in place. For example, Lively demanded that an intimacy coordinator be present at all times when Lively was on set. In fact, an intimacy coordinator had already been engaged during the first half of production, so Wayfarer took no issue with this request. Contrary to Lively's assertion, it was she who refused to meet the intimacy coordinator to plan out scenes, putting Baldoni in the awkward position of meeting with the intimacy coordinator alone and later relaying scene suggestions to Lively in the intimacy coordinator's absence, not only defeating the purpose, but resulting in accusations.
I just don't know why she would file a complaint with the messages out of context that implies the PR lady's saying the opposite of what they're actually saying if the truth is on our side. Wait, what? No, the PR ladies are not saying the opposite of what they're actually saying. With the exception of like some of the messages that were like monitoring actively the anti-Blake Lively commentary, and the overarching complaint there was that, and it wasn't even that wasn't even the complaint. That was the New York Times reporting. I think you're confusing, or maybe I'm confusing it, but I think the New York Times reporting is being confused with the Blake Lively claims. The Blake Lively claims are not about the coordinated smear campaign. More so that it was initially about the workplace, the way that she was felt uncomfortable in the workplace. And I don't even think the New York Times muddled it. I read the article. I did. I read it on stream. The important part of her complaints that I care about are not the defamation aspects, but the claims that she made about workplace harassment and how Justin Baldoni was attempting to launch a counter PR battle against her, knowing full well that those complaints existed, which have been proven by the conversations that were revealed in a separate lawsuit between Justin Baldoni's current PR team and Justin Baldoni's former PR manager. As far as like the trial awards, or as far as like the defamation campaign actually harming Blake Lively's hair care product line revenue, I don't agree with that. I even said it at that time as well. I think that's they're just doing that to put numbers on the board. It could work depending on how good one party's lawyers are over the other. But I still think that is, there has to be some kind of award in the situation that you can bargain for a lower price point if you are successful. But overall, you don't think defamation could hurt a person's business? When did you start doing YouTube Slaw? Read the article then? I did read the article. And also, no, I don't think that her hair care product was sales were harmed by the defamation.
By the Times that before shooting began, Baldoni wanted to add blank scenes that Lively considered gratuitous. In fact, these scenes were proposed by the intimacy.
Yeah, you can't prove defamation without. I mean, you have to show financial damages, yes, in order to get awarded anything from the trial. The claim says she refused to meet the intimacy coordinator, but her text then showed that she's ready to meet. Then the IC when production starts, but not before. Baldoni later told the producer she doesn't want to meet based on this text. The claim says that she refused to meet the intimacy coordinator, but her text showed that she's ready to meet the intimacy coordinator when production starts, but not before. Baldoni later told the producer she doesn't want to meet based on this text. As in, even in the claims that Baldoni is making, he's actually wrong, because in previous claims, he openly showed that Blake Lively was on board with meeting with the intimacy coordinator.
This is well documented in handwritten notes Baldoni took during meetings with the intimacy coordinator. We also hear more about the incident of Jamie Heath walking in on her unannounced. As they wrote in the complaint, in the CRD complaint published in part by The Times, Lively suggests Heath walked in her trailer unannounced while in state of undress and topless, which is false. Heath was invited into her trailer along with a female producer, Baldoni, and a Sony representative for a meeting requested by Lively. Mr. Heath arrived first to see if Lively was ready for the meeting, and after knocking and being invited in, saw that Lively was breastfeeding. She was not topless. She was having makeup removed from her collarbone while fully covered. Heath asked if they should return at a later time. Lively said no, they could move forward with the meeting as initially planned and would meet them after she finished removing makeup. Roughly 2 weeks later, Lively announced that she thought she had seen Heath make eye contact with her. Heath immediately apologized and said he hadn't even realized he looked her way, in response to which Lively remarked, "I know you weren't trying to cop a look." A reference to this incident conveniently showed up on a document months later, distorted like the others and out of context, in a list that The Times later published as fact. Now we get more into this all hands on deck meeting that occurred at Ryan and Blake's penthouse, and how exactly Ryan...
It's weird that this topic brings out so much more unhinged chatters than covering genocide does. What the fuck is that? Celebrity people who are fascinated with celebrity stuff lose their minds, I think.
Reynolds berated Justin. The complaint writes, Reynolds demand...
It's crazy that like some of the defenses being launched by this counterclaim also end up giving credence to Blake Lively's claims, though. So I don't really understand how this is supposed to be. I don't understand how this is supposed to be like the damning. Because we all agree that genocide is happening. JFC, no. There's plenty who don't. We banned them, though. I don't think people in this community largely care about this drama, right? I think, I don't think a lot of people care. I like covering it, even though it brings out some of the worst.
Demanded an apology to Lively for actions that were mischaracterized and demonstrably false. When Baldoni resisted apologizing for what he had not done, Reynolds became further enraged.
I think partially people also get like a little embarrassed about really being invested in this story, and then they'll moralize it. Drama when it's sexual harassment, it's a workplace misconduct suit. Like there is sexual harassment involved in it as well, certainly. Okay. It's additionally weird because it's a story that is about domestic violence and sexual violence. But I think the way that people get like invested in it, beyond, or get passionate about it to the degree that they do is due to celebrity intrigue. And then when you say like people get really crazy over it, over their coverage or over how others are covering it, they're doing that because like this is the one thing that they're like incredibly passionate about, not in this community in general.
Everyone, including the producer, Lively had asked production to engage, and a representative of Sony that was in attendance left that meeting in shock. The producer offered that in his 40-year career, he had never seen anyone speak to someone like that in a meeting. The Sony representative mentioned that she would often think of that meeting, and her one regret is that she didn't stop Reynolds' berating of Baldoni. The complaint goes into the list of things that Blake wanted them to sign off on in order for her to move forward with finishing the film, and we read about these things in her complaint, but in this complaint, they said on the very first page of her CRD complaint, Lively inaccurately claims that a list of 30 items was agreed upon during the meeting. This assertion is categorically false. The 30-point list is strategically positioned to appear as if it were a standalone written document. However, no such document was ever presented to Baldoni, the Wayfarer team, or to their knowledge anyone else, whether during that meeting or at any other time, and therefore could not have been agreed to. In reality, many of these items were encountered for the first time in the CRD complaint itself and included references to highly disturbing events that never occurred. The repeated use of the phrase "no more" before each demand falsely suggests that these alleged incidents had previously taken place and needed to cease. This implication is not only misleading but entirely untrue. Baldoni and Heath left the meeting deeply unsettled by the implications of Lively and Reynolds' behavior and the power dynamics at play. Faced with mounting pressure and weighing the financial implications of what shutting down a film halfway through production would mean, Wayfarer made the difficult decision to resume production and finish the film despite fear.
Damn, Baldoni seemingly is just a victim in all of this. Even when they made their complaints known to him, he was just a misunderstood guy and bravely pushed through. Thank God for Baldoni. Like,
that Lively was intentionally manipulating facts for her own gain. Now, in the complaint, Stephanie Jones, a former publicist for Wayfarer, was also mentioned as they claim she became entangled in the conflict between Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni, and Wayfarer. Despite not being mentioned in Blake's CRD complaint, Stephanie filed her own lawsuit claiming that she was swept into what she called a smear campaign and—
You're anti-Baldoni because he's Italian? Never say that. 2024 was a pivotal year for Italians. Luigi Mangione has made me eat crow. Luigi Mangione has made me go back on the various ways that I have been wrong about Italians.
I talked about this in a previous video that this was another lawsuit that Justin was facing. According to the complaint, Stephanie was let go of by Wayfarer, so she was not representing them anymore, for allegedly leaking confidential information to the Daily Mail, despite direct instruction not to. In the complaint, they believe that Stephanie played a key role in fueling the ongoing public feud between Blake and Justin.
I just want to see the RadFems yell at you. I mean, it sucks when they do that because they get so much play. And they're so good at PR. They're so good at presenting their genuine mania in a way that like is seemingly valid critique to random onlookers who are completely oblivious. Like, if you don't see the full scope of my coverage, your takeaway from Twitter would probably be like, man, Hasan is such a ginormous piece of shit and a Blake Lively hater. He loves Justin Baldoni. He wants to kiss Justin Baldoni. Are RadFems the same as TERFs? Some of them. Some of them are swerves. Yeah.
And they seem to be wording things as she wanted revenge on Justin and Wayfair.
RadFems have been going off on you on TikTok lately. It's pretty bad. They keep bringing up the brothel. Yeah, I know. Huh. It's just, they've never stopped. Swerves are sex work exclusionary radical feminists who, if you're pro sex work, they just eat you alive. TERFs are trans exclusionary radical feminists. I happen to be both pro trans and pro sex work, so I am the number one and a man, of course, which puts me in the worst position possible in their eyes. That's probably the reason why many of them oftentimes will put me on lists with like genuine sexual harasser, abusive, psychopathic, monstrous pieces of shit. And they'll just put me on that kill list as though like I've committed a crime or done anything that is even remotely similar to that. Yeah, genocide heirs. There's a lot of exploitation in sex work. Yeah, I know. Thank you for repeating something that I also know. They will straight up call you a porn addict if you're pro sex work. I know.
Firing her, so she forked up Jennifer Abel, who is Justin Baldoni's publicist right now. She used to work for Stephanie, but then she got fired. So they seem to be alleging that Stephanie so willingly gave up Jennifer Abel's phone with all of these text messages with the PR crisis management team because she was so upset that she got
Justin
fired.
Baldoni,
And I will say, like, how
dude,
Blake got these text messages.
This is why I was on this list. Roman Polanski, Benjamin Netanyahu, Mark Zuckerberg, Marilyn Manson, Cristiano Ronaldo, Jean-Marie Le Pen, Hasan Piker, Justin Baldoni, Woody Allen, Chris Brown, Bill Gates, Harvey Weinstein, Joe Biden, Donald Trump, George Bush. If you think that I... Yeah. I like that when you, I love how people assume if you're pro sex work, you're pro exploiting women, not giving them legal protection so they can protect themselves. I know. Like, it's never arguing about what your points are. Oftentimes the perspective is well rooted within academic literature, but also the personal the personal conversations I've had with sex workers in general, fully aware of all of the you know, exploitation that exists in the industry, specifically as an effort to try and combat said exploitation, because further prosecution ends up making it impossible to eliminate or eradicate that exploitation, considering that it's always, you know, black market affairs, black market transactions in general. And it's just, no, he's just like really horny, and he wants to purchase sex work because he's really horny. Like, dude, come on. Like, come on. TikTok girlie's defending you though. This video is not showing up for me. I think someone sent this to me earlier, and it said the video was currently unavailable even back then. Maybe I can do it like this. Wait, what? Oh my God. Did they have to go private because you're blocked by them? Wait, so this is not a TikTok girly that's
So while I'm
defending.
waiting for my computer to load, I am going to quickly explain my opinion on Hasan Piker, because I think a lot of people who saw my video like, oh my god, Sade got him to wear a mask, think he's anti-mask for some reason. So let's fix that. I'm also seeing a lot of friends and friends of friends and friends of friends of friends discussing things Hasan never did, which is interesting because I think he's a nucleation site for a lot of conversation on the left, because he was one of the only nucleation sites. Let me make this brief. First off, I was there when Hasan started streaming. Okay, I was there at the very beginning because I was the teenager watching the Young Turks. Okay, because I was insufferable, and so I was there when Hasan started that series on Facebook. I was there at the very, very beginning. I was there when he started streaming. The streams were 50-50. He was just getting started. But if you think about it, the concept of a Hasan Piker is a very intense one. Someone gets on stream almost 7 days a week, talking almost exclusively about current events live. It's very intense. If you are a fan of that, you're usually either playing it in the background, which is very psychically difficult because the stuff that's going on in the background is very contentious. So I had to kind of pull out of that. Now, so I would dip in and out, and I've dipped in and out of being a HasanAbi head for forever. Since the start, honey. I align almost completely with his politics. Almost completely. There's two places we deviate, me and Hasan. And I will talk about those in a second. But I do want to mention part of the reason I let these two areas go. Hasan, much like ContraPoints used to be labelled, is one of the only de-radicalization pipelines the left has for the right. There are very few ways to de-radicalize people, and part of that, as like, I think people have this fantasy of de-radicalizing people by screaming the truth at them, because it feels like that should work, and it doesn't. And Hasan does scream a lot. But part of what he does is he's a Trojan horse for left-wing ideas, quite literally Trojan horse, like he's built like one too. He wears the language of the guys we were not going to be able to convince, looking like this. And as a young black woman, I've learned that there's the world you want and there's the world you have.
I mean,
and
she's
Hasan
cooking.
Helps us create the world we want by talking in the language of the.
I definitely believe that this person is a OG HasanAbi head now. Aside from like the Facebook stuff, but also the fact that like she gets it.
World we have.
Yeah.
And that's why it's never too hot on him, because he's doing more of the work than most people who just talk, and certainly most dude bros on the left who just talk. When it was time for everyone to go, we need a left-wing Joe Rogan, we only had one person we could turn to, and it was Hasan. And even then, I'm not perfect on everything that he does, but he's one. I wish the people who didn't like Hasan or who didn't like how he represents the left would start streaming so I could watch them, so that I could be 100%.
Yeah, they're not gonna happen. Okay, and that's not because I'm like, that's not because I'm some deity or anything. It's because I'm at the level that I'm at because I'm not like that. That's why I always repeat to my chat when there are moments of panic, when there are moments where they're like, no, we gotta, what are you talking about? You're allowing too much information you're allowing too many takes. You're allowing people with unrecognized like misogyny or racist thoughts to come into the community. And it's like, I know what I'm doing. Just let it sit. Let me cook.
100% aligned with the streamer, but again, there are barriers to it. You know, Hasan got into it because he was doing it as part of his side hustle while he was working social media at the Young Turks, right? Or like, I think it was social media. I felt like he was working social media at the Young Turks. He was also a contributor for sure. Anyway, here are the two places I deviate with Hasan. Number one, he believes in the concept of protecting the most vulnerable and doesn't mask in public spaces, which is what disability advocates, immunocompromised people, and the most vulnerable among us have asked us to do. Like, you know,
fair.
And even if I think the reasoning he gave, someone said the reasoning he gave was that one-way masking doesn't work, which
is always funny because, like, whenever people say, like, oh, a relative of mine or my boyfriend or, you know, my young cousin or whatever watches you, I'm like, great. Okay. Ask yourself, is it better that someone that you know, even if you disagree with me like 40% of the time, is it better that your cousin or a younger male in your life watches me and changes the way they see the world through the way I see the world, or if they watch any number of other content creators in this space that have male-focused content? Okay? Because you look at those numbers on the board, and I'm up there alongside Aiden Ross, Asmongold, and a million other content creators whose politics do not align with yours at all. At all. You can disagree with me on stuff. Do people do this for other content creators? I feel like it's odd that people feel the need to come out with one minor disagreement with you. It's because of what I do. It's because I do political commentary, but most importantly, I do political commentary on the left.
is an incredibly simplistic way of putting it. Every COVID mitigation is about statistics and probability. It's all about math. Putting on a mask lowers the statistic probability of the spread of COVID, either to you or from you. And the visibility of that mask increases the probability other people will wear a mask, therefore increasing the probability of safety and decreasing the probability of giving and receiving COVID. And many...
Brother, this might sound ridiculous, but when you showed that one girl on TikTok who said her ick with you was she thought you were ran through, then and there I realized you are fine. They're just being like guys are. You are doing it too well, and that's what icks them off. Yeah, no, I know that. The problem that I have with many people on the left most likely is not stemming from like genuinely held disagreements. Sometimes it's a misunderstanding of what my position is and then, like, you know, running with it. But more often than not, what I have seen at least is optics. Okay? I am a representation of the types of people that have harmed you. Okay? I look and carry myself a very specific way because that's who I am, right? This is just who I am organically. And for a lot of people who arrive at leftist positions, progressive politics, because of like deep marginalization that they've experienced in their lives, it's always a motherfucker that looks like me that has at some point in time bullied you, shit on you, said some racial slurs against you, been transphobic to you, hurt you, sexually harassed you. So for that reason, a lot of people that arrive at leftist positions or progressive politics have this like deep, almost triggering fear of someone who looks like me, which is why I always remind people this commentary might not be for you. Okay? When I talk about transphobia, I'm not talking to trans people. I'm talking to transphobic people. When I talk about anti-black racism, I'm not talking to black people. I'm talking to white people who exhibit anti-black tendencies. That's it. Now, there are, of course, other people who like masquerade as progressives or whatever that have infiltrated these movements like SWERFs and TERFs and the like, right? People who are who engage in almost entirely wrecker behavior. But outside of that, for the most part, a lot of people's disagreements with me come from the thing that also make me successful. Do you think transphobic people turn into your streams? Yes. Are you crazy? Of course transphobic people tune into my streams. Do you know how, like, the normal position in society is transphobia? What the heck? Yes, they have. And many people in this community, probably held to some degree transphobic opinions. Some of them are trans, by the way. A good friend of mine who's a longtime leftist and liberal said to me, I don't know what it is, but Hasan rubs me the wrong way. And when I asked why, he had absolutely no reason, just that you felt weird. Like, yeah, man, okay. If you don't give me some solid reasoning, then I don't want to hear it. That's what I mean. That is very common. I get it. Let's continue with this.
Other things. In 2020, we eradicated a strain of flu we had been vaccinating people against for years. By the way, flu, still killing people. And guess what that used to be? Spanish flu. Influenza from the 90s. So we're not over COVID. We could have another century of COVID going on. Or we could do what we did in 2020. Increase mask wearing, decrease the risk and the R number of COVID and potentially eradicate it. But that was not capitalistically viable for our current system. So they would rather just kind of cull us and kill us all over time and have the weak and vulnerable fall to the wayside. I would think this was something that Hasan Piker would understand. That's the one of the things I deviate politically from him on. The other thing is I keep myself on red alert anytime he starts talking about women's issues. I think the recent thing where people are saying he's attacking Blake Lively is, I watched the stream. He was very, very solidly on Blake Lively's side. Far more than actually even I am, because I'm operating on a couple of different nuance levels when it comes to Blake Lively. But he was very solidly on her side. And unfortunately, the number of people I've seen talking about how Hasan's bad on the issue of Blake Lively tend to be self-proclaimed RadFems, and I have an issue politically with RadFems because we can get into that another time. But yeah, I just keep an eye on his talking points around women, not because I think he's necessarily a misogynist, but because, internalized misogyny. He's a guy and he's gonna have blind spots, and I
mean, what you're saying, this girl literally has blocked you, so what you're saying is adding up. I mean, I don't know why this person has blocked me. I don't know. I have no idea. But I don't think she said anything wrong or incorrect or inappropriate here. I have privileged blind spots when it comes to misogyny. Something that I voluntarily, it's something that I regularly mention. She's a fan and has even had her opinion swayed from RadFems. Sad. Wait, what?
Like everyone, no one's a hero. No one person is going to be able to save the entirety of all of us. Amen, amen. So those are the two.
I had someone tell me they didn't like you because of a joke H Bomber made about Reactgate, which I thought was kind of crazy. Did that person know that I'm friends with H Bomber? I don't know if she blocked me or not. She might have just went private or something.
Kind of bits where I just go, whoop, but other than that, I love the guy. I keep an eye on him, and he's not serving a purpose necessarily for me other than entertainment, because I'm already here. But he very much serves a purpose, proper purpose, in de-radicalizing people.
By the way, this is the reason why I don't, pay too much attention to the extra noise, for the record. Because this is where I see myself. Enough hater talk. Now chatters are saying any bad thing they heard about you. Well, first of all, this person is not a hater. What are you guys talking about? And I'm not an anti-masker, but she's right. I don't wear masks when I'm out in public. This is true. So it's a valid critique.
I'm not saying too easy on my boy because he's doing the good work. I'm just saying, when bringing critiques to the table, some of this language critique or the way he's saying something needs to be informed by the fact that he is actually making the decision to communicate that way. So he's not communicating to you, but to someone who needs converting, or someone who does not speak the language, the praxis necessarily yet, right? He's the start of the conversation, not the end. And that's why I tend to keep my hands off the issue of Hasan. Because until we have 10 Hasans, we can't afford to lose one, I don't think. That's my value judgment as someone on planet Earth trying to survive being marginalized. We can't lose the one we have until we have backups.
Yeah, make more Hasans and then you guys can take me out. The perfectionism of the left often becomes a hindrance. We need to accept some disagreements from our teammates or else we'll keep losing. Thank you for putting this in the words. I'm a fan of Hasan, but I can recognize the shortcomings. We need more people who can fit that role. I was a teenager watching The Young Turks Takes the Dragon Cigarette. Been a long time since I heard that name. Hasan's a net good. A lot of people don't seem to understand that. There it is. I mean, it's just here. If you want to see, the opposite of this, there is the famous Sista Separatist TikTok that went nutty mode, but that person is just like crazy. Like that's it. There's just no other place to. There's no other way to talk about it.
I need Hasan's downfall to be swift and thorough. So I've talked extensively about how leftist men contribute to a misogynist.
This is the crazy one. And then immediately it's just like brrr, all these people. She's literally using like a Destiny clip as well. This went like viral.
Let's get one thing clear. I am not a fucking leftist. I will never again.
Right after that. Hold on.
Make the mistake of trying to carry male causes on my back. Leftist, right-wing, liberal, conservative, it's all the same bullshit. And I know enough of my history not to fucking trust you. Sexism and misogyny.
The funniest thing is people like this will be like, leftism is a male cause, but also, look.
Misogyny aren't priorities for leftists. Believe me, I learned that the hard way. The fuck I look like getting lashed across the back for a bunch of motherfuckers that don't care about my material conditions. Don't even bring that shit over here. I'm not doing anything I don't benefit from. Nowhere but the class war. It's always been about unity for y'all, never solidarity, because you don't ever want to have to reciprocate. And my time, my labor, those are my most valuable resources. Why would I waste it on some shit I don't give a fuck about? I'm completely focused.
Dude, Americans are so fucking brain broken. That's it. I can't say anything else. Like this is literally this is American brain rot at its maximum level, okay? Like using emancipatory language while masquerading in a hyper individualistic attitude is like using the language of emancipation to one, shred what remains of class consciousness and solidarity, all in an effort to also then turn around and reframe the concept of emancipation exclusively on hyper individualistic terms, is the most American attitude you can have. Okay? That's it. That's it. That's we're so, dude, this, by the way, is the remnants of American Red Scare and American white supremacy, which still very much exists, both of them, especially American white supremacy. But that's what it is. Like virtually every single black liberation group that has existed throughout American history has almost always latched on a global socialist movement, okay? They were always born out of a socialist desire. And then America killed all of the leadership and jailed everyone else. And here we are. it's just, I genuinely think a lot of people think like her, and it makes me really sad.
I don't owe you shit, especially not loyalty. And I'm not overlooking shit anymore. I don't want nothing from you. But anyway, to all my sisters out there, have a successful, joyous new year. Don't let outsiders try and convince you to take up their causes. It won't benefit you in any way. Learn your history. Fuck Marx, fuck Engels, fuck Lenin. Read women. Dworkin, Hooks, Davis, Jeffries. Men have always left us behind in their little revolutions. We got
No Rosa Luxemburg. Lenin seemed to like her a lot. I don't know. No mention of Mao women hold up half the sky Zedong. No. I mean, this kind of sentiment is strange because it's like, one, okay, there's obviously plenty of famous black men who are revolutionary figures, but outside of that, there's also famous non-black revolutionary women as well. Hasan, do not antagonize, please. Are you kidding me? I don't know. I think ultimately, I don't know. This is just crazy. This has to be a Fed. It does feel Fed. It does feel Fed coded.
We got our own shit to worry about. We don't have time to carry them too. Start protecting your interests because they do it. Left or right. Who's always in power?
This was right after this video.
I need Hasan's downfall to be swift and thorough. So I've talked extensively about how leftists...
He's obviously a corn addict, and a lot of his views come from that. It's disheartening. Yes. My addiction to porn, which you can't write on TikTok, actually drives most of my advocacy, famously. Like, for example, when I say everyone deserves healthcare, it's so that, you know, when I bruise my penis from jorking it too hard, I can go and get free healthcare. I have never liked Hasan.
Men contribute to a misogynistic social climate. I've also talked about how they actively work to keep women out of politics. I think Hasan Piker is a great example of this. He contributed a great deal to the mocking of Amber Heard's testimony, and now he's doing the same thing to Blake Lively.
Oh no. It's true. I did. It was me. I'm the one who did it. Everyone else was actually firmly committed to Amber Heard. And then I posted about one time on Twitter how her fit was giving Mao Zedong, comparing her to a man. Although I do like Mao Zedong and also have the same fit. That was the pivotal turn when everyone went, I think people have no concept of the world outside of the horse blinders that they put on. I do wish I just ripped into Amber Heard now, though. I really do. And it's not even because like it was outside, like, because I would have gotten so much clout. Like, I would have gotten endless amounts of clout off of that. So much clout. Like, I barely even touched that, barely even covered it at a time when there was so much going on. Is she confusing it with Asmongold? No. Asmongold had 450,000 live viewers covering every second of the trial. And these people literally think I covered the trial extensively. I think I covered it twice. And even then, my take wasn't that, like, I love Johnny Depp and Amber Heard is a bed pooper or something like that. It was that I'm not entirely... What? Bro, what the F are you saying? This is valid criticism? This is a 2-hour video revisiting the Amber Heard and Blake Lively situations from a channel with 10,000 views. If you think I'm going to click on that... Why don't you platform female politicians like Amber Heard or Blake Lively or Gypsy Rose? Yeah, I know. It was like 3 or 4 times, but then you had like 2 solid weeks of discourse around your small coverage. I know, because everyone just jumped on it. Also, I have read Angela Davis. If this person's argument is that I should read Angela Davis.
This is a man who thinks sexual violence is a revolutionary act. He has said that it's better for rich men to be taken out of university.
Oh my God. Oh my God. There ain't no way this person is literally doing the Destiny take. Oh my God, dude. I love that. She's so insane. No, that's not what happened. If she only knew, the community that actually clipped that out of context oftentimes does rape review, where they serially turn around and directly debate victims of sexual violence, like with regular frequency, debate victims of sexual violence and bully them into submission, telling them that they actually were wrong for being victims to sexual violence. That's the community that clipped that out of context. I wonder what she would think about that. She knows she's aware of what she's doing? I don't think she is. I think she saw a clip. Part of the D community, I swear to God, I bet my life on it. No, she's not. You're crazy. A person with these kinds of politics is not. So, the clip she's referencing, yeah, she literally linked one of the Diddy G accounts in the comments like this directly. So she probably saw it on Twitter and has a fuck Hasan hate boner and jumped on it. And it's crazy because, like, I posted that myself. It's on my YouTube page. I posted that on myself. I posted that myself on my own YouTube page. The comment was about the Patrick, whatever the heck it's called, Patrick Davis College or whatever. I think that's what it's called. It was an anti-woke college that they wanted to create specifically against Title IX initiatives, specifically against like sexual violence combat initiatives that woke administrations had placed on top of colleges. And I said, from a utilitarian perspective, it'd be better if you contained all of the people that are volunteering to go to a pro date rape school. That's what I said. And I stand by it. Like, if you have an issue with that, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, Patrick Henry College is the name of the college, where they openly were talking about how like this is a anti-woke university, and we're going there because it's like, you know, there's no pesky rules around consent and things of that nature. It's no different than my Florida Project idea. Exactly. Divorcelli fans target women on social media sharing that clip when we praise something you said. Yeah. So yeah. Create a leper colony for rapists. Which is interesting because you know, people always post that and people always get mad at that. This is a classic example of why echo chambers are so bad. This chat is even an echo chamber to an extent. Meatheads need to educate themselves instead of just listening to their friends or believing one thing they see online and do zero research. Oh yeah.
Fucking kidding me? Oh my God, I hate women. I hate women so much. I've literally never hated women and feminists more in this fucking very moment than I do right now. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my fucking.
The question is Amy Coney Barrett a feminist? But this is also the reason why I say, like, when people get mad at me, when people get mad at me about this sort of stuff, I'm like, I don't really care. It sucks that you might have friends that get duped into believing certain things, but it is what it is.
Regular universities so that they don't harm poor students, so that they can harm rich women. And we know that this rhetoric is dangerous. Men will always advocate for a specific group of women to absorb.
Okay. Seriously. If this person unironically thinks I think it's okay to like rape rich women, they need a lobotomy. You know what I mean? Like, that's not a serious contention, right? That's not a serious point of contention. It's so psychotic to me that people like unironically advance this, okay? Unironically advance this agenda as though that's like a real fucking argument that I've ever made, that I ever would make. If you had a dozen clips like that, maybe, but one clip, nobody does any research or context anymore. No, it's just like, it's so stupid. Hasan, that's what they think you said.
Violence and under the guise of protecting other women, but what they really mean is they want.
Also, this person, they're no longer pro-left. And I'm going to explain to you, shitlib TikTokers about having reactionary takes, people get emotional. No, don't worry. I'm going to show you exactly where the anger and resentment towards me comes from. It's not just me being a man.
They want a green light, a go-ahead to have women to harm, where they don't have to take accountability. And sexual violence is one of the most effective methods of destroying female people. This rhetoric is also used to put targets on the backs of other groups of women who they find undesirable or disobedient. And these leftist men are taking advantage because they know sexual violence isn't taken seriously in society, anywhere. We're in the middle of a revenge porn, AI porn pandemic. Men are joining in group chats in the hundreds of thousands.
Wait, what? Why are you bringing this up in a conversation where you're talking about me? I've literally talked to AOC about specifically that. I have friends that have been directly victim to, like, people very close to me that have been directly victim to such things. What?
To share tips on how to sexually abuse and assault women. Even little girls aren't safe. And they know that they can rely on the cool girl socialists to defend them. He has regularly distributed misogynistic rhetoric to his large audiences of leftist men who turn around to applaud him.
Hasan, these people do not watch your content. Why should they assume you're a feminist from that clip? She literally says in the comments that she doesn't watch your content. RadFems will not give you charitability. That's why this is silly. No, I agree. I know that. Yeah, surely you have never spoken about AR porn and revenge porn, including your co-host being a direct victim to it. Anyway, the reason why I covered this is because, like, I wanted to give you an example of, like, valid critique coming from a place of maybe some disagreements versus a person who's really passionate, and this person certainly is passionate, attacking this issue from the framework of you know, anti-Hasan. I hate him. I've seen a couple clips of him. I'm going to use that in my commentary to make it seem as though he is pro-rape of rich women as a revolutionary act. Like, I've never said that. I don't believe that. That's insane. That's completely and utterly insane. This person called you out for clout, not for genuine ideological reasons or disagreements. No, I think there's genuine ideological disagreements.
I have zero empathy for the female influencers who get on here and act like shaving your head is the worst thing in the world, even for political reasons. And I don't care who it offends. You wanted to pander to a misogynistic audience online and whine and cry because the world doesn't revolve around you. The 4B movement is almost 10 years old, but you only heard of it because of Donald Trump. Because instead of being normal about baldness, you want to turn this into a fashion pinnacle or something of beauty to be idolized, which was one of the reasons the 4B movement was created. Because you didn't care about the women who are exploited for their hair and taken to hair farms, sometimes even killed for their hair. Their lives taken just so that their hair could be sold as stupid fucking wigs.
What is the day rape clip even about? It's from Patrick Henry College. It's my commentary on like a anti-Me Too university that they were creating. Where is it? I'm sure. Here's the video on Retail brands have the freedom to go woke. We have the freedom to create an alternative. Unite us.
But what happened next?
Was it 10 minutes onward? Oh, this is like the most replayed part, it seems. Here.
Nobody can disagree with you. You take that attitude on campus, you think that's the way the whole world should be like, and that's what you believe. That's the way you were trained. And you will not be a friend of truth. You will not be a friend of freedom. You're going to be a friend of repressing anybody who doesn't follow the party line. The tyranny that's in place today believes that the heart, soul, and mind of man belongs to government. And that mantra has been taken up by big corporations. And that all
is this here? Where is it? Where did I say it?
Through Patrick Henry College, Mike is taking the battle against woke to the source by educating new generations of students in a rigorous, truth-focused education.
Where do you think wokeness started? What's your theory there?
Where I was seeing it mostly was in the schools of education. They were
at least Patrick Henry College is like doing one good thing, which is that like if you have these fucking millionaire, billionaire, WASP fail sons, at least taking them out of other colleges so they can only do date rape to other billionaire, millionaire failed daughters is like, in some respects, you know, from a utilitarian perspective, of course, a little bit better. You know what I mean? Like taking these guys and putting them in it. Yeah, going to a college hyper specifically created to avoid Me Too violations contains the date rape to that specific college. Okay? No modest proposals. That's it. They clipped this to be like, oh, he wants rich women to be raped. Pass this on. They'll clip you for this. In a pen with one another is ultimately getting them away from the broader society.
Teaching there is no truth, but what they meant is we're going to undermine the objective truth.
It's like taking what I say about the Florida Project seriously. Like we should contain every pedophile and every cryptocurrency guy to the state of Florida and build a wall around the state of Florida. When I say that, it's like people listening to that and being like, this is the most insane thing I've ever heard. This person is seriously advocating for this. Like, I'm not seriously advocating for this. What I'm seriously advocating for is protecting everyone. In that context, that makes a lot more sense. Yeah, but guess what, dude? Women don't deserve to be raped because of ideological mistakes. See, people are doing it here as well. I don't believe that either. I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. I don't even think Nazis should be devoid of healthcare. Why would I believe that? Think, okay? Even though I'm issuing the additional context, I'm not saying that should be the case. Okay? Like, think, please. Do you think that is a valid critique? Do you think that that's something that I legitimately believe? Do you think that I believe that like rich women need to be raped or something? Are you insane? Didn't Sam Cedar get canceled for a joke similar to this? Yes. He did. He got canceled because he said, if my daughter is sexually assaulted by a pedophile, at least he should have a decent understanding of mise en scene, which Mike Cernovich, who wrote extensively on the values of date rape, took that and took it to MSNBC and got him literally fired from MSNBC. That tweet is not necessarily about, it's good or advancing rape culture or anything like that. That tweet itself was a joke about how Hollywood protects rapists because if they're good directors, then, they are worthy of being protected. It was making, see, you don't get it, right? You don't understand it because you don't understand the additional context. You don't know about Roman Polanski. You don't know about the time when that joke was made. Sometimes it's okay. Sometimes it's up to you, the person who was actually, the recipient of the joke, when you're not even maybe the intended target audience, but maybe you just heard it because someone else presented it to you. Sometimes it's up to you to go ahead and seek one step deeper than what has been presented to you. Okay? Do you understand? That's why I always say, listen, if there is something that doesn't doesn't make great sense. Yeah, I'm also not a utilitarian. But that's neither here nor there. The important thing to remember, it's also, in the hypothetical, it's like the rich women are also volunteering to go to the anti-Me Too college, which is, another part of the structure of the quote unquote joke, but it doesn't matter. The point is that is not a real proposal that I'm making or suggesting. Okay? So yeah, that's it. And people will take that and run it up the ranks, run it up to the maximalist position to be like, he's being so serious. He's being so for real about this. And then they also slap on other issues that they have with me or my commentary. Being pro-sex work, for example, is usually a very common one where people just go, oh, he's the most misogynistic person on the planet. And they'll I don't know. They'll just do that and they'll just run with it. It doesn't matter. There are literally thousands of people online who unironically still to this day think I am pro-Russia. Okay? There are still people to this day online, thousands, if not tens of thousands of people that think I am pro-Russia. The clips that they have, on the top of the banner, it says, fuck Vladimir Putin, breaking news, Vladimir Putin is bad, something along those lines. Like, I have tried everything in my power to, I've fundraised for Ukrainian refugees. I have placed banners on top of the stream while doing commentary, knowing that people are going to take things out of context. It doesn't matter. If enough people are invested in portraying you a certain way, then it might as well be the truth. Do you understand? And the question I always have to those people is, if I'm some secret misogynist, why would I keep it a secret? If I'm secretly transphobic, why would I keep it a secret? Why wouldn't I just be openly transphobic and misogynistic, openly reactionary? It's much more beneficial for me to be openly misogynistic and reactionary. You are delusional if you think You are delusional if you think that there isn't a larger audience with much better, much more positive reception out there for this sort of commentary. My job is to try to remove people from those audiences. My job is to try to set them straight on a more positive trajectory. Nobody even yeah, you're right. Nobody even gets canceled for being bigoted anymore because cancellations are fake. They're not real. Doesn't happen. I think honestly, Hasan, you should be more concerned with how you're presenting yourself. No. No, I'm not going to do that. Yeah. Caring about people, caring about marginalized people has not once been financially beneficial for me. It was almost always been just a pure burden. I do it not because I will get something out of it. I do it because it's right. And I tell you that you should do it because it's right. And not because you're going to get clout from it, or because the groups that you advocate for are automatically going to think you're cool. You know? That's it. That's it. I do miss the Haas news. Putin is very bad. Yeah. That used to be. One piece of evidence that disproves you're a misogynist is that actual misogynists don't think you're one of them. I know. I wish they had that same energy. I wish they did. That fuck ass cube didn't do anything. Why do you say that cancellations are not real? The only people that have been quote unquote canceled are usually. Yeah, Brad was literally telling you to your face when you were more sick, when you were doing fake misogyny for bro tips. Yeah. I mean, that wasn't fake misogyny. It was really misogynistic. The jokes were misogynistic for sure. And transphobic too. But that's the attitude from like most normies in general, or center-right, right-wing leaning normies. They're like, you were based. You were based back then. What happened? I think you're misstructuring the point of Dworkian feminists. Literally all men and most women are misogynists. Misogyny is systematic alignment. That is the case for every man. So every man with any power is extra problematic. You're just the only one smuggling in left ideas to the systemic problem. You're part of the cultural production. So she's not a valuable example to your isn't he regarding misogyny? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, I am misogynistic and I'm a capitalist and transphobic. So. Hi, Hasan. It's me, the reporter who broke the ADRIAN Dittmann story today. I can answer your questions. I can answer questions. Nice. First of all, great story. Okay. Thank you for confirming some of my suspicions, even though I definitely did entertain the Elon Musk is Adrian meme quite a bit. And the reason for why I did it is because it's awesome. Having said that, however, we'll talk about the Adrian Dittman story. The real Adrian Dittman, an Elon Musk fan in Fiji, tricks the world. I still think it's a cover-up. I don't think it's a cover-up. A conspiracy theory is raging about the Adrian Dittman X account that is secretly run by Elon Musk, but evidence points to it belonging to an Elon Musk fan named Adrian Dittman. No, Adrian Dittman is on X is not Elon. He appears to be, in fact, Adrian Dittman, a German Musk fan living in Fiji. It took me him saying one word for me to be like, he sounds German. Yet many in American media and countless Musk critics are convinced Dittman X account is a secret alt account run by Musk himself, a claim that both the Dittman account and Musk himself have denied for years. With a recent resurgence of this theory breaking into mainstream news over the holidays, the two now seem to be enjoying it as an epic troll of the media that and Musk's liberal adversaries. Newsweek, The New Republic, Rolling Stone, and just some of the news outlets spilled ink in recent days wondering if Dittman was an elaborate Musk hoax. Major social media influencers such as Pekka Kelionemi posted threads on X examining if Dittman was Musk that garnered millions of views. On Friday, The Verge even ran a piece headline. New evidence suggests Elon Musk is cosplaying as superfan Adrian Dittman before softening the headline after an ex-employee told the evidence that the evidence was likely doctored. I never believed that evidence either. The real-life Dittman is the son of a German software entrepreneur who has launched several businesses in Fiji, including a forestry venture, a bottled water company, and a marina and yachting facility. One of those companies entered the Musk Foundation's $100 million X Prize carbon removal contest the same month that the Dittman X account was created in July 2021. People are saying this is an untrustworthy... Yeah, the Spectator is not like... No disrespect, because since the journalist is in here, if she is actually in here, and it's not a new account, but let's just say it's not my favorite paper. Okay? Isn't this Douglas Murray's? It's right wing. Having said that, however, I mean, let's see if this article stands on its own. There's more methodology here as well. You have covered my work before in Zeteo. It's center right, but in the US, but it's still legit news. You've covered my work before in Zeteo. Okay, yeah, your name sounds familiar. It's owned by Andrew O'Neill, the guy who founded GB News. Andrew O'Neill, also the person who defeated Ben Shapiro in the marketplace of ideas. As Ben Shapiro flubbed around and said to Ben, Ben Shapiro flubbed around and said to Andrew, "You must be a libtard." Right? Wasn't that Andrew O'Neill? That was Andrew O'Neill, right? Spectator also frequently hosts what's his face? I hate him. The pro-Israel guy who's like a psychotic fascist. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Andrew Neil, sorry. Yeah, this guy. Remember this guy?
Why is it that a bill banning abortions after a woman has been pregnant for 6 weeks is not a return to the Dark Ages? What's your answer?
My answer is something called science. Human life exists at conception. It ought to be protected. Now, back to my question to you. You purport to be an objective journalist. BBC purports to be an objective down-the-middle network. It obviously is not. It never has been. And you as a journalist are proceeding to call one side of the political aisle ignorant, barbaric, and sending us back to the Dark Ages. Why don't you just say that you're on the left? Is this so hard?
Telling this guy he's on the left. God, what a fantastic moment that was.
Why can't you just be honest?
Mr.
Seriously,
Shapiro,
it's a
this interview ripped me out of the alt-right pipeline. That's amazing.
serious question.
Mr. Shapiro, if you only knew how ridiculous that statement is, you wouldn't have said it.
Yeah, he's right. He's right. Like, this dude was doing right-wing propaganda before Ben Shapiro was born. And he's like, why don't you say that you're a leftist? Because you disagree with me. Okay. X's Adrian Dittmann said he participated in the Musk Foundation carbon removal contest during an April 2023 space, noting how Musk had even spent, I think, 100 million US on a project that is supposed to reduce carbon emissions. I even took part in it. In July 2023, Musk and X's Dittmann spoke to each other on an X Space, and X's Dittmann explained his unique upbringing and accent. I grew up in Gibraltar, lived in Morocco for a few years, he said. He also said, I could tell you I'm in Oceania. When asked where he lived, but didn't want to offer more specifics last night on another X Space, he claimed he is in his 20s. The Fiji-based German Dittmann fits Gibraltar. Did I say it right? Did I butcher it? I don't know. Okay, stop. Anyway, the Fiji-based German Dittmann fits this unique biography. His father lived for a period of time in Gibraltar. Am I saying it wrong again? I don't care. Where his company has an office, according to 2000 UK business filing for the software company, they list his country as residence as, I'm not going to say it again. The family relocated to Fiji at some point after 2012 when a company founded by Dittmann's father, Totoka Islands, scoured Fiji as a place to invest in forestry and farming development in the tropics, according to local news reports. Oh yeah, this is another good Spectator article. In praise of the Wehrmacht, the real story of D-Day is the heroism of German soldiers. Wait, is this a meme or did they actually write this? Okay, it's not about the Spectator's the credibility here, okay? This is an independent journalist who also writes for Zeteo. Shut up. Originally from Germany, I have to pee so bad. Originally from Germany, Mr. Dittmann invested more than FJD 50 million in developing commercial agri. You know what? I have to go pee first. I'm going to keep reading this article, but I have to go pee. Okay, here. Watch, I don't know, this OnlyFans video while I do that.
OnlyFans has managed to do what many other businesses have failed at. It took a product people were used to accessing for free, adult content, and convinced them to pay for it.
The business model of being naked online was fairly broken. They managed to piece it together to some degree.
In just 4 years, the company's revenue grew more than 2,000%, bringing in $6.6 billion in 2023.
Now, other social media platforms, they're like, ooh, we can do subscriptions too. It's like, yes, but subscriptions is only part of the picture.
There's a lot of people out there just think you just take some sexy pictures in lingerie and you just post it, let the money roll in, and it's so much more complicated than that.
Despite looking like other social media platforms, OnlyFans' underlying business model is different.
It seems like OnlyFans' approach has just been to figure out what the legal line is and then stop several paces short of it.
That's why the platform isn't on major app stores, and the company says it's built a deliberately hard-to-use search function. Now it's capitalizing on a creator economy in flux to build a new type of social media. This is the economics of OnlyFans.
One of the things that got me really interested in the business model was just how different from social media it was.
Most social media companies like Facebook and Instagram make their money from advertisers, but OnlyFans makes all of...
Okay, back to the article. Sorry, we took a brief sidestep there. Fiji's Adrian Dittmann. I can't believe the dude's name is actually Adrian Dittmann, by the way. I thought it was a joke. Fiji's Adrian Dittmann in Fiji has a Google Maps profile with a profile picture of a young blonde man with a young woman. The woman is also tagged as family members and family business social media accounts. Appeared in hand-holding couple photos on a Facebook account with the name Adrian Dittmann and alongside Dittmann in a Fijian government video of recent grand opening ceremony for the Dittmann family's latest venture, the maritime retail space. Anyway, that woman bears resemblance to several pieces of AI artwork that the Dittmann X account created and posted with a significant other. Dittmann on X replied to a comment explaining that the woman in the AI artwork was Filipina, just as Fiji Dittmann's partner is, based on social media posts from her family members in Fiji. Dittmann's parents appear to be big Elon Musk fans, judging by their X accounts often replying to Musk, suggesting he invest in Fiji, and showing off brand new white Model X Tesla at their water bottling headquarters. The company sells their bottled mineral water in Melbourne, Australia, and posted photos of the water transported in Fiji in the white Model X Tesla. On August 2021, Dittmann X account posted about how it felt to ride in a Tesla Model X, a post it later deleted. X's Dittmann posted last year about visiting Australia. A few years ago, I was there to inspect some machinery at a warehouse in the forest, and I saw a spider the size of a dinner plate. At a grand opening ceremony for the Dittman's new maritime center, former President William Katonivere of Fiji can be seen greeting the Dittman family, shaking hands with Adrian Dittmann. X's Adrian Dittmann posted about first getting Starlink on June 9th, 2024. Starlink became operational in Fiji in May 2024, with Musk meeting President Katonivere in May and again in October. The Dittmann X account also deleted a 2021 post showing sunset photograph that looks like it was taken in a tropical location with palm trees. The account is posted from a time zone that is UTC plus 12 hours, with at least 3 screenshots showing a local time and date ahead of when the screenshot content was posted. The corresponding time zone covers several oceanic nations, including Fiji. He's hot. You guys are... This guy is hot. You think this guy is hot? Ew. You need to be sedated. I'm a 36-month subscriber, and your Dittmann take is the worst take I've heard from you. Listen, I have no dog in this fight. Okay? I am but a man, a simple man, who has a very specific kind of autism when it comes to communication patterns, speech patterns, and specifically accents. Okay? And the first thing I said about Adrian Dittmann, while I do love entertaining the conspiracy theory that Elon Musk is absolutely the narcissistic, thin-skinned, self-aggrandizing baby, okay? The source is an ex-employee. Fine. Once again, Elon Musk being Adrian Dittmann is the best possible story. However, having someone be so much of a dick rider of Elon Musk that they basically try to recreate his speech patterns to this degree and develop clout by doing such a thing, especially with the clout coming back to him, because the fascination is that maybe he is Elon Musk, especially because Elon Musk does entertain it. That in and of itself is also equally sad. It's pathetic either way. It's equally pathetic. It's funnier if it's pathetic in the direction of Elon Musk. It's still pathetic in the direction of Elon Musk if Adrian Dittmann is a unique individual and not Elon Musk himself. Why is it pathetic? Because he entertains that conspiracy. Let's continue. In an X-Space Dittmann hosted in December 2023, he spoke while visiting a factory, then driving in the rain to get a part of the repairman from his repair shop for a machine, noting being annoyed that he was getting calls from salespeople during his task. That was 4 hours into the space, which began at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, but also at 3 p.m. Fiji time, where it was raining that afternoon based on historical weather data. X's Dittmann has written on German on the account and referred to himself as German and European several times. The profile picture of Adrian Dittmann on X also resembles Fiji's Adrian Dittmann, just put through an AI filter or two. The Dittmann X account often hosts spaces where he shows himself cooking steak and paleo-type meals. He posted that switching to a mostly meat diet helped cure his acne using cookware brands sold in Germany. Power outlets visible in the videos are Type 1 outlets, mainly used in Australia, Argentina, Chile, Pacific Islands, and nations including Fiji. The chef's left hand shows a thin gold band and distinctive long fingernails, just like Fiji's Dittmann's hand seen in the photos and videos of him. Oh, gross. The floor scene of the cooking space also matches the floor of the home posted by Fiji Adrian Dittmann's brother on Instagram. 3 recordings of spaces showing X's Dittmann cooking from 2023 to 2024 were deleted by the account within hours of the Spectator reaching out to Fiji's Dittmann asking about those videos and the other content. The Spectator had not yet contacted the X account at the time the account began deleting the content in question. Publicly viewable photos of Dittmann and his partner were also deleted from his Facebook soon after the Spectator emailed Dittmann for comment. Emails of Dittmann in Fiji were not returned. Fiji's Dittmann was photographed on a boat trip with friends and family on an Instagram picture posted by his brother, seen using a Samsung sitting on the boat. X's Dittmann also uses Samsung seen in his videos. One X live stream by Dittmann even showed the Samsung connected to a 4G network, not 5G. In Fiji, 5G is not yet available. Multiple news outlets and pundits have spent recent weeks covering the ongoing social media theorizing that Dittmann is Musk's alt account, fueled by preconceived notions and no real evidence. You know what's really funny? I think the easiest way to prove this was yesterday when Adrian Dittmann was playing Fortnite with Connor. And I'm sure that Elon Musk was out and about since there was a SpaceX launch. Not that he was going to be attending the SpaceX launch, but like someone must have been around him at the time. Like you could cross-reference that as well, which is so crazy. I feel like this is a much more difficult endeavor to like isolate and identify who Adrian Dittmann is, a random dude anywhere on the planet, rather than just like cross-referencing where Elon Musk is while Adrian Dittmann is busy playing Fortnite for like 3 hours. Since 2023, the Dittmann X account has hosted live spaces chatting with other X users in an anglicized German-sounding accent that some Americans consider indistinguishable from Musk's speech, but has been described as sounding German by other German speakers. I think that he has certain speech mannerisms that come across as German, but he does actually absolutely try to recreate Elon Musk's accent and even his laughter. Okay? That I think is more insane than anything else. Like the fact that he responds as though he's Elon Musk, that's one thing. I think that's a way to keep the facade going in order not to break kayfabe. He is, channeling oopsies into his conversations in an effort to keep people guessing, keep people speculating, because the more people speculate that he is, as a matter of fact, Elon Musk, the more clout he will get. What? Dude, how can you talk about Elon being useless all the time and not see how we could easily have 2 to 3 hours even on an important date? Come on, man. He's tweeting all day. Wait, what? I know you're being dense on purpose. No, you misunderstood me. I wasn't saying Elon is a super important person who's working all the time. I always say Elon doesn't really do any real work. I'm simply stating that he is probably around people for an extended period of time. So you could just like try to cross-reference where he would supposedly be. What I was saying is, it's easier to identify where Elon is at any given moment, considering how high profile of an individual he is, and not via online. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. Knowing what we can find out about Elon's placement at any given moment, you can actually go and do real journalism and ask people that were in that building, for example. Let's say Elon Musk is identified to be at location A, okay? You look up location A. Let's say it's one of Elon's many businesses. You could potentially... How does that make sense, my dude? Wait, are you trying to bait me into getting mad at you? Because I'm not. I'm just taking you seriously and trying to explain to you how you would possibly figure out where Elon is, or at least like get confirmation that Elon is at a specific place where he could not have potentially been playing Fortnite with Connor. Anyway. Musk did operate at least 2 confirmed alt accounts according to a recent lawsuit, but Musk and Dittmann have denied being one another for the same years, even doing the X space together, proved in July 2023. Yeah, Blue and non-conspiracists were not dissuaded by the joint space. Some speculating that Musk pulled some kind of technological trick to talk to himself as Adrian. People looked for anagrams of Adrian Dittmann for clues he was Elon. Reporters started threads arguing Dittmann was Musk because they both laughed at the same X post in the span of a few minutes. Meanwhile, the conspiracy continues unabated, fueled by unverified 4chan accounts and endless posts. Yeah, I never said the 4chan thing was real. X, like a voice analysis shared by a former cybersecurity and digital espionage reporter for the New York Times, by perpetrating the proof Musk and Dittmann are the same person. All while Musk posts roasts of legacy media and calls those who believe Dittmann, he is Dittmann, subtards. So, even if Adrian Dittmann is real, it doesn't mean that Elon wasn't the one on Connor's stream. It could be that Elon occasionally uses Adrian Dittmann persona like Kaufman did with Tony Clifton. Yeah, no, I think that a lot of the similarities between Adrian Dittmann and Elon Musk are Adrian Dittmann's own doing, specifically because he wants to generate clout for himself. That's my assessment. Maybe I'm wrong. I really don't care either way because I think it's funny in either direction, if we're being real. like his hyper focus on defending Elon and getting up close and personal when defending Elon Musk, I think, is further proof for the argument that I'm making, which is that he knows that he can just like do little breadcrumbs for a lot of people, myself included, that want to follow those breadcrumbs and lose their minds over it. More info on our methodology and more evidence will be coming within the next few days. Sorry for how this came out. I give us some of your spectacle at the moment. I wish more of that could have made it into the original article. It's a shame that the article came out like it came out. Fell seeing a wonderful cake and have it fall on the ground before he reaches your table. Wait, what did they find? What did Maya find? Oh, here, this is it. While everyone else was busy writing slop articles about how Adrian Dittmann sounds like Elon Musk, I decided to actually find him. An investigation with Jacqueline Sweet. Oh yeah, okay. I know who you are, Jacqueline Sweet. Yeah, I've covered your reporting before. And investigative reporter Ryan Fay. Hoping the Spectator will update the piece correctly. Credit Ryan and I for the work we did on this piece. This would not exist without our initial findings. This is really scummy editorial practice. Uh-oh. Jacqueline Sweet, people are very upset at you for the original reporting that they contributed to. Yeah, Maya is the person that did the no-fly list too. Anyway, I think the fact that he was talking about how he's like 20 but had no access to the internet until he was 18, all that stuff is, I think, to keep up the facade that he is Elon Musk, to keep the game of not my fault, lol. Adrian was live while Elon was at Mar-a-Lago. That doesn't satisfy people. Oh wow, that's crazy. I think that's good enough. If Adrian is live while Elon Musk is at Mar-a-Lago, then what more evidence do you want? This article does nothing to demonstrate that voice is not Elon's. Wait, what? So, oh, I get it. So you guys are saying that like Elon Musk has access to Adrian Dittmann's account and sometimes will log on from the account and speak from the account to like bait people. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I don't think that. I mean, I think Adrian Dittmann does a very convincing Elon Musk, and maybe Elon Musk is logging on every now and then. But as far as the Adrian Dittmann saga goes, I actually had this conversation with Connor last night, where I talked to him about this, where I gave him basically what I'm telling you guys right now, what my speculation is, and that regardless of what we think, what we speculate, the truth will soon be revealed. Either A, because Adrian Dittmann oversteps and ends up cooking Elon Musk because enough people start believing that he is Elon Musk, even if he's not. Or B, the much funnier thing is my argument, which is Adrian Dittmann is smarter than Elon Musk. Not necessarily smarter, but at least a better communicator than Elon Musk, because I do believe that. That was my major reason for why I did not think Adrian Dittmann was Elon Musk, even though he played a very convincing role. He was way more coherent at delivering his thoughts, whereas Elon Musk was never that coherent. There has never been a moment where Elon Musk is capable of putting out a sequence of thoughts without stuttering, without stopping. It's just not a thing. He is not capable of doing that. I think Elon is eventually going to get mad that enough people believe everything Adrian says is an Elon quote. Exactly. That's what I'm thinking as well. Bro, you said yourself last night is because his on-camera persona versus his personal persona. I'm just telling you what I told Connor. This is what I think. So what is this? Important from Ryan Faye. Frankly, I'm female too. It was my choice. The writing was cut down significantly from our research and so on. I don't think it presents our research to even half of its fullest extent. I'm confident that Dittmann is not Musk. There's more coming on this. Oh, I wonder if the Spectator cut out the people that did the investigative reporting because they're trans. The most damning piece of evidence for the Musk is Dittmann theory is how long he stayed on with Connor. No. But I love that Connor is never letting a crisis go to waste. And immediately is saying, if it wasn't you, Elon Musk, maybe come on the show and prove it. And I funny replied to him and said, name 3 women Elon Musk. That's crazy. Our boy has made it. Do you think Dittmann is trolling Elon or is Elon Dick Rider? No, he's an Elon Dick Rider. Yeah, Elon Musk has stayed on Twitter Spaces for long periods of time, even when it's just nobody's. Elon Musk absolutely is so thin-skinned and so desperate for positive affirmation that he will literally sit there and duke it out with some of the least charitable, monstrous weirdos. He himself is also an uncharitable, monstrous weirdo as well. But like, he will literally do that. So although Elon did go on a posting spree right after the Dittmann Fortnite Friday, the Dittmann Fortnite Friday incursion ended. And that he regularly does sound. Do you think he knows who you are? Elon Musk? Yes, I know that Elon Musk knows who I am and does not like me. Guys, I had Grimes on the broadcast and I shit on Elon Musk during the process. Yes, he was watching. I'd go so far as to say he was watching the Connor stream even. Yeah, and also we know that Adrian Dittmann knows who I am. He's a Destiny fan and likes Destiny, so. Everyone was watching Connor stream. That's true. My fun conspiracy theories that Adrian Dittmann was an AI thoughts? No, I don't agree with that. But what I will tell you is this. My time today has come to a close. What makes Musk weird? Oh my God, there's a long laundry list. I disagree with your take on Elon. Coherency? I think you're misrepresenting him. No, I'm not. We'll talk more about this. They were talking mad shit on you after during Dittmann's Twitter Spaces. I don't care. Damn, man, they hate me out there in Fiji. Dittmann being a Destiny fan gives more evidence of the fact that he's German, by the way. Anyway, love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. All right, peace, everybody. Love you all. Bye-bye.
Oh, we're so sorry to hear about your brother that passed away. Starting Discord prop. Great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan on the street.